normally just takes a few seconds. The YouTube stream runs a few seconds behind the TikTok stream, so they're not completely synchronized. But with any luck, our friends on YouTube will now be reading us loud and clear. Hello, YouTube people. Hope you are there. Magdalena seems to be there. Hi, Magdalena and Eden. How are you? Hope you're all okay. If you would do me the huge service of just letting me know if the stream looks okay. I'm looking at it here and it looks all right to me. So I think everything is okay. I'm assuming everything is fine on the TikTok side, and hopefully everything is good. Isa, lovely to see you as well, of course, and you hear us. Fantastic. Well, we're just going to run with the menu today. We haven't done the menu for a little while. Thanks for reporting back on the stream. I really appreciate that. Yeah, we haven't done the menu. This is the menu. So our topics of conversation, which don't have to be stuck to religiously, no pun intended, are nobody chooses what they believe, and you all know why we go on about that. And God is not morally good, and hell is ridiculous. And by that, I specifically mean we kind of mean hell for non-belief. Although I think hell for most things, if it's an infinite punishment, is fairly ridiculous. And the final one, God hates women, because God does indeed seem to have a bit of a problem in the misogyny department. You can be absolutely sure that if there is a God, that God is not a woman, because no woman would behave so atrociously to other women. I think that's pretty appalling. If you were unfortunate enough to be born a woman in the days when apparently God's laws were being enacted more abundantly than they are these days, sucks for you, I guess. If you were sort of sold into slavery by your father or treated as a piece of property by the men around you. And I know it still happens now, but at least it happens a bit less now. And there's at least a willingness to kind of recognize that that is not okay. So we're pleased about that, even if we have a way to go still. Who else have we got? Annabella is here. Amazing. Lovely to see you, Annabella. Thank you for joining so early. I really appreciate it. You guys who jump on in America super early, it really means a lot that you do that. I massively appreciate it. I suppose in return, I sit here all through the night on Thursdays and Saturdays and start at 10 p.m. and go forward through the night till 4 or 5 a.m. So I do that for you because I love you. So I do appreciate the gesture back when you guys pitch up at like 7 a.m. or even earlier. 4 a.m. in California, that's absolutely outrageous behavior. That's the middle of the night. I normally haven't even gone to bed by that time. That's crazy business. So, yep, we are here to have the conversations that we like having. And sometimes it takes a little bit of a while for the day stream to get warmed up. But I'm hoping that maybe there'll be some UK callers or someone in Europe who might want to come and say hi and explain to us why we're wrong. 46 says, don't know how you stay so switched on. You know, I'm used to working late through the night. For many years, my career demanded that of me on a fairly regular basis. I quite often would just work all the way through and into the next day and have to function. So I'm a little battle hardened when it comes to being up at night. And I've always been pretty nocturnal. I come alive at night and I quite like it. And the house is quiet and everyone's gone to sleep and the phone doesn't ring. And there's just a sense that I'm not going to be interrupted. I can really focus. And that's often when I get a lot of my best like creative work done. When I was writing the book, I did quite a lot of that late at night. And the music stuff was often late at night as well, when I was feeling creative. So yeah, I like it and it works out well. I'm going to read a super chat from Base to Sharer. Lovely to see you. What a lovely early morning surprise. Thank you for keeping me entertained while I look at people's hearts. Well, I could make really corny jokes about our hearts and stuff, but I won't. But thank you for looking at people's hearts, and very happy to keep you entertained. I hope we can. Hopefully we'll get some action up in here and some people coming in to tell us why we're wrong and why God is good. Apparently, rumor has it he's good, but I don't believe the rumors. I think he's a bit of a meanie. I mean, look around you. Like, yeah, look at the world. Look what's going on. God's watching it and going, yeah, this is good. This is fine by me. I'm totally down with this. This is exactly how I wanted things to pan out. Okay, well, fair enough. But then don't tell us you're good. Aaron, great to see you. Enjoyed speaking to you in Christie's live last night. Wonderful to see you. And Dr. Dig is in the house as well. All the good people are here. Canada Goose is here as well. This is awesome. I love it when you guys all turn up. I always have this little worry every time I start a stream. What if no one comes? What if I spend 7 hours just talking to myself or just chatting with Sean? Which, to be fair, would be nice as well. Sean, I would happily hang out with you and chew the fat for 7 hours.
Oh, 100%.
It would be great. But it's more fun when we've got other people to play with. Please forgive me if my voice sounds a bit funny or if I'm coughing and stuff. I get really bad hay fever. You can probably hear it. And water does help. I have water here, and the water does help with the hay fever. Whoops. But yeah, it does make me a little chesty, and I get a little bit coughy and wheezy. So forgive me if I sound a bit strange at times. But one battle's on. Let's have a look. Okay. Also on the YouTube, there is a concurrent vertical stream. It's not a proper vertical stream like Justin does it, where he has two completely separate channels. But I've got the YouTube system set up to push out a kind of shorts feed version of the live as well, which helps with discoverability. So people swiping through in vertical will be able to see and hear it also. So that should hopefully help to get some people in. Okay, well, we've got our first guest. This is Johannes Silencio. Let's bring Johannes in, and they can be our first guest. Hey, Johannes.
Hello.
How are you?
Guys?
Yeah,
Morning.
good. How are you?
I'm great.
Excellent. I hear bird song in the background. That sounds very nice.
Yeah, I'm sitting outside.
That sounds lovely.
I can find a way to turn on voice isolation.
It's okay. We can do. There are worse sounds that we have to put up with than birds singing in the background. It's all good. Where are you joining us from?
America.
From the US,
America.
right? Nice. Well, thanks for being up early with the birds, and thank you for calling in. Is there one of our topics you'd like to engage on or talk about?
Yeah, it from what it looks like this all sort of, I don't know, circles around God.
Yeah,
right? Religion.
It is. Yeah. Have you seen our stream before? Or is this the
Never.
first time? Oh, okay, right. Yeah. So nice to meet you. I'm John, and Sean is with us as well. And yeah, we're both atheists. I've never been a believer, and Sean used to be a Christian. And we do this 3 times a week, and we just talk about belief and faith and God and religion, and try to have productive conversations. So, what's your perspective on this stuff?
I'm a Christian.
Right.
Recently converted Catholic.
Okay.
And yeah, I found this interesting, your prompts.
Sure. Is there one that jumps out at you wanting to look at first?
Maybe the first one. You start from the top.
Sure.
Nobody chooses their beliefs.
Yeah,
that's could elaborate.
Of course, that's our favorite one. That's our favorite one. So, and it will become clear why I say this. It isn't just a sort of academic thing. So at first, it sounds like a crazy claim, right? Because you would think that it's easy to confuse that with saying nobody evaluates their own beliefs, but of course, everybody does, right? Everybody holds the beliefs they have because of the mind they have and the experiences they've had and where they've come to in life. But the point I'm making by saying this is to point out that the beliefs you have are always as a consequence of you having become convinced of something or been persuaded by something. There are no exceptions to this. Whether you're a child, whether you're an adult, whether the thing that persuades you is an argument from someone that they present to you, or an experience you have, or what you grow up with in your family or around you, whatever it might be, every belief you have is as a consequence of you having been persuaded by something at some point. And that's never a choice. You can't decide to find something persuasive. You either do or you don't. And if you don't find it persuasive, like if I said to you now, I can flap my arms and fly, you could want to believe me. You could want to take that belief on. But you wouldn't be able to to just choose to do it. You would have to be persuaded by it first. Thank you for the reminder on the bingo, Isa. I really appreciate that. That's all sorted now. Thank you. I appreciate that. So does that make sense, what I'm saying?
Maybe it would be helpful because I wasn't really even thinking about it in terms of evaluation, but I still disagreed with it. So maybe it would be helpful if you could maybe explain what it would look like for someone to choose what they believe.
Yeah, of course. So you can experience not being able to choose what to believe right now. So let's use the example I just gave you. If I say to you, if I flap my arms hard enough, I can fly around the sky like a bird. Now, are you able to choose to be convinced by that?
That individual statement, I would say no.
Right.
But I wouldn't say from that it follows that for
I
all
hear you.
statement.
I hear you, because I've given you an extreme example, right, where it would be very hard for you to be persuaded. But let's then move the slider along towards something where it's not so obviously untrue, right? So if I said something like, I believe that alien life may exist on other worlds somewhere in the universe, suddenly that's a little more subtle, right? Because there's no immediate evidence to say yes or no to immediately convince you one way or the other, right? So if I said to you, do you believe that statement is correct, that there's alien life somewhere else? What would you say?
Let's just say yes. Yeah.
Right. So when you say yes, what's going on there is you're thinking about it. You're recognizing that it's not a slam dunk, right? It's not obviously true or obviously false. So you're weighing it up in your head and you're thinking, on balance, is the statement he's making plausible? Is it possible? Do I have enough evidence to say no, that's not the case? And you're evaluating it, and you're coming to the conclusion that it sounds feasible to you, it sounds plausible, and so you're able to be convinced by it, even if it's not convinced to the point of certainty that it's true. Your brain still evaluates it as potentially true, likely true, maybe true, possibly reasonable, however you want to couch it. That process of evaluating the claim is actually the same process as when I said I'm going to flap my arms and fly. The only difference is the type and amount of evidence to either support or refute the claim. The apparatus in your brain which weighs it up is the same. The cognitive machinery in your brain that evaluates belief is the same. And those calculations actually happen in your brain before you're even aware of them. Your brain processes new information for a feeling of agreement or disagreement for you before you're even aware that it's happened. And then the results of that processing, which are very complex, they're to do with like the emotional impact of the information, the logical impact, how easily you can incorporate it into your current view of understanding. All of that processing happens without you knowing about it. It's completely involuntary. And then you become aware of it in the same way that you become aware when something frightens you. Your brain processes the threat, the risk, and creates for you an awareness that you feel frightened. But you don't decide to feel frightened, you just discover that you feel frightened. Belief is exactly the same. You discover that you are feeling a sense of, yeah, that makes sense, or a sense of, nah, he said he's flapping his arms and flying, I'm not buying that. And you experience that belief, or lack of it, as an event that happens to your mind, rather than as something you do.
Well, I think it's true for those examples you gave, but I can think of counterexamples. For example, and they're going to be more, I think it's more apparent on the side of morals or something more normative, like a taste, for example. For example, right now, I don't really enjoy playing the guitar, but I would like to have the belief that I do enjoy playing the guitar. And usually in philosophy, they call these like second order desires. So I desire to have a desire.
Yeah.
So I
want to enjoy going to gym, something like that.
Right, exactly. Yeah. I want to enjoy. Right now, I don't. Now, I agree it's true. I haven't thought of a case where I can immediately choose my desire, but that doesn't mean right now it's not true that I don't. Let's say in this example, I don't enjoy going to the gym, but I have the desire to start enjoying the gym. And so I take action off of my will to go, and maybe in 2 months, because of that decision, in which I understand you're going to say, well, physical processes went on so that you could enjoy the gym, but that wasn't the original statement, right? The original question is whether or not I could choose my desires. And so from the original
can I just stop for a moment? Because we drifted downstream a bit. I'm not talking about whether you can choose your desires. I'm talking about whether you can choose what you think is true about reality, because that's what I mean by a belief. So not a taste. It's what you actually think is true.
Okay, as of right now, I believe that I don't enjoy playing the guitar, going to the gym, right? I want to believe that I do enjoy it. Yeah. And so I take steps to doing that. And in a way that's, doesn't seem like it's semantic wordplay. And also in a way that could also preserve all of the physical processes that you've described. It seems to be the case that I did choose my belief in that case.
No, because what's happening there is that you're either going to be successful in changing what you enjoy or you're not. So if you decide to try to get to the point where you enjoy going to the gym or playing the guitar, you're either going to be successful in that endeavor or you're not. If you're not successful, then you will not be able to be persuaded that you enjoy it. And if you are successful, then you will become convinced that you now enjoy that thing, and you won't have any choice but to believe that you enjoy it.
I know, but that doesn't negate my theory. Already contained your answer, because I agree with you. You are becoming convinced of it, but that also does not negate the fact that I chose to take steps towards generating the belief in the original proposition.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, but I still think it doesn't work, because you're relocating the choice to the actions you take and then reevaluating whether you believe those actions have been done, right? Have taken place. The actual choice doesn't lie in the belief. The choice lies in the I'm going to go to gym, I'm going to do these things, and you're going to constantly be reality checking yourself, right? You're going to be checking the claim I enjoy going to gym against the reality of do I enjoy going to gym? And at no point will you be able to make the choice that claim is true if it isn't. And at no point will you
But you're saying I can't change the reality. That's not what I'm claiming. I'm not saying there's a state of affair that has altered. What I'm saying is about the belief that the person has, right? Because you're saying you can't choose what you believe. That's a different claim. So I'm not saying I can change, I can turn water into wine. I'm saying I have a belief, a personal belief, and you're saying I can do nothing to change that. I'm saying it doesn't matter the process.
I think I see where the crossed wires might be. And I think Sean sees it too. Do you want to come in here, Sean?
Sure. So there's two different things at discussion here. Do you actually enjoy playing guitar? And what do you believe about what you enjoy? We're focusing on the belief here. If you change your desires, your belief about your desires will change because you're experiencing them. And it's sort of a workaround. So, for example, I'm wearing a black shirt right now, right? I can't choose to believe that right now I'm wearing a yellow shirt, but what you're doing is analogous to me saying, if I go into my closet right now and put on a yellow shirt, then I will believe I'm wearing a yellow shirt, bada boom, bada bing. I've now chosen what I believe, but no, what I did is I changed reality, knowing that my belief would follow to align with reality. But the point is, while I'm wearing a black shirt, I am unable to choose to believe that I'm wearing a yellow shirt. If I go put on a yellow shirt, I have no choice but to believe I'm wearing a yellow shirt.
No, this is not analogous, and I can explain why.
Well, hold on, I'll explain why it is, because you're saying, like for example, right now you don't enjoy playing guitar. However, if you practice at it or take some steps, you may start to enjoy playing guitar, in which case your belief about what you enjoy will change because reality has changed and reality has convinced you of it. But right now, can you just decide, even though you don't you don't enjoy playing guitar, you can't just decide, well, I enjoy playing guitar. You just as a belief statement.
Well, that's because you're limiting change to a specific time period, and that's the only difference here. So you're saying unless I can do it immediately right now, like change my belief state, then it doesn't count as actual change.
No, it could take 10 years and the point still holds.
There's two reasons why the analogy that he said doesn't hold. Because one, as I said, he's mixing up belief states with the actual state of affair. So there's a yellow jacket, right? Now, nothing about my beliefs is going to change the fact that there's a yellow jacket. And my beliefs about the yellow jacket could be explained through reality, but that has no bearing on the original question, because the original question is whether or not I can choose distinct beliefs, right? Meaning that I have some power, some ability. Not to
Are you outdoors at the moment? Sorry, we're getting more wind noise than your voice right now. If you could try to limit it, that'd be great. Thanks.
So, I think this is maybe more of a confusion about really what the original question is really claiming, because the original question is saying me as an individual, I have no bearing on which beliefs come to my mind as true, right? That's really what's being claimed, and I'm saying that's false. I'm saying I can think of a lot of counter examples of that.
It's not that you have no bearing. It's that you still can't believe something unless you are convinced it's true. That should actually be...
Wait. That can be true, and it can also be true that I can choose beliefs.
Well, no, I still think what's happening here is where you're locating the choice is in actions that can change what's true about reality, and then subsequently your evaluations about reality will change, and you're like, now I've changed my beliefs. Like right now, I don't believe that I own a red car. So I don't believe that I own a red car. Now, if I said I can't choose to believe that I do own a red car, and you said, well, you can go out and buy a red car, and then it will be true. Yes, obviously, but that's asinine.
No.
I'm saying
that's not the same, because the state of affairs changed, right? You're not
right.
You're saying at time one, I can't choose to change, to have certain things that I am convinced of, right? You're saying I can't do that. So you're not saying in the examples that I'm giving you that there's a difference in like reality, and then reality's changing, and so my beliefs change. That's just a trivial fact about beliefs.
But you're going to gym and playing guitar analogy was exactly that scenario. You said, yes. I want to believe that I enjoy doing these things. I currently don't enjoy them, but if I try to enjoy them, or if I do it and to the point that I do, then I've changed my belief. I wanted to believe that I did, and then right. I did. So you have also changed the state of affairs in that case. Do you see why your analogy didn't work?
No, it's not analogous. Let me explain why. Because in the first example, the aim of the change of belief is not just about what you're going to be convinced of, but it's about the specific belief itself. So take I want to enjoy the gym, right? I want to enjoy the gym. I'm saying at this moment in 10 years, I will believe that I enjoy the gym. And as of right now, I believe that I don't enjoy the gym, right? But the belief state is about me, right? It's about me.
Here's a question for you.
Just let me finish this one sec.
Okay.
The point is that the original point you were making was saying that I cannot intentionally choose or make progress towards what I will be convinced of in the future. And you said it can be any amount of time, right? So, and what I
think that's a misconstrual. Sorry. I just so that we're not wasting time. That my claim has never been there are no actions you can take that can bring about a change about what you think is true. That's never been. I'm never saying. I'm not saying. I'm not saying that beliefs can't change, and you can make choices.
No. That's not the same thing as what you said. You just said that you cannot take actions, and the question there is that action a choice?
Right.
If it is a choice,
that action is a choice. But here's the kicker.
There you go.
Is that choice doesn't always reliably lead to a change in beliefs.
It doesn't have to.
It occasionally does, but it's not a sufficient condition for choosing your beliefs. So you're choosing an action. Hang on. You're choosing an action which may or may not bring about a change of beliefs. And in order to evaluate whether it did or not, you have to keep on testing your beliefs against reality. all the time.
No,
And
no.
you may be successful and you may not. You're still locating the choice in the actions you take to change what's real, and then going, aha, I changed my belief.
No.
That is what's going on here.
This is a very easy thing to provide a counterexample for. For example, if I throw a ball in the air, right, it may or may not hit a bird. Whether it hits a bird or not, I'm still the cause of it. Okay, so positing whether or not something may or may not bring about is irrelevant towards whether or not I am the cause of the state of affairs in the case of being altered.
Yeah.
You can choose to read a book that is attempting to convince you of a thing, but what you can't choose is the consequence of doing so. So, for example, I don't believe in leprechauns. I could write a book by a leprechaunist, written by a leprechaunist that's attempting to convince everybody that leprechauns exist. I can't just decide on the outcome. When I read this book, I will be convinced of leprechauns. It's analogous to you can choose where. Hold on. It's analogous to you can choose where to look with your eyes. You can't choose what you will see when you look in a place. I can't just decide that if I look in this direction over here, I'm going to see leprechauns. No, my brain is going to perceive what the inputs from the light entering my eyes. So you can choose where to look. You can't choose what you will see when you look there. So what we're not saying that circumstances, new information, or what have you can't change your beliefs. You can choose your information diet. You can't choose what the consequence will be of your information diet. So if I want to believe leprechauns exist, I'm part Irish. So let's say I genuinely want to believe leprechauns exist. There's nothing I can do to facilitate that belief. I can try, but it's probably not going to happen.
Okay. There's a difference between reducing beliefs to cognitive faculties, brain processes, and saying that I have no control over brain processes, and saying that I have no control over what my belief states will be, which is what your prompt says. You said nobody chooses, but then
Correct.
Earlier, right. So what you just said of being convinced is your attempted reduction of a belief to a physical brain process, which is what you call being convinced. So you're conflating the belief itself with your sort of metaphysical description of what you think goes on and causes certain belief states.
But that's what a belief is.
No, but listen, that's the thing in question. You can't just posit it because that's the thing in question. Just let me finish here. The thing in question is whether or not you can choose it. And you just now, the host said you can choose it, but then you made this distinction between choosing and being convinced. But that's because for you,
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. What I said was you can choose. Hang on. I said you can choose actions which may or may not result in the thing that you're trying to get to. So the reason, let's just bring this back to why it's on the board, right? The reason I make this claim, the reason we talk about this, and it's the center of our stuff, and I have a book about this coming out later this year on Prometheus. The reason why we talk about this is because Christianity and Islam have this concept of salvation, right? And that salvation is a thing that you have to have if you want to avoid the negative consequences of not having it, which there's a different variety of views about what those consequences are. But the way you get the salvation is to believe the correct things. And the whole argument here is that if you're not convinced of those things, you can't believe them. You can't just choose to make yourself convinced of things that you're not convinced of. And so holding someone morally accountable for not being convinced by something is morally stupid. It's incoherent. It doesn't make sense.
Good thing that the Catholic faith does not do that. If you read the Catechism, it says those who through no fault of their own will not be judged as those who are. So those who are not genuinely convinced, most churches hold that they are just not automatically
that's
going
fine.
to hell.
So if you hold the view that non-believers don't go to hell, that's fine.
I never said that. I never said nope. Now you're making a category error. I never said non-believers don't go to hell. I said those through no fault of their own.
There it is, right? Then you can appeal to Romans 1 and say everyone is without excuse, right? And some people will say, well, everyone who has heard the gospel and doesn't believe doesn't fall into the category of no fault of their own, because they heard the good news and now they're turning away from it because they've got a hardened heart, right? Or whatever it might be.
There you go.
So there you go. So this is why I think this is still morally stupid, because it's not leaving any conceptual space for honest doubt. It's not leaving any room for people who...
You just refuted your own claim.
Not at all.
You said those who have been presented the gospel. That's who it's talking about.
Yeah, exactly.
Hold on. I've been presented the gospel. I cannot. It's impossible for me to choose to believe any gods actually exist.
Then that's the point.
Well, so that's the point. So I'm at fault because I'm unable to be convinced by your...
No, the Catechism explicitly says that those through no fault of their own.
Okay, so if I've heard the gospel and I'm just not convinced, am I at fault? Yes or no?
Look, I cannot condemn anyone, as the Catechism says. We're not to condemn. I can tell you.
That's my question.
I'm in the middle of answering if you would not interrupt.
Okay.
I can look at, before I answer the question, I want to make it clear that we do not condemn people. But what I can tell you is that through no fault of their own, meaning if you've heard the gospel and you've denied it solely because you cannot believe it out of your own faculties, but you've truly taken the time to try to understand it, to try to believe it, to try to do all of that, then I believe you will not go to hell. No.
Okay. John 3:18. Yeah, John 3:18 is on the screen right now. So you said we don't condemn people. I'm just showing John 3:18 now. Those who believe in him are not condemned, but those who do not believe are condemned already.
That's normative, as I just told you.
Because they have not believed in the name of the only Son of God. So the claim you're making now, it's a shame there's so much wind noise. I don't know if you can shield your phone from it, but the claim you're making now is that this is not the full story, that this is not actually true, that there are qualifiers to this that need to be incorporated in. Never mind the fact that billions of people have been told this for centuries and threatened with hell and traumatized by it.
Well, if you take a single verse out of context, of course you'll be able to run that into.
The
context here is Jesus speaking to Nicodemus, and actually some people say that this is the moment the narrative in the verse switches from the discussion between Jesus and Nicodemus to the author John, right? And there's a difference of opinion about who's actually speaking here. But the context is quite plain. This follows the God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, and so all those who believe can have life. And then it follows on. But those who don't believe are condemned already because they've not believed. It doesn't say they're not condemned if they tried and didn't manage. It doesn't say they're not condemned
in isolation. Then sure. I mean, this is not very helpful.
So what is it actually saying in context? What is that verse actually saying, and what's the context that changes the meaning?
Let's just look at normal exegetical practices. When you have two verses that seemingly contradict, the first task of the exegete is not to automatically assume they contradict, but it's in light of the whole passage, can you read the passage in a way that does not contradict? So you're actually doing the exact opposite of traditional exegete practices.
Respectfully, you didn't answer my question.
I'm in the middle of answering it. You keep interrupting. My point is that if you actually take that traditional practice, which is secular exegete practice, and you look in light of the whole of scriptures and you look in the light of the interpretation of the church, the first question to ask is going to be the people who wrote the Bible and who interpret the Bible and the Bible's for them, do they have any reading of the Bible which reconciles both seemingly contradictory statements? And my point is, yes, the Bible clearly teaches only God judges, right?
That's lovely. So there's a billion Protestants who are just getting this wrong then. I'm glad you agree with us, and that's a nicer reading.
There are a billion Protestants.
I need to re-ask the question.
The majority of Christians are 1.6 billion. 1.4 are Catholics, 800 million are Eastern Orthodox. The very minority of Christians are Protestants. So you're not even correct about that.
What is the verse actually saying? And what is the context that shows us that that's what the verse is actually saying? Because you're telling John and I from the plain reading of the verse, but that's out of context. Now, if someone says something out of context, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say,
I'm not saying
here, hold on, let me finish. Let me finish. All right. if somebody takes something out of context and reads it in a way and they're misunderstanding what's actually being said, I'm going to correct them and say, what's actually being said is this, and here's the context that shows it. So we interpreted the plain reading exactly as it says. You said out of context. Great. What is the verse actually saying? Question one. Question two, what is the context that shows that your interpretation is correct?
Okay. I've already explained it to you. Maybe I wasn't clear enough.
You didn't.
The context is as Scripture says, right? In one place, it says only God can judge. And the other places, it says only the Son will judge. In other places, it says the Father will judge. And in other places, John 7:24, it says judge righteously to people. Now, my point was that you guys are taking the opposite of a standard exegetical practice. And those are the contexts that I'm describing. There's standard distinctions.
What is the verse actually saying? What is the John? Can you put it up again?
Sure.
You're not, because you're going.
I'm in the middle.
I've given you latitude, and you gave a lengthy answer before without actually answering it. So those who believe in him are not.
You have to consider the possibility. It's a comprehension issue on your part.
Oh, I mean, your brilliance is hard to keep up with, so maybe that's what it is. But please help us.
The sad part is that it's not brilliance. It's actually something very standard.
Well, no, it is. I'm just a dum-dum. Got it. All right, cool story. So let's go back to the verse. Those who believe in him are not condemned, but those who do not believe are condemned already because they have not believed in the name of the only Son of God. Okay, we're interpreting that exactly in the plain reading, exactly as it says. You're saying we are misinterpreting it. What I'm saying is, interpret it. Please tell us exactly what this. Let's just do one question at a time. What is this actually saying? I don't need a lesson on. Here's how interpretation works, and you have to look at.
Yeah. Well, you do need a lesson on that, or else you won't be able to interpret it.
All right, cool story. What is your interpretation of this verse? What is it actually saying according to you? So we'll start with the first question.
I was explaining that. My interpretation of this verse is how we. My interpretation of this verse is how we normally speak in everyday language. It seems as first in absolutes, but it is not, right? If I say everyone is a bad person, we speak like that all the time, but there's exceptions. Like in this case, in light of the context of Scripture telling us God is all powerful, God has the ability to save anyone at any time, and we see this throughout Scripture. Another point is that God says he makes multiple distinctions of judging, right, of those who are going to be condemned and those who are not. And my point is, this is not an absolute claim in light of those other scriptures. It's very simple.
So Mark 16:16 is also not an absolute claim. The one who believes and is baptized will be saved, but the one who does not believe will be condemned. Revelation 21:8 speaks about the fate of non-believers, the apistos. But for the cowardly, the faithless, that would be us, the polluted, the murderers, the sexually immoral, the sorcerers, the idolaters, and all liars. So this is a list of reprobates amongst which we can be found. Their place will be in the lake that burns with fire and sulfur, which is the second death. I guess that also doesn't count. 2 Thessalonians 1:8-9 says, in a fiery flame, inflicting vengeance on those who do not know God and on those who do not obey the gospel. These will suffer the punishment of eternal destruction, separated from the presence of the Lord. I guess that doesn't mean what it means either. So all you've said so far is that when you take a broader context, some other stuff into account, the meaning that one can infer from these scriptures changes. Now, you might be right about that, but there are several millions of people who don't agree with your particular idiosyncratic interpretation. Now, you might have the right one. You might be onto what the author's actually intended here. But an awful lot of people take a different view, and we speak to them regularly here.
There's a lot of flat earthers.
There are, and they tell their children to fear hell, and they scar people with the notion that if they don't believe the correct things, they're going to be set on fire. Now, that's why I said to you, if you hold a different view, then that's great. If you don't think it's universally true that non-believers are punished in hell, then that's great. I applaud you for not holding a really, really toxic view. But you must acknowledge that there are many tens or hundreds, in fact, of millions of people who do hold that view, and that's what we're pushing back against here. So I'm glad you agree with us that it's toxic and immoral to tell people that they deserve to be punished for what they believe. That's the whole point of the exercise.
I'm not sure. I mean, that you said so much in there. Number one, there's millions of flat earthers, right? Just because there's millions doesn't mean they're relevant in the grand scheme of how many people believe that the earth is actually a spheroid. Likewise, the overwhelming majority of Christians, as I listed, 1.4 billion Catholics, 800 million Eastern Orthodox Christians, and over 300 million high church Protestants, which make up about over 85% of Christianity, believe exactly what I'm saying, that through no fault of one's own, you will not be sent to hell. So just because there's millions of people, just like in the flat earth example, it does not matter because it's just irrelevant. There's a
little bit of wiggle room about what no fault of one's own means, because we speak to people who say, haven't you seen the trees? What more do you need? And then, having established that we have seen a tree, they then would hold us morally accountable for not being convinced, and therefore they would put us in the it is through a fault of their own.
Now you're switching topics.
No, I'm just pointing out the fact that your qualifier of no fault of their own is doing a lot of work for you here.
The vast majority of Christians, the vast majority of Christians we talk to will say through no fault of their own, but the cutout that they give is if you haven't heard the word. If we've heard the word, we know about Jesus, we just quote unquote chose not to believe in Jesus, therefore we're at fault. That is the vast majority of the interpretations that we get from Christians, including many Catholics we have spoken to in this room right now. So you're acting like it's some sort of esoteric, sort of outlier type of belief. It isn't. It's the overwhelming majority. You need Jesus Christ to be saved.
False.
If you don't. Okay. So you're all right. So my experience on him.
You're just factually incorrect about this. Go on Google really quick. Look up.
I said that we talked to. So
that's exactly what I was about to say. Is that what you're saying? Is it's the overwhelming majority of people you talk to, which is completely anecdotal and it has no bearing on the actual exegetical. It has no bearing on the actual academic exegetical practice of the Bible, which you guys are.
But that's why I said if you agree with us, that's wonderful. Thank you for agreeing with us. Appreciate the fact that you do.
So you agree with me, right? That the overwhelming majority of Christians do not claim what you were saying right now.
I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know if it's true or not. Nor do I care. I'm not interested in the overwhelming majority of Christians. I'm interested in. Hang on, but because I'm trying to just not waste time, right? So we've been speaking for 35 minutes, and part of our job is to keep the conversation focused, right? So I don't want to waste time talking about stuff which is unimportant. I don't care what the majority of people believe. I care about pushing back on a particular idea which is very harmful to a very great number of people.
Of Christians don't hold to.
Well, that's wonderful. I'm delighted that you don't. Well done for not holding to a toxic idea. Thank you for agreeing with us. Then that it's immoral.
Thank you for agreeing with Christians that through no fault of their own, there's nothing wrong with that. Thank you for agreeing with us.
Well, that's fine. I do agree with the Christians who say that people should. I disagree with them about a lot of other stuff. On the particular point, I have Christian friends who disagree with this notion because they have an idiosyncratic interpretation of text and they don't hold to it. And so I say to them, great, I'm glad that you don't hold this toxic view. The work that we do here is primarily to push back on a toxic view, which even if it's held by only a small minority of Christians, and I don't know if I would necessarily agree with that or not, but no, even if it is, it's still hundreds of millions of people and hundreds of millions of lives damaged. Do you know what the statistics on religious trauma in the United States are?
Okay, let's stay on one topic at a time.
No, please. But this is the topic. This is the topic.
You've already moved from choosing beliefs to exegesis.
This is all to do with the idea of choosing beliefs, right? Because 80 to 100 million people in the United States will suffer from PTSD like religious trauma at some point in their lives. That's a big enough number, and approximately 30 to 50 million are suffering from that right now. That's a big enough number to be convinced, to be concerned about that, and to recognize that it's a conversation worth having, to push back on these ideas because they tell people that they're unworthy. They tell people that they're not good enough. They tell people that they are deserving of punishment, essentially for the contents of their mind. So, as I said to you before, I'm glad you agree with us. Whilst you and I, and we may disagree about lots of other things. We may disagree about the divinity of Christ. We may disagree about whether God is a good character as revealed in the Bible. But I'm glad that on this particular topic, you agree that it's wrong to send people to hell or to punish people for not being convinced of things. So I'm just giving you that. I'm saying thank you for agreeing with us that that's immoral.
What exactly am I agreeing with? That through no fault of one's own, that no one should be sent to hell? I agree with the Catechism, the Catholic Church.
Sending people to hell for non-belief is immoral. You agree with that, right? Yes or no?
No, simpliciter, no. That's not what I said. I said through no fault of their own.
See?
There's a
That's where the work's being done.
There's you're assuming
I called it earlier.
No such, you got to let me speak to have a conversation. Look,
when is
you're assuming. Oh, there you go again.
When is non-belief my fault?
There you go again, 3 times in a row. Look, you're assuming that there are no such thing as resistant. You're assuming there's no such thing as resistant non-believers. Right?
Yes, that is correct because, like, for example,
what's your
okay. So, for example, I don't want to believe cancer exists, but I have no choice.
Yeah, that's an anecdote.
Let me. Okay, you're gonna keep talking over me. Okay, great.
Well, you did it 3 times in a row. Do I get 2 more times?
Okay, cry about it. Belief isn't a choice. We've established that. Information diet is a choice. We've established that, so we agree on that. So we agree that you can.
We didn't agree on that.
Okay, so you can choose to. Can you choose to be convinced in leprechauns? Yes or no?
Look, just because I believe some beliefs can be chosen doesn't mean all beliefs can be chosen. So bad example.
Okay. So can I choose to believe in God? Yes or no? Okay. So can somebody, if somebody is not convinced,
you can.
God,
If you
okay,
yes,
so
you
if,
can.
somebody who doesn't believe in God can just flip a switch and decide they believe.
When did I say that? Saying? You see how the time frame matters?
Okay, hold on. It's implied.
You ask the question. Can I answer when I answer?
You
want to hear yourself answer your own question? You can say that before you ask it. I'm trying to answer your question.
You asked me a question. And now you're
asked me a question. And
you asked me a question, and you said, "When did I say?" You said, "When did I say that?" Am I allowed to answer?
No, you answered.
We're in hell already, people. We're in hell already.
You said someone can flip a switch, and then you asked me a question. Can someone do that? So you responded to my primary question, and then you asked me a question. I was in the middle of trying to answer.
And then when I said that, you said, "When did I say that?" And I started to try to answer you, and then you prevented it.
No, you're mixing up.
You
the
literally,
order of what's being said.
You know this is being recorded, right?
Post it so you can embarrass yourself, because that's not what I said. I said it immediately after. I gave an example, or I said that's only one example of which that doesn't mean anything.
All right. Let me clarify your position. Can some people? So in this, if you have the set of all people who don't believe in God, can any of them flip a switch and just decide to believe?
What do you mean by flip a switch? Do you mean
it's a metaphor?
Within 10
I don't mean
seconds,
literally.
Just sudden. Wow, it's like I'm incapable of getting clarification.
You asked me a question, and I was answering.
I'm in the middle of asking the same question. You interrupt. Maybe you get more clarification of the question if you don't interrupt. I'm saying by flip a switch, do you mean that within a short time frame of doing absolutely nothing, maybe 10 seconds or whatever, you can just suddenly change your belief? No.
Let's go. Okay, so let's go both ways on that. So they can't just flip a switch and then believe. Okay. So can people who don't believe any gods exist, can they just decide to, what can they do to guarantee that they will actually believe?
Okay, why does it have to be guaranteed?
Because it's a choice. Because choices involve things like, if I go to the refrigerator, I can choose to drink chocolate milk. I can choose to drink white milk. I'm guaranteed to do whichever is my choice, which means it's an actual option for me.
Okay, now you're saying guarantee is a necessary condition for having options. Can you provide an argument for that or evidence for that?
Because if you can't do one or the other, it's not an actual choice.
No, you're
Correct.
not saying you can't do one or the other. You're saying necessarily.
No, he's right.
I'm saying you can do.
If you can't
I'm
make a
saying you can
decision,
do one or the other.
if you can't make a decision which leads to the outcome which isn't being punished, then you're being punished for something you couldn't have avoided.
No,
and that's unjust.
That's not what the disagreement is about. The disagreement is that he's saying the outcome needs to be necessitated by the activity. But
that's what making a choice to do something means.
No, it's not. Let me give you an example. I make a choice to throw a ball, and I'm going to try to hit a bird.
We heard,
right?
but
I hit a bird. Sometimes I don't. Regardless of the fact, with the times I do, I still chose it.
Yeah, but throwing a ball is an action you take. Being convinced of something is not an action you take.
Now you're equivocating.
So you can take you can take the actions of being open-minded, and you can orient yourself towards the belief, and you can listen and read and join the prayer groups and sing the songs and do all of those things. But if you're not convinced at the end, you didn't make the choice to believe. It is.
No,
it's exactly what's in question. Because he said can the people who remain unconvinced choose not to be?
Goodness.
And
let me explain why you're saying incorrect things so you can understand what I'm saying.
No, I don't. We've all understood your objection. Your objection is
you clearly don't. You just misrepresented the position.
Your objection is that you can make a choice to embark on a path. The path may or may not be successful, but you still made a choice to try. That's the argument you're making.
No, that's not the argument.
That is the argument you're making.
How are you going to tell me the argument that I'm making?
Because that's what you said.
I interpreted the same thing. Maybe you're just articulating it poorly.
We all heard you say it.
I'm in the middle of explaining
or maybe you need to express your thoughts more clearly.
Yeah, or maybe it's a communication issue on your part.
Or maybe it's just a bad argument.
But there's no necessity between your understanding
or maybe it's just a bad argument.
It incorrectly. So by your own admission, that's not faulty reasoning.
Okay. Let's dummy this down. So Bob doesn't believe in God, and it's Bob's fault. So
how about I explain my position and clarify?
No, hold on.
You don't have to guess.
Yeah. I'm going to finish what I'm saying. All right. So you said there's a cutout. Some people are at fault for believing. Some people are not at fault for believing. Those who are at fault, that now it's Helltown or Purgatory, whatever it is some kind of punishment for the people who are at fault. So Bob doesn't believe in God, and it's Bob's fault. What specifically would make it Bob's fault?
Okay. Let me go back and clarify my position so you can understand
I'm going to circle right. If you don't start answering the question, I'm going to stop you. What would make Bob at fault for not believing?
Look, none of this is going to be helpful if you don't just let me clarify what I've been saying. It's really not. I mean, why would you try to even criticize a person's position before they even clarify? That makes absolutely no sense.
I'm asking. This is what will help clarify it for me, because you said this for some because you said for some non-believers they are at fault and will be punished because John had said earlier, trying to steel man or to understand your position, it asked you if what you mean is people will not be sent to hell for non-belief. Belief is not required for salvation or what have you. That's not what I said. Only if they're not at fault. There's a cutout. Some will be punished, some won't. I just want to know, if Bob is a non-believer in any gods, including your God, what would make Bob at fault for that?
Oh my goodness. All right, look it. I'm going to explain my belief and then I'll answer your question. So we can have it two ways. Like, it doesn't have, when parents get two arguing children together and then they're like, you can both have cake. So let me clarify my position. I'll answer your question. It's, my position, as I said before, was not that you can have, like you were picking apart your brain and doing some convincing work. That's not my point. My point is that you have certain desires, you take actions, and as a result of you as a person taking those actions, you are the cause of the result. Similar to how if I want to maybe knock a sandcastle over, I can roll a ball down a hill. Now, rolling the ball down the hill is the process, right? But I'm still the cause of the sandcastle being destroyed. Likewise, it's the same thing. To answer your question, what would be at fault? There is no absolute conditions, and that's why we say only God can judge. But as the saint of our church says, justice is God giving what is due in proportion. So we know that God can save anyone. We know that not all people who don't believe will not go to hell, because the catechism teaches us that through no fault of their own, there are some that will not. So we know there are people who actively resist the Holy Spirit, hence blaspheme of the Holy Spirit, the verse in the Bible. And so we know whatever that looks like, there are more extreme cases that we can obviously parse out. For example, people who know and believe Jesus is God, that he came to die for our sins, but they actively just have a rebellion against him. That's a more extreme example.
That isn't non-belief. That isn't non-belief. The moment you say someone who knows Jesus is God, but they choose
I understand.
you've removed them from the pool of non-belief.
Look, you're not understanding the point. The point.
That is the point.
My point obviously is not this is an example of non-belief, but just like there are non-believers who don't know, there are believers who do know and are going to hell. It's the inverse, right? So my point is that there are extreme examples that we can point out to show that while we don't have the universal judging power like God does, we know based off what Scripture tells us and the church's interpretation of that Scripture is that there are people who do believe that are going to hell, and there are people who don't believe that are going to hell.
But okay, you're talking about active. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, the Bible is full of lines that are designed to recast sincere non-belief as rebellion. This is what the book does. This is what it's all about.
That's your interpretation.
It is indeed, right? So you have the hardened hearts,
and all of Christianity denies that.
Let him finish.
Turning away from God. Not non-belief in your I can't remember what the term is, not immorality, but resistant in your iniquity, or whatever it is. The Bible is very, very it's full of these statements which cast honest non-belief as rebellion. Even the Greek apistos has a dual meaning of trustworthiness and belief, meaning that the person who believes is trustworthy. The person who doesn't believe is not a trustworthy person. Non-belief is cast as a moral failure, and this is seen throughout Scripture. And so you might say that belief on its own isn't a sufficient condition for you to get into hell. You said there are some people who believe and still can't get in. Mark 16:16 adds a requirement for baptism. So there might be some truth to what you're saying, but you cannot find, or I can't find in the Bible anywhere that says that if you did your best to believe, but you didn't manage it because you didn't find it convincing, you get a pass on that and you're going to be fine. I can't find that. Now maybe you can, and maybe your reading of the Bible is fine. But when you say that you're making the difference between resistant non-believers and non-resistant non-believers, the problem is that when you look at the text, it's quite trigger happy to label people as resistant non-believers who aren't. And we have hundreds of people in our community who really were not resistant non-believers. They didn't want to lose their faith. Losing the faith for them was like losing a family member. It was a bereavement. It was a tragedy. They mourned it. They felt the pain. Some of them still do. And yet they are told in Scripture that now that they've fallen away, they're going to get what's coming to them. And, that's justice. That's God's justice, because they've turned away from God. Because any act of simple disagreement is framed as rebellion.
That's false. We should, instead of you going off of something that's the very thing in question, we should talk about the very thing in question, right? Because all of the rest of it is not going to be relevant if you're wrong about the very thing in question. And the very thing in question is, can there be non-resistant non-believers, right? And my point is that throughout Scripture, like for example, in the Old Testament, God says, I will banish you forever and ever, right? Ages of ages, right? When you read the Greek translation of the Old Testament, the 70 or whatever they call it. And my point is that Scripture, in light of Scripture, uses phrases like this all the time, or to emphasize punishment, to emphasize in a hyperbolic sense, different events, different punishments, different rewards. this is found not in just the New Testament, the Old Testament. God says stuff like that. And my point is that it makes sense to be doing that in the New Testament if you were trying to tell someone that they could possibly be going to hell, right? If you could possibly be going to hell, I wouldn't use easy language on you. I wouldn't say, oh, maybe, John, maybe you'll go, maybe you won't. But if you're an unbeliever, maybe you'll be safe. I'm not going to use that language if I know that burning for eternity is the result. Same thing in the Old Testament. Exactly.
That's what traumatizes children. That's what causes people untold. No, it's the same topic, because what you're framing as an act of kindness, I frame as an act of cruelty and abuse. Absolute cruelty and abuse. You're trying to save people from what your monster God is going to do to them if they end up cast as what you define. This is the topic. What you define as a resistant non-believer. I'm using the thing you've just said, and we are going to pull this to a close shortly because B. Dubsky is waiting to come in, and we've been speaking for nearly an hour, 53 minutes. It's a long time, so we don't normally speak for quite this long. But you have said that you consider it a moral duty to save people from the punishment that your God is going to inflict on them from what you would define as resistant non-belief. I'm responding to the thing you said less than 3 minutes ago.
The question is whether it's an accurate reading of the text in light of more scripture. Now you're saying, well, even if it is, God is still evil. That's not what's in question right now.
I'm not saying God is evil. I already think God is evil. I'm saying I think people are evil for saying, dude, I just want to save you from the horrible, horrific fate that's going to befall you, because obviously you're a resistant non-believer to someone who might have spent somebody who might have spent years struggling with belief and wanting to have it and not being able to find it. So let me just ask you, who gets to be the arbiter? That makes no sense. Who gets to be the arbiter of whether someone is a resistant non-believer, as you called it, or a non-resistant non-believer? Who makes that judgment?
Even what you said just makes no sense.
Who makes that judgment?
Can I respond first?
You can answer questions for the first time for once. Who makes that judgment?
Okay. Look, I'm going to say something really quick and I'll answer, because I've already answered this question many times. Okay, for one, God makes all judgments. It says that in the Bible. It's very clear. All judgments of salvation, God makes those judgments.
But we don't have access to that. So when someone's trying to figure out, because look, we're talking about how people should be treated in the world, right? We're talking about how children should be, how people should be traumatized, whether parents should be traumatizing their kids with these threats, whether people should be excluded from communities and made to feel less valuable or deserving of punishment. So it would be handy if there was some way of knowing, someone to evaluate whether they were a resistant non-believer or a non-resistant, because I suspect we might have a strong difference of opinion about that issue.
Okay. You said
resistance is irrelevant anyway.
It is.
You said, right, that you need a way of telling. The Bible says there is a way of telling. You have assurance of salvation, right? But that doesn't mean 100% certainty. For example, I'm not 1,000,000% certain I'm not in a simulation right now, but I'm pretty damn certain, right? I'm 99%. I wouldn't be.
No one said anything about absolute certainty.
I wouldn't. I'm making a point here. My point is that we can have assurance of salvation in the same way that you have assurance that you're a conscious being right now, right? You can't get other people to confirm it, because that would be circular, because you have to first confirm your own consciousness in order to take their opinion into consideration. That's the point. The Bible says in like manner there, you can have assurance of your own salvation. Meaning I can have that. Now, that doesn't mean people can't be mistaken, but it's because God imports grace into us. God imports love into us. Everything good comes from God, and it comes into us, and then we get that assurance. So you're just incorrect about that scripturally, and you don't have a good argument for that in terms of even in a secular sense.
Okay, well, I don't feel like my question was answered. Like, the question was who gets to be the judge of whether somebody is being resistant or just being honest.
He said God.
But in terms of for people here to know, right? Because you can't know whether you're doing it right or not. What if somebody thinks that they are a non-resistant non-believer, and God decides they're a resistant non-believer? They get screwed over anyway. Well, nobody's being punished for that. Nobody's being lined up for eternal consequences for getting the shape of the Earth wrong. Whereas the doctrine here is telling people that if they get this particular quiz wrong, they're going to get set on fire.
Yeah, just like how your morality is produced out of thin air, but you still think people should.
No, that's a pivot.
That's a pivot we're not going to take right now.
That's a wild pivot.
You won't be able to understand if you let me finish.
No, you're not going to finish. We have put a poll to both rooms.
Think people should be punished.
You
still think prison should exist.
We've put a poll to both rooms, and both rooms have asked us. No, it's not cowardly. I normally poll the room when we get to about. Hey, dude, behave yourself. We normally poll the room. We normally poll the room when we get to about half an hour. You've had 57 minutes of conversation.
Yeah, so it's so convenient that right now you want to turn this up.
It's got nothing to do with convenience. It's got to do with serving the audience what they want. Normally, if a conversation has gone on for a certain length of time, I want to check in with our audience to make sure that people are getting what they want. People aren't
a cowardly way of running away from a conversation.
It's not cowardly. You've had an hour.
You just changed your reason.
You've had an hour of failing to make your point. There's only so much of failing to make your point that people are interested in listening to.
First you said I was pivoting. Now you're saying
you're
saying it's a time constraint.
I'm giving you an opportunity.
I get that you're very. So we have guests for a while. We move on from time to time from guest to guest. I get that you're highly impressed with yourself and that you think that, oh, they're so afraid of me. That's fine. You can think that, but it's just time. Yeah. It's time to move on to the next guest.
Sassy. It's not much coming out of you either.
The reason I didn't just drop you. The reason I didn't just drop you is because I wanted to give you the opportunity to say goodbye in a polite way, to end the conversation in a civil tone, to say it's been enjoyable speaking. We didn't reach an agreement, but let's pick this up again some other time. That's what the grown-up people do.
Debate. Let me get the last word in terms of debate. Yeah, what a cowardly way to act like you're actually being good faith. I mean, if you get the last word of the debate in the middle of me debunking your point, it's absolutely cowardly for you to act like you're up here being good faith and say, but I'm going to interrupt your point. Is this
what you're going to use your last word for crying about the structure of the debate?
There you go again. No, my last word is pointing out the dishonesty and the cowardice in the way you engage in these conversations, even if I disagreed with someone.
Oops.
So, yeah.
No one's interested in hearing about that. Yeah.
Hold on. Let me get the last word, and I'm just going to meta and cry about you.
Yeah, you thought he said he was going to make a point. Yeah, it's annoying. There we are. Okay, so folks, anyone who wants to rate that conversation, we've only had six in. I'm going to put the link to the rate our guest in the chat because we can rate our guest. This is going into the YouTube. There's the rate my guest, and I'm going to put it into the TikTok as well. As you know, TikTok doesn't let me post full URLs because it's stupid. So what we'll have to do is I'll have to do it without the bits at the beginning, and you'll have to put those bits in yourself, the HTTPS or all that nonsense, although it might work just with the bit.ly actually. Let's see if it does. So excuse that.
This comes up a lot where Christians will make a distinction between, people who, in the words he used, actively resist belief. As a thought experiment, if you're in here right now, we all believe cars exist. Actively resist that right now. Just choose to just actively resist that belief and see how that works out. It's just nonsensical. You're either going to believe a thing or you're not going to believe a thing, even if you're resistant to it. Even if you don't want it to be true. I don't want to believe cancer is true, but I have no choice but to believe it.
Exactly that. Okay, so even with the little YouTube delay, I think we can probably lock off the voting. If you haven't voted, get your vote in quickly because I'm gonna lock it off in a minute. We've got 24 votes in so far. It looks like 24 votes. I've seen worse scores than what it is right now. It's kind of 29, 30. I've seen worse. Okay, we'll lock that in place like that. Final verdict, and we'll read a couple of messages, and then we will get our next guest in, who is going to be B Dubsky. So B Dubsky, hold fire where you are. Just going to read a couple of messages, and we'll get you in right away after that. So we have Base Teixeira said, but again, thank you so much for this. Why are Christians so insufferable sometimes? I don't know. We ask ourselves that on a regular basis. Some are lovely. Duskframe said, to me, the idea of salvation through belief and needing to spread the word are huge red flags that religion is man-made and designed to self-propagate. Completely agree. Absolutely agree. And these religious systems function like viruses. They have immune systems. The immune systems are verses like lean not on your own understanding and the idea of punishing non-belief. They help it survive in the organism as an organism in the environment of ideas that propagate through culture, laterally between people in the same generation and vertically between generations. And these things are just techniques to manipulate people and frighten people into compliance. Base Teixeira again says there are more Muslims in the world, therefore, inshallah, brother. Yeah, I mean, to start arguing about how many of one and how many of the other, I said 1 billion Protestants. Okay, sorry, it's only 800 million. Does that defeat the point? Of course it doesn't. The point is, it's a lot of people spreading a toxic, horrible, harmful idea. And that's really the point there. And helping MAGA deconstruct, nice to see you, said, imagine being so smug and superior while supporting a criminal organization. Absolutely right. Also, Johanna, there are multiple sects of Catholic thinking. It isn't univocal. That's also true. Absolutely right. There's not a single voice there. That's completely true. And our good friend Viking Chef, it says, got the first hour, back to work. Hopefully the rest of the live isn't as frustrating as Johannes. Have a good one. Thanks, VC. Great to see you, and hope work goes okay for you today. Right, we'll get on to the remaining messages a little bit later, but let's, as promised, bring in B Dubsky and see what B Dubsky is saying. If TikTok will do the thing. There we go. B Dubsky, hello.
Hey, John, how's it going?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing well. And before anybody says I'm driving, because I know you can hear the car in the background, I'm in an Uber, so I'm not driving. I'm in the back seat, so I want to point that out because I know TikTok has rules about that.
Thanks.
Yes, sir. Okay, so I guess the topic that I would like to discuss would probably be the one that is God is not morally good. Is your claim that God is not morally good because there's evil in the world, I guess? Is that what it's built upon?
That's part of it. So it's two things really. It's the kind of moral character of God as revealed in the Bible. He's just such an absolute monster with the things he does and commands and presides over. And then also, because some people want to say, well, I don't believe in the biblical God. Does your claim that God is not morally good still hold up? I would say yes. If you believe in an all-powerful God who's in control of reality, then this is the reality that all-powerful God chose. And therefore, that all-powerful God chose the reality in which some children are born with their vital organs outside their body. They normally don't last long. Children die of cancer. Weather events kill hundreds of thousands of people a year just randomly. Children are, abused by adults. Animals die in extreme pain. This is a world in which there's an enormous amount of suffering. And if there's an all-powerful God invigilating and running it all, the only conclusion you can come to is that God wants the suffering. And an all-powerful entity that wants suffering can't be good. Are you still there?
Okay. Yeah. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, we can now. Yeah.
Yeah. Were you able to hear? You got some red bar there. Were you able to hear John? Yeah, okay, we got you. Your connection isn't very good. Were you able to hear John's full response? Yeah, I think his.
I was. Yeah, I'm going through a choppy spot for probably the next 15 seconds, but then it should clear up.
Okay. So,
can you guys still hear me?
Yeah, we can. Yeah. Ask your driver to drive to a better signal area immediately.
Okay, give me. I'm going through a choppy spot probably for the next 15 seconds, but it should clear up here.
Okay, that's fine. 15 seconds. We can work with that.
Can you hear me?
We can. We can hear you. Yeah. I'm trying to think whether
cool. I think it cleared up a little bit.
Whether we've spoken before. Have we spoken before, B Dubsky? Forgive me for not remembering.
We haven't. This is actually the first time that I've come across your channel, but
okay.
I like what you're doing. I think it's a good live. But this is the first time I've come across your channel.
Okay, sure. Well, hopefully you have better signal now. So
I guess yeah, it should be better. I guess the frame that I would like to go at it would be kind of the second one. I do believe in a biblical God. I do believe that in a biblical God. And if we want to get into specific examples after that of different things that are immoral in the Bible, we can. But I feel like if I kind of address the second one about God being a God existing, cannot have evil, I feel like that might answer some of the other questions.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. I want to just clarify that so that you're responding to a position I hold rather than one I don't. I'm not making the claim that a good God wouldn't allow any evil or any suffering, because you can make an argument that some amount of suffering is good. Like if you go to the gym and you work out and you feel that burn and your muscles ache afterwards, well, that's pain and suffering, but it's actually doing you good. You're increasing your strength and fitness, and that's a kind of acceptable suffering, right? And if you have to give a medical treatment to a child and it causes them a bit of pain, I mean, an all-powerful God could facilitate the healing without the pain, but you can make an argument for a certain amount of pain. If you touch something that's hot, it hurts you, but that's adaptive, because if you weren't hurt by it, you might lean on it and it might set your hand on fire and then you don't have a hand anymore, right? So I'm not arguing against any evil or pain at all. I'm just saying when you look at the world that we have now, there's so much suffering and so much of it is unnecessary. And if you're going to claim that it's necessary, then you're going to be limiting the power of your God. And I have a special seesaw to introduce you to shortly, if that's the line that the discussion takes. But don't let me make your argument for you. You go ahead.
Yeah. So, and I think that kind of is the line that I take. So I'm interested in the seesaw, but mainly, so I believe that suffering is a necessary good. A lot of people see suffering as an overall net negative. I believe suffering is a net positive. I believe if you have a God that is, all good, all knowing, and all powerful, then the world that he creates is going to be the perfect version of this world. So not only do I feel like it's kind of futile for humans to argue against this world, because we're kind of arguing it through a lens of only seeing a little bit, because obviously we don't know the net positive or the net negative of suffering. It's hard for us to see. We can see maybe the physical implications of a net negative, but if we're looking at it, from an all-powerful, all-loving God, and we're trying to, kind of like combat his objective kind of morality or his objective good and his objective creation with our, kind of our own subjective moral compass, I feel like that argument kind of fails.
Right. Go ahead, Sean,
would you agree in principle that unnecessary suffering is always bad?
I guess I could say that, but it would depend what you would say unnecessary suffering is. I believe that all suffering is necessary, so I don't even know if I believe that unnecessary suffering kind of exists.
How are you distinguishing necessary? Hold on. How are you distinguishing necessary? So let me explain what I mean by necessary. Necessary would mean like for a greater good. So, for example, if you give a child a vaccine, they receive a little bit of momentary pain, like the prick in the arm, but the health benefits of avoiding serious illness from the vaccine, the good of that outweighs having to poke them in the arm with a sharp object. Like, so you have a little bit of suffering, but it was necessary in order to achieve a greater good. Unnecessary suffering would be like there is no greater goal, that the suffering was needed in order to achieve that greater goal. So that's what I mean. So would you agree that suffering just in and of itself for the sake of suffering, or without a greater good that the suffering is necessary to achieve, would be unnecessary suffering and would be bad? Would you agree with that?
I would agree with that, but I don't know if we would necessarily agree on what we believe unnecessary suffering and necessary suffering is. Like, I guess if physical examples of them, but I can agree with the premise, but I don't know if we would necessarily agree on.
We might disagree as to whether or not suffering in a given case is necessary or unnecessary, but in principle, you agree that unnecessary suffering is always bad. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think
go for it, John.
Thanks, Sean. So I'm going to introduce you to my favorite piece of playground equipment. This is called the seesaw of shit. And the way the seesaw of shit works is that if you imagine a seesaw, and on one side is God's power, and on the other side is God's goodness, what you have to do is you have to stop God's goodness going down by raising it up, by making the argument that all the suffering that happens isn't actually unnecessary, it's necessary, which is kind of what you've been doing, right? And as you do that, look what happens. His power goes down. And the more you argue that children's cancer wards and tsunamis ripping babies out of the arms of their mothers and natural disasters causing floods that wipe out entire communities and cancer in babies and all of this stuff, the more that you make the argument that God just has to make all of those things happen. He's not choosing to make them happen. He doesn't want them to happen. He has to make them happen because of some greater good that he's trying to bring about later that we just can't see. You lift up his power, his goodness, but his power goes down. And eventually what you end up with is a God who's is a nice enough guy. All of these terrible things of suffering are regrettable, but they're necessary because of some future state of reality that God intends to bring about later. He's just not powerful enough to bring that state about without some minimum quota of agony that needs to be distributed on living creatures. And so you've sort of rehabilitated his reputation, but you've destroyed his power in the process, because if you look on the power side of the seesaw of shit, it's on the ground or near the ground, maybe not on.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So the seesaw argument, jumping into that, I would say that the reason why it doesn't necessarily limit God's power is because it's something that's not logically possible. So, for example, whenever you have, you're given like, can God make a three-sided square? It's not necessarily, oh, well, if God can't do that, then it limits his power. It would be an argument that it's not logically possible. So in the same way that
let me address that.
Say that it limits God.
Let me address that, because I don't think you will be able to show that it's not logically possible. You're not going to be able to do that. So a three-sided square cannot exist because a square is defined as something that isn't three-sided. So that would violate the law of identity and the law of non-contradiction, because you would be saying it doesn't have three sides and it does have three sides. So that cannot exist. It's nonsensical. But to say that there's a future state of reality that God would like to bring about, and he can't bring it about any other way than children's cancer wards, logic doesn't rescue you from that, because there's no law of logic violated by saying God, if he's all powerful, would be able to bring that state of reality around without the children suffering. Which law of logic would be violated by making that claim?
Well, that's what you would think, right? But we're not looking at it as a scope of us being all-knowing.
I'm asking you, though. But I'm asking you. You said it's not logical. So which law of logic would be violated by saying God is able, an all-powerful being? In fact, I would make the case that your argument is not logical, because an all-powerful being would be able to bring about any state of the world that isn't a logical contradiction. And there's nothing I've said that would be a logical contradiction here. And if there is, what would it be?
So, I guess the logical contradiction would be that because we have a world in which, I think the example you used, babies getting cancer, because we have a world in which babies get cancer exists, and because God creates the perfect world, that means if there was a world where babies got cancer did not exist, it would not be the perfect world.
But that's just labeling suffering good. That's literally just saying, starting point one, everything God does is good. Here's a fucking horrific thing, But reference point 1, it must be good. This is why religion breaks people, because it forces you to describe things that are morally horrific, or just horrific anyway, as good just because they're God's work product. But then you strip yourself of the ability to actually look at something and go, you know what? Babies with cancer isn't good. Because if that's true, we should have all the cancer hospitals shut down now. Let's just send all the oncologists home. Cancer is good, apparently.
Where I disagree with this is that it's not that cancer is good or that suffering is good, but it's that cancer is a net positive and suffering is a net positive. So God did not create cancer. Cancer developed in a world that he created because sin and death entered the world, right?
Watch the seesaw. Watch the seesaw. Watch the seesaw. He just couldn't help it. He didn't want pain and suffering and cancer. Watch the seesaw. Look, he's going up. He's a stand-up guy. Let's look at the other side. Was he powerful enough to stop them? Did he know it was going to happen anyway? Could he have intervened to stop cancer in babies? If any question, any answer to that other than yes limits his power, and if the answer is yes, but he chose not to, then the seesaw on the other side comes down, and he's choosing those things. There's no difference between an all-powerful being.
It doesn't limit his power because it's not logical to think of a perfect world without cancer.
But you're just calling it perfect. Hang on. Now, this is just word games. You're just calling it perfect and then going, because everything God does is perfect, therefore the current state of affairs must be perfect, therefore it's illogical to suggest that he could do otherwise. You're limiting his power even more now.
Right, but for the sake of the argument, so we are already assuming, even if you don't believe this, because we're arguing a morality of God, we are already assuming that God is all just, all powerful, all knowing.
You are assuming that. We're asking you to demonstrate it. You already agreed unnecessary suffering is always bad. We disagree about what. Hold on, let me finish. You agreed that unnecessary suffering is always bad. We may disagree about what is or is not unnecessary. I think we can agree that children having cancer causes them and their loved ones to suffer. So there's suffering right there that needs to be accounted for. It needs to be necessary. Please name a greater good, something that makes it necessary that God is not powerful enough to achieve without the cancer.
So the greatest good would be the final world product that God is ultimately going for.
So God's not powerful enough to achieve that without cancer?
That's the problem.
Not, like I said, it's not that he's not powerful enough, it's that it's not logical.
What's the logical contradiction? Which law of logic? So a circle square violates the law of
identity.
Yeah, it violates the law of identity. What law of logic is actually being violated here?
Yeah.
The logic that's being violated is if we have an all-powerful God, an all-knowing God, then ultimately he is the only one that knows what is a net positive and what is a net negative.
That's not a law of logic. That's an apologetic argument. That isn't a law of logic.
So let me go back.
It's not a law of logic.
So are you familiar with the story of Job in the Bible?
Yes, it's horrific. It's one of the examples I use for what an asshole God is.
Right. So that's why I wanted to bring it up. So because I feel like this tracks. Like, for example, somebody brings up somebody in the chat was like, please explain to me how my cancer was a net positive. So when I look at the story Job, and it talks about, everything, Job was such a faithful man, and then God allowed the devil to come in and test Job almost, right? And Job experienced immense suffering. His children died, his servants died, his cattle was taken away, right? So when you look at that, maybe if you were to ask Job, hey, Job, was this a negative experience? Yes, maybe it's a negative to Job, but is it a net negative or a net positive?
It's a net negative. Positive. He killed his children. He killed his family.
But that's what I'm saying. You're looking at it through Job's perspective. You're not looking at it through the entire world's perspective.
I'm looking at it through logic. If God is all powerful, then there's no such thing as necessary suffering, because there's no greater good God could not achieve without the suffering. If God needs the suffering in order to achieve these things, he's not all powerful.
So can we just take a moment in the conversation, because I mentioned oncologists earlier, and we actually have one in the chat with us right now. So can I introduce you to Dr. Dig, who is actually an oncologist and might have a perspective on this that might be helpful. Hey, Dr. Dig.
Hello, good morning.
Hi.
So, yeah, I'm a computational oncologist. So I guess two things. One, cancer is not the result of sin. I can pretty confidently, as strong as a fact could be, that is one. And then second, the only I don't think I would ever say that cancer is a net positive, but the thing that could be positive, the only thing I could really think of that could be positive from that is that you get a cancer that has a hereditary basis, and you getting that cancer then tips us off and that your family might have it, and then we can help your family way better. That's the only positive I would say probably that comes from it.
Right. And I guess kind of where I push back on that, when you say cancer is not a product of sin, so death is a product of sin. Obviously, cancer causes death. Sickness is a product of sin. You know, those are all products of sin as described in the Bible. So, I mean, obviously, I believe the Bible is true.
Let me ask you this question. So when you get cancer, do you go to church or do you go to the doctor?
It depends who you are, but a lot of people go to the doctor.
I'm asking you.
I would go. I would do both, right? I would go to church and the doctor.
Well, which one do you think is more important, though, in your health journey?
If you could only do one or the other,
would be more important. I would go to the doctor.
Okay, why?
There's an honest answer.
Yeah, but why though?
Well, because we're talking about a physical sickness, so that's what doctors are. God is not.
But you said it's caused by sin. It's caused by sin.
Was there cancer before the fall?
But what I'm saying is God doesn't have an obligation.
Dubsky, was there cancer before the fall?
Before the fall?
Yeah.
Like before
before Adam and Eve, before the fruit-related crime incident.
No.
Do you know that dinosaurs had bone cancer? We have dinosaur bones with bone cancer on them. Fossils of dinosaurs that had extensive bone cancer. From
millions of years before
80, 100, 120 million years ago, there were creatures roaming the earth 100 million years ago and dying of cancer.
Right. I misinterpreted the question. Yes, I would say cancer was around before Adam and Eve. I'm sorry. I misinterpreted the question, but I kind of want to touch back
hang on a minute. So it was a punishment inflicted ahead of the crime, before time.
So, and this is what I would say is that death entered the world for humans after the crime, but it didn't necessarily enter the world after the crime for animals. But touching back on, I haven't really been able to finish all of my points on the Job story. So I never really got to bridge how Job could be a net negative story, because we talked on how God was evil, but it's a net negative because we don't know how much truly good and joy could have come from the story because of how many millions of lives that story saved. However, God does. So God knew before Job was tested all the net positive that would come before this. And we're just looking at, the net negative from Job's perspective. But whenever...
Is God powerful enough to get those net positives without doing all the awful shit to Job?
It's impossible. It's not that he's not powerful enough. It's impossible.
Yeah, that's impossible. We're going over the same argument again. You're claiming that there's a violation of the laws of logic by saying that an all-powerful God would be able to achieve these ends without this amount of suffering, and you're not able to demonstrate which law of logic would be violated by it. Let me give you an example that shows how poor this argument.
It's not necessarily that I'm saying a specific law of logic. I'm saying that it's impossible.
Well, no, but you're appealing to logic, and appealing to logic, you've got to have your ducks in order. You've got to be able to say it's going to violate the law of non-contradiction, or it's going to violate excluded middle, or you have to know what you're talking about if you're going to say it's illogical. Otherwise, you're just saying it doesn't make personal sense to you. That's all you're really saying.
It's violating. Like I said, it's not necessarily like a specific law of logic, and maybe it does, but I'm just not familiar with all the specific laws of logic. But it's violating the fact that God is perfect, creates a perfect world. So any world that you can imagine that he didn't create, would now be not a perfect world. So if you're looking at it,
that's a word game.
That's the thing we're debating. That's the thing we're debating. We are. John and I are saying God is not perfect. He's not morally good, etc.
I understand that.
Hold on. Let me finish. You're saying that he is perfect and he's morally good, and so we are making arguments for why he's not. And what you're saying is that violates the laws of logic because it goes against my conclusion. You're saying it's a logical contradiction.
Premise.
Yes, that's correct. We're disagreeing with the premise. We are disagreeing with the premise.
The premise,
my premise, the thing we're actually debating is actually true. So it must be necessary so all this suffering must be necessary. That's the thing we're debating.
Well, well, no, because we're not necessarily. So we're not debating if God is real. We're debating if an all-perfect, all-loving, all-powerful God exists. Is he immoral? So we are already, for the sake of the argument, assuming that an all-perfect, all-powerful God does exist.
No, we're arguing that if the God of the Bible exists, he's not only not perfect, he's a moral monster.
Right.
Yeah. Hold on. You're arguing he's morally perfect, but we make an argument showing his moral imperfection, and you're saying, well, that's a logical contradiction because it contradicts my conclusion.
No, it's not because it contradicts my conclusion. It's because it contradicts the God of the Bible. You're saying if the God of the Bible exists, then he is immoral. I am saying if the God of the Bible exists, it is impossible for him to be immoral because the God of the Bible exists as an all-perfect, all-knowing, all-powerful God.
But that's just word games, my friend. This is just word games. This is like saying I've got a God who I define as being bigger than your God. And because I've defined him in that way, your God is now my God's bitch. QED. You don't get to do that. You can define your God any way you like. You have to actually demonstrate that the qualities that you're assigning to the God are justifiable in an argument or with evidence. And you're a long way off doing that because when we look at the God of the Bible, this is a handy segue in, when we look at the character of the God of the Bible and the things he does, if you're going to hold that because you've defined him as being morally perfect, everything he does must be also morally perfect, then according to you, slavery is morally perfect, killing children with swords is morally perfect, stoning innocent women to death with rocks is morally perfect. And you're going to have to defend an absolute boatload of very morally imperfect behaviors and actions and laws and commands that come from this God. And I don't envy you having to do that. I mean, we can look at some of them now if you want to, but if your starting point is God is morally perfect, therefore no criticism of anything he does is valid because it must be perfect. That's not a sound argument, friend. That's a terrible argument. One of the worst I've ever heard in my entire life. If you're going to claim that God is good, you have to actually evidence that with something that means something. You don't get to just assign it by fiat and say, right, now we've defined God as good. Every argument we have about God's moral character must be had through the filter of our starting point definition of him being good, because that shuts down the whole conversation.
It has to be held through. Exactly. That's why I think your point's illogical, because you're arguing that the Christian God in the Bible is immoral. But I'm saying, how can the Christian God in the Bible be immoral if we know that the Christian God in the Bible is described as being the complete creator of objective morality?
Because the description is bullshit. The description is bullshit. So you can describe him as being the creator of objective morality, but first of all, we don't accept that objective morality even exists, and you won't be able to prove that it does.
The Bible exists.
I beg pardon?
Well, when we started the argument, you're already accepting that we're talking about the God in the Bible. So you can't claim that subjective morality doesn't exist.
I can. Watch me. So even if we're critiquing the God of the Bible as some kind of internal critique and saying, let's just assume that God exists. If I assume that God exists, I still say objective morality doesn't exist. Okay, wishing it into existence isn't the work that you need to do to get there. But the work you need to do to get there is much harder than just wishing it or proclaiming it. It would be so easy if we could just define things and say, I've defined it that way now, it's therefore real. That would be amazing. I'd define myself as a billionaire.
It's almost as you're accepting like the fact that, okay, I'm accepting that God is all powerful and all omnipotent, but I'm not accepting the fact that he is not all good. Okay, well, that goes against, we're arguing about the God in the Bible who is described as being all good.
That's different, because all powerful and all knowing are objective measures of ability. All good is a value judgment. It's to call someone good is a value judgment. And so what I'm saying is,
I disagree. I believe that good is objective. I believe that morality is objective.
You can believe that all you like, but you won't be able to demonstrate it. Demonstrate it now. Demonstrate that good is an objective thing that exists.
I mean, I feel like there are examples that we can all agree of something being like objectively bad, right?
No. You won't be able to provide one. And let me just respond to something
objectively bad.
Something in the comments right now. So Earth 1710 is saying, if there is no objective morality, then God is not morally imperfect. Your argument self-refutes. It doesn't, Earth, because the whole point here is that you can make a moral claim without appealing to objectivity. When I say God is bad, I'm just saying I have an understanding of good and bad, which is shared by most people. Most people have have an understanding of what kind of behavior is preferable or good and what kind of behavior isn't. And we tend to kind of agree on a lot of principles. And even where we disagree, I'm still going to voice my opinion about it. And I'm going to say, I think this is bad because, and I've got my reasons, right? My reasons are it leads to suffering. It's cruel. It's sadistic. It seems to take joy in suffering. These are things which are, for me, signposts for bad. So I'm absolutely comfortable and confident to look at the God of the Bible and say, as Sean says, he is a moral monster. He's an absolute beast because look at his behavior. Look at what he does.
What I'm saying is, if we're looking at the God of the Bible and you're claiming he's immoral, I'm saying that's not logical because that's not how this God is described in the Bible. He's described as being all good.
Yeah, we're disagreeing with the Bible. It's not illogical for us to disagree with the Bible. Are you familiar with circular reasoning?
God in the Bible, right? You're arguing against this picture of God that you have in the Bible, but you're not actually arguing against the God in the Bible.
Are you familiar with circular reasoning? What circular reasoning is?
Yes, I'm familiar, and I understand that.
Hold on. Circular reasoning is when you include your conclusion in the premises of your argument. So, for example, right now we agree we have this book or a collection of books, whatever, the Bible, that describes this God, and it may describe that God as good. John and I are saying, based on that God's actions, that God is bad. You're saying, no, he's actually good, and the Bible is correct that he's good. We're disagreeing on that. So we're discussing that, and you're saying, but that's illogical because my conclusion here, I'm going to put it in the premise, the Bible says God is all good, so therefore it would be a logical contradiction for you to describe anything he does as bad. That's textbook circular reasoning.
But what I'm saying is that I don't believe you guys are looking through the lens of the God in the Bible. I think you're looking through it as, and no. I guess you would agree with this, that you're looking at it as your worldview of the God in the Bible, right? You can agree with that?
Likewise, when I describe Hitler and I described him as bad, I'm not judging his actions through the lens of Hitler's perspective. Like, you just don't do that.
Right.
We all have our moral values, right? And if I'm evaluating someone else, I'm not evaluating through their own perspective. I'm just like you would. I'm evaluating them through mine. So yes, I believe the God of the Bible would believe the God of the Bible is good. I believe Hitler would believe Hitler was good, and on and on.
I'm not making a claim that God of the Bible believes that himself is good, but I would say, so you're viewing this through your world lens is what you're saying, correct?
We all are.
Right. Okay, but what
we all are. Our perspectives are through our own lens.
But what I'm saying is your view of morality is futile. Like, it's not in line with my belief of morality. Like, I don't. It not only is not in line.
Yeah, we have different subjective values.
So let's demonstrate this then. Let's demonstrate this where the rubber meets the road, because we've been talking about the philosophy of this for half an hour. So now we have to actually talk about the real world. Do you think it's morally good to punish people for a crime who didn't do the crime?
I believe there can be a net positive out of it. Yes.
Right. So there could be a net positive. Go ahead, Dig.
He he still never answered the question. What's the net positive of cancer?
Well, he answered it with a circular argument, which is the net positive is that the world is perfect. God made it perfect, therefore it must be perfect. Which is just a circular argument. Mm-hmm. That's the argument. That's going to be the response to all of this is going to be a circular argument. So your idea of justice is that it's okay to punish innocent people.
The God in the Bible.
Yeah, but you don't get to the God of the Bible doesn't get a magical immunity against moral evaluation just because you've defined him as perfect. And similarly, Earth in the comments is saying God in the Bible doesn't do one evil act; he is totally good. This is exactly the same thing that you're doing, which is to say,
I haven't been the one to define him as perfect.
Well, you have. You have done that.
I would agree with that, but I didn't.
Yeah. But in this argument, that's what you're doing. You're saying this book I've got, this book I've got defines him as good, right? I think it's Deuteronomy 32:4 or 32:2. I always forget which one it is. All his ways are just. So the book says, everything he does is good, and therefore you have to look at all his disgusting acts, and then the argument you're going to make is, on balance, it's going to be good because I've just defined him that way. That's a lazy argument because you're not actually making an argument to justify that claim. You're just asserting it and expecting everyone to accept it. That's not an argument.
But what I'm saying is it's not that I've defined him that way because we're arguing about the Bible. That's how the Bible defined him. So you're accepting the premise that the Bible, we're arguing for the God in the Bible, against the God in the Bible. You're not. No. You don't accept that we're arguing against the God in the Bible? Is that not the subject of the debate?
No, so we're discussing that doesn't mean we have to accept all of the descriptors that are value judgments in the Bible. So if somewhere in the Bible it says God who is all good, we don't accept that value judgment of the Bible. Like that doesn't. So we are disagreeing. We are disagreeing. Like if the biblical God is true. We are disagreeing with that value judgment that whatever author put on that God.
I can show you right now how the God of the Bible is not good. I can show you right now. Wouldn't all good God make bad laws?
Wouldn't an all good God make bad laws?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it would depend if the bad laws had a net positive, right?
Okay.
That would be my answer. Talking about the God in the Bible.
So if there was a law, and I see the exit that you're carving for yourself here, I could give you the most I could give you the most absolutely horrendous circumstance where an obvious miscarriage of justice was being done and innocent people were being harmed, and you'd go, well, God might make it so that there's a net positive to this, and then we're supposed to all applaud as if you've demonstrated that this moral monstrosity of an act was actually a wonderful thing because you've just said it's going to be a net positive. That isn't how this stuff works, right? You don't get to just magic up out of thin air an imagined net positive at some point in the future and thereby by fiat declare every monstrosity and every horrific act good. It's imagining it.
Will happen.
Well, no, that's just your claim that you're holding on to like a baby sucking on a pacifier, right? So God makes it. God passes a law. God passes a law to the people of Israel, which, if implemented, would have resulted in many, many, many innocent people being stoned to death. What you're just going to go, well, yeah, I know it sounds a little bit bad to you, but actually there's going to be a net positive because at some point in the future, wonderful things will happen, which couldn't have happened if those innocent people hadn't been stoned to death. Can you see how this is a morally idiotic argument?
Not only do I not see that it's morally idiotic, I haven't even heard a critique that you can tell me why it's not true. You just sit here and claim that it's idiotic and that you don't agree with it.
You're basically saying nothing can be wrong, nothing can be bad, no amount of suffering can be disagreed with, no amount of cruelty can be judged because magic in the future. And then we're all supposed to go, bravo, magic in the future. That's an excellent legal argument. No, you're the one making the claim. It's not for me to disprove it.
I'm not saying that. The Bible said that.
But the Bible,
arguing Christian, that you are arguing with somebody who believes that
but the Bible doesn't say that.
True,
so let me
correct?
give you an example of how the Bible doesn't say this, right? So here's one of the most disgusting laws in Deuteronomy, right? Now, this is about how you purge evil, okay? This is a way that you purge evil. So we're going to talk about the evil people that get purged, okay? And here it is. This is an idiotic virginity test that basically says that if a man accuses his new bride of not being a virgin, if her parents can prove that she was a virgin by showing blood on the marital bed, that he has to pay a fine and have some minor punishment. But if it turns out that they can't show blood on the marital bed, then they purge the evil by stoning the bride to death. Right? What future good is promised by the Bible for this poor young girl? It might have been a young girl because people married very young 2,000-3,000 years ago. So this could have been a 15, 16-year-old girl who's now been stoned to death for not being able to demonstrate that she was a virgin. What's the future good that comes as a result of that the Bible promises for her?
Right. I do just want to give a heads up that I have about 5 minutes left. I just made it to work. But
you're going to need more than 5 minutes to rehabilitate your argument. So you might want to call back, because this is 5 hours work and you won't have scratched the surface.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, so you said for her, but what I'm saying is there's not always, not the person that's, like I think we kind of established earlier, the person that's being harmed might not always reap the net positive, right?
So fuck her and a good future outcome for someone else. Fantastic. That's a moral good. That's a moral good, right?
A future outcome that God wasn't powerful enough to do without stoning the innocent women to death.
Yeah.
It's not that he's not powerful. It's that it is.
No, it's that he's not powerful enough, because the claim you're making, and we could have saved so much time here, the claim you're making is that God is not powerful enough to bring about this wonderful future, wonderful outcome that you keep on dreaming about so wistfully, without innocent girls being stoned to death. He just didn't have it in him. Couldn't figure it out. It's just beyond his pay grade. No way of doing it. It's a logical contradiction. It's impossible for God to bring about a universe in which innocent girls aren't stoned to death because he's really, really good. Do you really expect anyone to take that argument seriously? That is asinine, dude. That is one of the worst arguments I've ever heard.
It's not that. Okay, well, I mean, if you're just gonna, criticize me, then
no, I'm not criticizing you. You sound like a lovely fellow. It's a terrible argument. Make a better argument.
I mean, it's not. We as Christians, right? We logically have to believe this argument that I'm making.
You don't have to believe anything. You're entitled to open your eyes and go, hang on a minute, 2 and 2 doesn't add up to 7. Something smells fishy here. And think for yourself. Don't obey the book when it tells you to believe like a child, lean not on your own understanding, and all of that stuff. That is designed to keep you stupid. That's what that's designed to do. You don't have to do it.
I would believe the fact that I'm coming on this live kind of proves that I'm willing to engage with opposite viewpoints, that I've thought about opposite viewpoints.
I congratulate you for that.
Your entire argument is literally God is good because the Bible says he's good. And John and I are like looking at his behavior, breaking it down. Why is this necessary? If he's all, etc., all these awful things he does. And then you just circle back. Well, he's good. He's good because the Bible says he's good. That's literally the entirety of your argument.
My argument is that you guys are trying to, through your moral standards, are trying to tell me that the creator of morality is not good. And that's why I think that's a stupid argument. But I don't sit here and tell you that's a stupid argument, that who made you the creator of morality? Who came down here and struck John as the moral judge of the world?
But
right?
I say that. Yeah, come back to us and we'll dive into that.
That's a long discussion. You'd be welcome back, B-Dubsky. We've enjoyed talking to you. Sometimes the dialogue does get a little robust sometimes, but I want you to notice something, and you can listen back to this later when it's on YouTube, because this all goes on YouTube. So you'll notice when you listen back that nobody called you as a stupid person or attacked you personally. What I said was that these verses are designed to keep you stupid, right? They want to keep people stupid. They want to keep people not thinking critically, right? You sound like a lovely guy. I just think that your reasoning is really, really poor here, and I think you can do better. And I think if you think about it, you might realize that you can. But I would say maybe that's a good endpoint if you're about to get into work. So let's leave it there. And come back another time, and we'll explain why we're not appointing ourselves the moral arbiters of the world. We can have a discussion about how we can say things ethically and what it means to judge God, and who can and why we think we can. And you can give your argument for why you think we can't. We'd enjoy speaking to you again if you come back.
Okay, cool. I appreciate that.
All right. Thanks for coming in. Take it easy. All right. Dr. Dig, thank you. I'm not sure how productive it was. I'm not sure he really understood your point about the cancer, but thank you for making it.
Yeah, no problem. I'll drop down.
All right, nice to speak.
I'll just say, if anyone has any science, anything they want to debate, I have a kind of a load on Tuesday, so I'll be listening.
Good stuff. Excellent. Well, we'll call on you if we need backup in the science department. We appreciate you. If we need the always
science witch woman.
The science, the evil science witch woman. I rebuke thee, woman.
Yes,
yeah, that would be good.
I'll be here.
All right. Lovely to see you as always. Thanks so much.
You too.
Okay, get your votes in, folks. I'm about to lock the voting. If you haven't voted and rated the last call, we would love to get your thoughts. I thought B. Dubsky was he wasn't trolling. He was. I don't think he was arguing in bad faith. I just think he had very, very poor argument. I think his argument was structurally poor, as you kept on pointing out, Sean. There was a circularity there, but I don't think he was arguing from a bad place. I think he was trying. It just wasn't a good quality argument. Okay, so I'm going to call that vote locked in right now. There you go. And I'm going to read a couple of messages, then we're going to get Gen X Marine in next. So we will do this like that. And Resin Stunt said, I really despise this insanely arrogant position. This is actually to the caller before. This wasn't about B. Dubsky. This was, I think, about Johannes. I really despise this insanely arrogant position of, if you disagree, then you clearly just don't understand. We hear that a lot around here. As if disagreeing with you necessitates misunderstanding. Grow up, narc. Yeah, it is narcissistic to presume that the only explanation for a difference of opinion must necessarily be a lack of understanding on the part of the other person. It looks like Gen X Marine has dropped out, sadly, so we're going to get Prince in just a moment. Just a couple more messages, and then we'll get Prince in. What else do we have? We have Base to Share back again. Thank you so much. If you're constantly having to explain yourself, caller, maybe your logic isn't as sound as you think. Yeah, I should have read that out during the call, but absolutely right. There was definitely some poor communicating going on there. They call Jesus holy. This is from Mike Bowen. Sorry. Hey, Mike. Great to see you, friend. They call Jesus holy because of what happened to his hands. Ooh, ouch. Okay. Fair enough. In lieu of Tim Davidson, someone has to step up, and Mike is the one to do it. I appreciate that very much. And Resin Stance also says, yes, the babble is very hyperbolic. Fairy tales tend to do that. They really do. A lot of hyperbole there to be had. And Optimus Rhymes, nice to see you, friend. Dude, got an hour. Isn't greed a sin? I know that conversation went on for a long time. We don't normally get to an hour. That's a long way to go. But there we are. It just seemed to just fly by. And Mike also said that caller had a voice for silent films and an attitude for solitary confinement. Oops, that's harsh. Possibly true. Possibly true. And then Duskframe. Nice to see you. Duskframe said, I have a hot take about pigeons. I think they're very cute, and I think it's messed up how humans abandoned them after relying on them for centuries. Okay. You might have to let me think about that one, Duskframe. I'm sure there's probably some wisdom there that I'm not picking up on. A couple more messages, then we'll get Prince in. Thank you for waiting, Prince. I really appreciate your patience. Resistance says, Chrissies need to be banned. from the use of the word objective. They abuse that word to the point that it's clear they have no idea what it means. I think that's true, and I think quite often there's an appeal to objective this and objective that, as if that's job done, with absolutely no work being done to establish whether the thing they're appealing to actually is objective, or whether they're just choosing to label it that way or say that it's somehow defined that way. And last message.
I remember that one guy. What is your objective standard for silly?
For silly,
actually,
I know. I know. It was a top moment. Yeah, it was when we were running the topic was God is silly, and someone said, "What's your objective standard for silly?" It was a peak moment. And last super chat before we get Prince in is Resistance again says the seesaw argument is perfect. Oh, thank you very much. I'm quite proud of that. I know I keep on talking about this mythical merch store, but I promise it is coming. And there is going to be seesaw-related goods in the merch store. I'm working on that as we speak. Okay, let's get Prince in and see what Prince is saying. I think we spoke to Prince before.
Yeah, we did. We had a great conversation with him last time.
I remember, yeah.
Mr. Sean and Mr. Jon, how y'all doing today?
We're good, buddy. How are you? Buddy? Nice to speak to you again.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you for having me up.
Sure. The floor is yours.
Yes, sir. So I wanted to have a moral discussion with y'all, but I feel like it would be better because I'm a universalist. That plays into a lot of my moral arguments. So I feel like first we should talk about hell is ridiculous, because I would agree with you.
Sure.
I won't harp on it. Eternal hell is a much more recent development in the church history. I'm a Thomist myself. Sir Thomas Aquinas did hold to universalism as well as many apostolic fathers. So I'm just going to sort of dogmatically accept the belief in universalism. Would that be okay for the sake of the argument?
I think so. Can you explain exactly?
Hell doesn't exist, right? If universalism is where everyone goes to heaven, so that would mean, well, maybe hell exists, but only for like Satan and his minions or what have you. Is that your position?
It'd be similar to like the purgatory belief that Catholics hold. I'm like agnostic to it, but I believe that all people will go through some sort of like refining process, which is where the fires are brought up, but then all will be ultimately saved.
Okay. The people who get purified and then end up in heaven, do they go through, is the process painful? Like, is it like we're going to literally burn off all your sin, or is it like an unpainful process that eventually leads everyone to heaven?
So, so the argument I'm sorry, I'm a bit tired. It's early in the morning for me.
No, it's good. Me too, man.
The word that is used when it talks about the fire, it's the Hebrew and Koine word for outside of time. And where we get this eternal concept is when they translated it into the Latin Vulgate. And that word in Greek and Hebrew just doesn't translate correctly in Latin. So that's where they get outside of time becoming eternal. So because it's outside of time, I don't believe there's going to be this sequence of events similar to how it is the way we experience space-time. So I think it will be this moment in a sense that's atemporal where we won't experience anything.
I have a problem with I have a problem with this notion of atemporal things and things outside of time, because something atemporal exists for 0 seconds, which is the same as not existing. And there's any state of affairs that exists has to come into existence at a point in time and then last for some duration of time. And it's very hard to find an interface between a reality in which time is passing, and by time is passing, we just mean that events are ordered in a sequence. And then to find a way of interfacing that in a meaningful way with a state of reality in which events don't pass. There is no sequencing. There is no cause. There is no before. There is no after. An atemporal period of time, whatever that means, or state of being, could never end, because for it to end, it would have to be sequenced in time. There would need to be a passage from it existing to it not existing, which is itself a temporal change of state. So I have a problem with that just philosophically, the notion of atemporal. And that applies to God as well, by the way. For people who make the claim that God exists outside of time, then he can't do anything, can't have any thoughts, can't plan any actions, can't create anything, because you'd have to move from a period where he hadn't created it to a period where he was thinking about creating it to a period where he had created it. All of those are temporal. I struggle a bit with that.
Do you mind if I try and flesh that out for you a little bit? It may not be a satisfying answer, but at least if I just explain my framework.
Of course.
So I believe, do you have an understanding of the three hypostases of the Godhead?
Not really.
So not to like explain it in some long Philbro spiel. Basically, there are three persons in the God nature. So the limitless potential of God. So God is going to be known as actus purus, which means that all the qualities that we understand of God, as well as being a creator, is eternally part of his nature. The Father would be like unlimited potential. This is going to be a rough explanation, so it's not going to make sense when I don't like explain it philosophically. But God is going to be like unlimited potential. The Holy Spirit is going to be like the negation or separation of things, what will be actualized versus what won't be. And then Jesus or the Son would be the physical manifestation of those things. And so if eternally there is the unlimited potential, the separation of ideas, and the physical manifestation, then in some sense there would be like a God time, because we understand that in heaven there are other agents that are doing things and acting. So there must be some sequence of events that's outside of ours. I know that was a bit of a spiel. I hope that made sense.
I mean, I don't feel that my understanding of any of these concepts is enhanced by relabeling them in that way. Because to me, those kind of explanations are kind of just saying, here's a thing and we're going to relabel it another thing. And all the things involved in the relabeling themselves don't have a meaning that I find sort of intellectually satisfying, that I can hold on to. But that could just be my own lack of ability to understand this stuff. Could be.
Yes, sir. And like I said, it could be unsatisfying to you. Obviously, you're not a Christian. So there are a lot of precepts that I hold that make that answer satisfying, whereas you wouldn't.
Sure. And then we could get into like, well, what's the justification for those presuppositions? But that's going to be really, really boring for everyone. So
yes, sir. Yeah.
So let's get on to the stuff you wanted to talk about then. So you wanted to talk about the morality.
Yes, sir. There's two things that I wanted to talk about, because I heard you speak about subjective morality, but there are many values that you hold that you believe a majority of people would hold to. I think that that's an interesting conversation, because in my mind that points to some sort of objective standards that we all can like inductively come to, which points to there be
not really, because the universality of a position is independent from whether it's subjective or objective. So I'll give you two opposing ideas. So for example, the last statistic I looked up, sadly about 10% of Americans believe the earth is flat. Right? So you don't have a universal consensus on the shape of the earth. However, it is either objectively flat, objectively spherical, or some other shape or whatever. Like the bottom line is people are either objectively right or wrong on that. Conversely, if we put 100 people together and everybody agrees chocolate tastes good, that doesn't make culinary tastes in food an objective. It's still subjective. So consensus has nothing to do, or lack thereof, doesn't really have any bearing on whether something is objective or subjective. But I would agree that the normal human state is we have some level of empathy. It's a social trait. And so we don't like behaviors that harm people, and we like behaviors that help people. And so there is a near universality on that, and there's exceptions, and it gets real complex. But speaking generally, people don't like harmful behaviors, and people like helpful behaviors. And so, but it is still a subjective value for each person, whether they care about and value the well-being of others, or, for divine command theorists, if obedience to the God they believe exists, they may value that over anything else, including well-being. So you're starting with a subjective value judgment either way.
John, did you want to say anything before?
No, thank you, Prince. So I think really just to underline what Sean said, it's important not to get confused between objectivity and unanimity. So the fact that everybody might have the same opinion about something doesn't make it objective, and it doesn't even approach it being objective. It just means there happens to be broad agreement about something. It could be the case that every single person in the world agrees with a particular moral claim, for example. There's no threshold at which it suddenly starts being objective just because enough people agree with it. Even if everyone agrees with it, it doesn't make it objective. It just means everyone agrees with that value for some reason. For it to be objective, we would have to hold that it's a true fact about reality, which applies independent of any minds. So if we say, it's an objective it's objectively true that lead is more dense than wood. That's an objective fact that we don't need minds for that to be true. You need minds to talk about it, but you don't need minds for it to be true. Whereas we can't make that kind of claim, in my view. And there are people who are smarter than me who disagree, but my personal view is we can't make that kind of claim about any ethical pronouncements unless we're first establishing an aim that we're looking for, which might be, in the case of Sean and me, reducing suffering and maximizing well-being. Once you've done that, then you can evaluate any moral claim objectively with respect to that outcome that you're aiming for. But you're still vulnerable to a charge of, well, it's just your subjective preference to have chosen that outcome rather than a different one. And if your chosen outcome was maximizing suffering, well, then it would become, under that scheme, objectively right that you should steal and objectively right that you should hurt people. So then you could say, well, why is one person's chosen outcome intrinsically better than another person's chosen outcome? And then you really just get down to, and by the way, one of those chosen outcomes might be pleasing God or doing God's will or following what God likes. They're all subjective choices, right? And then you can get down to sort of evaluating the different possible subjective choices you can make for your chosen outcome that you're trying to get to. And I think they are not all created equal either, because you could say, like, just a really basic thing is, like, we understand that we don't like suffering, we don't like pain. We don't like pain, so we don't want to be in a world where there's lots of pain because it might not be good for us, might not be good for our own self-interest, and we're motivated to recoil from pain in others as well. We've got mirror neurons that cause us to feel empathy, and it's, have you ever had that thing when you hear a child crying in real pain and it just hurts you? It's not just that it's an unpleasant sound. I don't know if you've ever experienced it, but like if I hear a child in real distress, I don't mean just like whinging and whining. I mean like when a child's hurt themselves and they're really, really crying and they're really hurting. It's agony to listen to it. And that's my mind telling me I don't like suffering. That's my mind calibrating my baseline subjective scheme for then building my moral system on. And so I think you can start with real basic principles like being alive is preferable to not being alive. Not being in pain is preferable to being in pain, generally speaking, in most cases. And that gives you a signpost to then build something which is still subjective at its heart, but it's subjective with some rationale, and then you can evaluate things objectively with respect to that. And now I'll be quiet.
I think that you touched on a bunch of interesting things, you and Sean did. The one that I thought is the most important is you said there's really no threshold to establish like an objective moral system. So your framework would be that it's impossible to prove any sort of objective moral framework?
No. Just to clarify, we say what he was saying is there's no threshold as it pertains to unanimity. If
a number of people,
Oh,
yeah. There's no number of people above which we can go, now that's objective because 78% of people, or 94 or 100.
Yes, sir.
There's no number that magically makes it be objective. That was my argument.
Yeah, that'd be an appeal to consensus fallacy.
Yeah. Would.
Okay. So I guess to begin, I should probably try and establish some sort of like, I mean, obviously as a Christian, I'm going to appeal to some sort of objective framework, right? So I guess the first thing I should do is try and motivate that for you guys.
By the way, you don't have to as a Christian, just so you, I've
you can be some
with
sort of divine command theorist.
Well, no, what I'm saying is, I've spoken with Christians, granted they're very much a minority, some people who are Christians who acknowledge morality is subjective. So the nature of morality, whether it's objective or subjective, that's a philosophical, ethical question. It's not necessarily a theological one. I'm just throwing that out there.
That is true. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. So I'm sorry. Go ahead, man. No,
that's fine. So I think that any moral framework, like I think you and Sean both said the same thing, which is through the evolutionary process, agents have developed instincts that let them know that it's better to self-preserve and do things that will benefit yourself and avoid the things that would lead to harm. I think that is any rational agent that's thinking capabilities are working at full capacity would agree with that moral statement, that all agents have the right to freedom and well-being. And I think that within the Christian paradigm, given that obviously it only speaks about humans, but I think that this can be true of all agents if God is ultimately loving, that agents, because they're in the image of God, because they were given the ability to make choices, that they have the right to freedom and well-being inherently. Would you agree?
I wouldn't say because they were, and I wouldn't say because they were made in the image of God. I would reject that part. And I don't think that these rights are inherent. I think rights are things that we bestow on other people. So we claim them. We might claim them. We might say, I want to have the right to live peacefully. And then we organize together into groups and we agree we all want to have that right. So then we agree to collectively distribute that right amongst the group. And we go, let's all agree that we're going to allow each other to live peacefully. And we go, yeah, let's agree for that. And then we've awarded ourselves that right. But I don't think it's inherent.
Well, I think that any moral framework in which your subjective framework states that the right to freedom and well-being isn't necessary would be ultimately self-defeating, because then it leaves on the table another agent. It then impedes upon not only your ability to self-preserve, but other agents as well. Wouldn't you agree?
I'm not saying it's not useful, and we need to be careful with saying it's not necessary. I'm not saying that it's not even vital. I would say it's one of the first. It should be one of the foundational starting points of any social contract. Right, the moment you get a bunch of people together, let's imagine a bunch of people are shipwrecked on an island, and they start with, right, okay, we're a tabula rasa right now, right? This is a new society that we're going to build on this island. There's 150 of us. What are we going to start with? Well, the starting point would be, let's agree that everyone has a right to, you could, right, in the thought experiment, you could say, okay, well, our foundational starting point would be everyone has a right to just be and to be, you could agree to that. But I'm not saying it's not useful. It's foundational, it's vital. But I don't think we can make the claim that because it's very important and because we could see it as being a starting block of the ground stone of whatever systems you might build above it, that it's baked into nature. It's not. I don't think it's inherent. I don't think it's that right isn't sort of. It doesn't exist transcendently. It's not there until it's elucidated. Okay. It's not there until it's stated explicitly and made clear and shared.
Okay. Do you think that because it must be stated that then removes its innate inherency? Is that what you're saying?
I just don't. Yeah, I don't think it has any inherency. I think it seems such an obvious thing that we would just go, well, it's obviously true. It's inherently true. It seems because it's so foundational. But I think unless you've got someone stating it, unless you've got an agreement, hey, let's all agree that this. And of course, nowadays you don't have to physically state it nowadays because it's implied by the culture we live in, by the society we live in. But if you are in the jungle on your own, you don't have any rights. You can't say, sorry, lion, I've got a right to peaceful existence here. Go and hunt somewhere else. The rights are given to you by an agreement in the social contract, even if it's really
that's true.
And we can look at the world we live in now. Would we agree that North Koreans do not have a right to freedom, do not have the freedom of speech?
Yeah, for sure. I'd agree.
Right. And so that's something that they lack. Now, someone else can come along and say, well, there's this concept of natural rights. They have natural rights. Well, what does that even mean? Let's have two different North Koreas that are exactly the same, except in one case they have natural rights, like inherent rights, and the other one they don't. How do you tell the difference between the two? You can't. It's indistinguishable from not having any intrinsic rights at all. So you have societies where they incorporate rules, and in some cases, things that we consider to be human rights, they don't allow those things. Like Iran is another example, and other places they do. But the reality that they live in, whether they actually have those rights, is contingent on the society that they live in.
Yeah, I would agree that's true. That's the state of the world that we live in. I guess one thing I was gonna ask for both of you, and this isn't a debate that I'm trying to have, but I think one precept that's sort of affecting why I think that there's some sort of objective morals that people hold to. I'm a foundationalist, and so I believe that there are ideas that exist transcendentally, in a sense, that we have access to. For example, the right to be, like you explained it as. What would be your epistemological framework? Would you be some sort of pragmatist?
Yeah, I don't really know how I would answer that.
I didn't understand the question. You said ideas exist transcendently, such as we have a right to exist. Is that
Yeah, like the
what
right
you
to
said?
be would be an idea that the majority of agents, or at least my precept is that the majority of agents whose thinking capacities are working at whose thinking facilities are working at full capacity would come to that precept.
Yes, but not necessarily as a fact, but I would say as a value. I'd say that the vast majority of people would agree that we should be all granted the right to exist.
Yeah, I'm asking. The reason I asked what your epistemological framework would be is I wanted to understand how you guys are coming to these truths or these JTBs that you hold to. So I would be a foundationalist. I believe that there are ideas that are foundational to all knowledge.
I wouldn't call them truths. I would call them values. So, like, we all have a right. Us all having a right to exist. I don't express that as a truth, like a fact of reality, like the moon exists. I express that as a personal value.
Yeah, I mean, for myself,
Okay.
I would say I don't necessarily label my epistemological framework. I wouldn't say I'm a one of these. I would just say, I would just say I evaluate claims, and if they make sense to me, if they seem logical, if they seem based in reason, I apply reason the best I can to whatever I think about. And sometimes I discover that my reasoning was faulty, right? And then I course correct. I'm like, I thought that through. Turns out I hadn't thought it through properly. Here's a better framing. Here's a better way of thinking it through. And I update and I move on. But I wouldn't say that I would be able to give you an epistemological framework that I hold to and say, this is my system that I'm operating within, because maybe I'm just not clever enough, but that's not how I think about it.
You sound like a pragmatist. You sound like a pragmatist. Not to label you, I don't know if you want to avoid labels, but I just wanted to understand the way that you guys think. I think that's important for the discourse because I want to have more conversations with you guys.
Sure.
And it kind of helps me understand why you come to this belief. So for you, John, personally, you said as you develop, as you gain more knowledge, then you will apply or correct your beliefs as necessary.
I just see that as being intellectual honesty, right? Intellectual honesty means always wanting to improve what you're thinking, the quality of your thinking, and that journey is realizing, we're all learning all the time, right? So I never want to be so committed to any position I hold that if a contrary view comes up that's persuasive, that I feel a need to hold on and then start being unreasonable because, as you know, I hold that belief isn't chosen. So if I suddenly realize that something I've said, I don't believe it anymore, I would like to think that I would have the intellectual honesty to say, guys, I've been saying this thing, I've thought it through, I've changed my mind on it, this is why I'm now persuaded of this. And I just think being intellectually honest is important there. So a willingness to keep on self-examining and update where necessary is a value for me. It's a core value for me.
Yes, sir. I have one last thing I wanted to touch on, and then I'll be good to go because I don't want to hog up too much time. Is that okay with you guys?
Of course.
Sure.
So I think when we're having the moral discussion, I think it's important for us to hash out what exactly is morality, whether you think it's subjective or objective. Mm-hmm. So any moral framework is going to be making a normative claim, either an ought or ought not claim. You should do this. This would benefit you. This wouldn't, etc. Any normative claim is going to be necessary. Is going to be a prerequisite to make a normative claim that you have some sort of motivator, whether objective or subjective. And so what we're saying is, in these ought or ought not decisions that we're making, there is some deontic role. There are some properties that are motivating us, regardless of whether it's subjective or objective. And I think that if there are things that motivate us, sorry, I'm trying to make sure I present this correctly. If there are things that are motivating us, and like I know earlier we were saying that regardless of what the consensus is, that we can't come to a decision that there's an objective moral framework or objective moral codes that we all hold. But I think that there's some pattern that we must be able to recognize where we can test, okay, well, the majority of people, there's some motivator that tells them that graping somebody is wrong because it's inherently abusing another agent or inhibiting their right to well-being. Well, I think if we can study that and see that it's repeatable enough times, wouldn't that be a way for us to establish that there are objective morals?
No.
I still don't think it would be objective because, again, the objectivity would live inside the evaluation of whether a given act is going to move you towards that ideal, towards that thing that you're motivated by. And you can look at that objectively and say, yes, this is likely to get me there, or no, this is not likely to get me there. But the choice of what your core values are is always going to be subjective. That's kind of what we touched on earlier. So that's always going to be subjective.
And that's the motivator. So our motivators are what are subjective. So like it all depends on what we value. So there's sort of an is-ought gap there. The ought is always a subjective value judgment. So, if I value the well-being of other people, that's a personal value judgment. That doesn't live outside of the mind. There's no intrinsic property of the universe that tells me I should care about the well-being of others. It's a personal value judgment. And somebody else, even if a God exists, by the way, that God would just be another mind that has opinions about things. And so, but once you've established, I care about the well-being of others, you can then evaluate how behaviors affect the well-being of others, and then whether they meet that goal.
Well, I think there's something to be said. I don't know if you wanted to add something to that, John, but I think that there's something to be said where I can grant that through subjective sense data inquiries that you might come to separate conclusions. But I don't think that like you used the example earlier that there are 10% of Americans that believe that the earth is flat. And that's given their both precepts and their sense data inquiries, right? I think that doesn't change the fact that there's, obviously you guys won't like my word choice, but the objective truth that given the data, the earth is an oblate spheroid, right? So we can grant that there are these objective, again, you won't like the word choice, but objective moral motivators that if your sense data is conforming to reality, then you will come to these same conclusions. And that those that this might
if your what is conforming to reality?
Your sense data.
Okay, so
your sense data and precepts or priors.
Yeah. No, and it's just a matter of and we've been on this for a while, and maybe pick it up another time. But it's just a matter of like whether or not morality is actually mind independent. If it were mind independent, you would have to define it in such a way that is mind independent. Like by definition, it would have to be. So, for example, some objective adjectives. What I mean by that is these adjectives describe things that are objective facts of reality. Here's a criteria for a head being objectively bald. If it has no hair on it, full stop, it's bald. If there is hair on the head, it's not bald. Frozen, that's another adjective. Water is objectively frozen if it's in a solid state, or if it's not in a solid state, it's objectively not frozen. There's no such definition or objective criteria baked into the definition of the words moral or immoral with respect to behaviors. It's always other subjective adjectives like right and wrong, good or bad, and what constitutes good or bad is a personal value judgment.
Yes, sir. Well, it's always good talking to you guys. John, did you have anything you wanted to say?
No, all good. But nice to talk to you, Prince. Always a pleasure.
Love the conversation again. Two big wins. We always enjoy when you come in because the conversation goes positive directions, and always love having you on, Prince.
Yes, sir. Hope you guys have a good show.
And you, buddy.
You
all
too.
The best. Thanks. Take it easy. Okay, let's have some votes for Prince. I mean, again, a difference of opinion, but that's how you have respectful conversation. I really like Prince. He's always respectful. He's always thoughtful. How many times did the mute button get used in that conversation? Zero. And it just never will with someone like Prince. You just know it never will, because he's a good faith interlocutor. So even whilst we might have a difference of opinions and a different framework that we bring to this stuff, I could speak to people like him all day. And I think that's a real model for how to have these kind of conversations. So I hope that you that you reflect that in your voting. So I'm about to lock off the voting now and have a look and see are all the votes in. I think they are. I think we've had a few, not a huge amount, but there we go. I'm going to lock the voting there, and 58. That's a pretty good score. Not bad at all. Yeah, good for him. Okay, we did have J-Rob in the queue on the TikTok side. J-Rob, if you're still there, if you want to come up, you're more than welcome. While you decide, because the queues are empty right now, I'll read out a few more messages and until we get another guest up. Let's see what we've got. We have Fears Interaction says, to the caller suggesting an overwhelming number of Christians think belief in Jesus is optional to avoid eternal punishment, I welcome them to visit the southern United States. Absolutely, yeah. This shouldn't be complicated. One to talk about there. And Mike again says, cancer is a net positive. I say being trepanned. Yeah, it's brutal. I don't know how anyone can make an asinine claim like that. I really hope that that our friend from before thinks about just immediately identifying every terrible thing that happens as a net positive. That's not a good way to argue at all. And Resistance says the only sin I'm concerned with is the one in Final Fantasy X. I couldn't possibly talk about that because I don't.
Final Fantasy 10.
10, yeah. Sorry, 10, yeah. I don't really know about those games. I remember when the first Final Fantasy came out many, many years ago. Dating myself here, but yeah, and there was a movie. They made an animated film, didn't they? I think of Final Fantasy, and if I remember, it was quite good. Early CGI animation kind of thingy. Okay, I'll just read a couple more messages so they don't fall off the stack, and then we're going to get Jodesh. Looks like Jodesh Pillay in from the YouTube queue. After a couple more messages, so please hold fire. We'll get you in just a moment. Texas Panhandler, good to see you. Think of all the sin those kids in the Children's Cancer Ward committed. What a dumb, evil ideology. Well, yeah, absolutely. I couldn't agree more. It's disgusting, really, blaming the victims and just saying, like, everything's good. And did you notice, by the way, the argument shifted from everything will be better for them later. And then when I pointed out an instance where innocent women were being stoned to death, and that's how you purge the evil. And he realized that you're not going to get a biblical argument to say the evil's been purged, but everything's going to be made better for that evil later. He shifted to everything's going to be made better for everyone else later as a result of stoning these innocent women to death. That's a tall mountain to climb. I have to say, I wouldn't want to climb it. No. And Garbage Man says the Bible says God exists, therefore it's a logical contradiction to say he doesn't. Yeah, that was the structure of the argument. Or God is perfect. My book says God is perfect, therefore every evaluation of his actions must be made through the lens of he's perfect. Well, if that's your starting point, as Sean kept on saying, then the discussion's over. You just say he's perfect and therefore good, and there's no more discussion. And you've won your case by merely declaring it. Wouldn't it be amazing if reality was like that? I define myself as a billionaire, and suddenly I just am one because I define myself that way. It'd be amazing. I'd love it. I'm the most attractive guy in the room at all times. Bing! It suddenly happens. Amazing. I would love that. Sadly not true. And then finally, Mike says, "B Dumpski, lols." So yeah, I don't want to call someone dumb. I think his arguments were very, very poor. And then I'm going to get on to one last message, and then we'll get the next caller in. Final message for now, also from Mike. The God of the Bible creates both good and evil. why don't Christians ever read the book their book club is based around? He does absolutely. And I think that the Hebrew word there might have been calamity, being the Hebrew for calamity, but it's still the case. Suffering, evil, nasty stuff. That's definitely in his playbook, isn't it? So we have a few more messages, but I'll get back to them later on. Let's, for now, get over to the caller that we did have. Seemed to have dropped out.
I see one on TikTok.
Yeah, we'll take Redwood Dragon on TikTok, and bringing in Redwood Dragon right now. Hey, how are you? Oh, that doesn't sound very good. Are you there, Redwood? That sounds like an audio fail on the Redwood Dragon side. We'll drop you down if you can't hear us and don't respond. We'll just move on. But we want to give you an opportunity to do so. Going in 5 seconds, Redwood Dragon. The doors to your flight are about to close, and you're going to have to get the late night connecting flight, and you're going to be sitting in the airport for hours, and all the shops are closed. You're going to end up reading the labels inside your clothing to keep yourself amused. Not happening. Okay, well, never mind. That's a shame. If you want to come back up, Redwood Dragon, just request back, and we'll get you straight in. But that didn't happen. So back over to the YouTube side, and we're going to get Jodash Pillay in, as mentioned before. Hopefully video behaves itself. It's been a bit weird lately, but let's see how this works. Jodash, are you there?
Hi, how are you, sir?
Very good indeed. Welcome in. We haven't spoken before because I would recognize this name.
Yeah, my first time, yeah.
Welcome along. Meet Sean.
I was just stumbling across YouTube, and then I came across your channel, and I heard you speaking about God and how God hates women and stuff. So yeah, I just want to jump into that.
Of course. I'm just going to see if I take your echo control off, if it improves the sound, because we're just losing you a little bit.
Okay.
Let's see there, echo cancellation. Sometimes it helps and sometimes it makes things worse. Just give us a little. Oh no, that's making things a lot worse. Okay, so that's what's happening there. It's got a lot of latency. Okay, well we'll just have to make do with what we have. Yes. So is there a topic? You may not be able to see them now that you're on video, but we had nobody chooses what they believe, and God is not morally good, and hell is ridiculous, and God hates women. Is there one of those that you would prefer to engage with?
Okay, so you say that God is good, but hell is ridiculous.
We say God is not good. We say God is not morally good.
Oh, God is not good. God is not morally. According to whose tenet?
According to my evaluation, right? So anytime we say something's good, we're expressing an opinion about whether we think it's good. And I think God is not morally good. I've got an understanding of what goodness means, which in any other context you wouldn't question, right? If we looked at 100 different people and we read descriptions of how they behaved, and then you and I sat down and labeled them as a good, not good, and let's imagine the descriptions weren't subtle. Some of them were like, gives to charity a lot, dotes on their grandchildren, likes, looking after other people. We go, oh, that's good. If one of them was like, habitual serial killer, likes cutting the heads off animals, we go, oh, okay, yeah, not good. And we would agree on all of them. There would be no difference of opinion between us. So take the kind of standards that we would employ in an operation like that, and now we're going to apply them to the character of God. I say that using those same kind of standards is pretty obvious, not good. He's a monster.
He's a monster. Okay. So I'm guessing you're reading from the book of Exodus, and also the book of Samuel, where God told the Israelites to
kill children,
to take out nations, to take out children. Are you referring to that?
Well, I quite enjoy referring to 1 Samuel 15:3 quite often, where God tells people to go and kill children with swords. Well, not with swords, but go and kill children. That's certainly an example. But there's an abundance of riches here. We're not limited to Exodus and First Samuel. We can look elsewhere in the Bible for examples of God's moral dereliction and the fact that He's clearly not a good person.
So you think that God is just on a killing spree, that there's no reason behind it, there's no justice behind it.
Well, in the case of 1 Samuel 15:3, it's a revenge attack against the Amalekites for something their ancestors did 400 years ago, and because God's so aggrieved about that, He sends the Israelites to go and kill children. I think that's pretty sucky, don't you?
Okay, but that's one of the reasons, but also the current nation of the Amalekites, what were they doing during that time when King Saul went in and killed them? They were doing child sacrifice. They were sacrificing the children to foreign gods.
So the solution to child sacrifice is go and kill all the remaining alive children. Does that strike you as an effective plan? Like, look at the Amalekites; they're killing some of their children. Quick, let's go and kill all the rest of them. Is that the best plan that God could come up with?
Because I'm sure you grew up in a home where you followed your mother and father, probably, and then made your own decisions along the way. So those children are going to see what their parents are doing, and they're going to do the same.
So the solution is just kill everyone. Just kill everyone so that no one else gets killed. That's a sensible plan. God could have, God was so appalled at the behavior of the Amalekites, then he could simply have just sealed up the wombs. God's quite a big fan of sealing up women's wombs. He does it quite a lot. He did it to Hannah. He's done it in other places in the Bible. He could have just made them not have any more kids, and then no one would have had to have swords put through them, and the problem would have been solved.
Yeah,
he could have done that, couldn't he? But instead, he has to
I'm glad you said that.
To get an army together and tell them to go and commit genocide.
I'm glad you said that, because I wish that happened. I wish God stopped the wombs of the woman and stuff. Because what's so interesting about your point is that we can use it in 2026. But I wish God would shut the wombs of women who commit abortions.
Well, that's a completely different subject. No, that's just a pivot away from an uncomfortable conversation, which we're not going to do right now. And the other point is that there's no evidence that we're getting lots of echo here. I'm not sure where that's coming from. I'm going to see if I can isolate that echo. I'm going to mute you for a second. Is the echo coming from your channel? Not sure. Okay, well, we'll soldier on. There's no evidence that the Amalekites actually were doing child sacrifices, whereas the Israelites were, as Adam has pointed out. God was quite a fan of child sacrifices. And so all of this is to miss the point. God in Hosea says that he's going to organize for his own people to have their wombs ripped open and the babies dashed against the rocks and stuff like that. This is not a loving God, and appealing to how bad other people might have been to justify the killing of children is a really, really weak apologetic, and you can probably do better than that.
Okay, so you're basing your facts about God being a monster from the Old Testament, but yet nobody goes into the New Testament and see His love and His grace towards humanity.
I think He's even worse in the New Testament. He's even worse. So he's more of an obvious violent psychopath in the Old Testament, but in the New Testament, when he decides to take his Yahweh hat off and put his Jesus hat on, it's the same dude apparently. He's just had a costume change in the middle of the show, and he comes back out in his Jesus outfit. And now he doesn't do smiting and killing and genociding anymore. He does something even worse. Now what he does is he convicts you for thought crimes. And if you don't think the right things at the end of your life, he chucks you in a fire forever. That's horrific. That's even worse than the Old Testament. At least while he was being Yahweh, when he was done like torturing and smiting and genociding you, he was kind of done with you. When he reinvents himself as gentle Jesus, meek and mild, it's eternal punishment for thought crimes. Sorry?
Because the hearts of humans are so evil. The heart of humans are so evil.
The hearts of humans are so evil. What a horrible thing to say. I don't have an evil heart. You probably don't have an evil heart, although you might be persuading other people of otherwise with the kind of arguments you're making. I don't think the hearts of humans are evil. I have a son. My son is a lovely boy. He doesn't have an evil heart.
According to God's standards, none of us will enter into his presence. None of us. With our lifestyle, with the way we think, with the way we behave.
Well, that's his problem. Right. I wouldn't want to be in his presence. He's a douche. Why would I aspire to be in the presence of somebody who has invigilated so much suffering, either at his own command, saying do this, do that, created orders for untold amounts of suffering, or just folded his arms and watched while it unfolds elsewhere? You don't even have to get to the barbarism and monstrosity of the Bible to conclude that God is a complete moral monster. Just look at the world. Look at the suffering. We were having this conversation with someone else earlier. All the suffering that's going on in the world right now, and God just sits there, arms folded, watching it happen. Since we started having this conversation, how long ago was it? Maybe 10 minutes max. Something like 10 to 15 children. 10 to 15 children have starved to death in the time that we've been having this conversation. God watches this. This omniscient being knows everything that's going on. Up there on his little God throne, watching down here, watching the children starve to death, knowing that their parents will have to bury them later or tomorrow, could intervene, chooses not to. And we're supposed to be sad because we're not worthy of being in his presence? He's not worthy of being in our presence. Okay. He's a douche nozzle.
Okay, so I'm glad you brought up the starving. So how do you expect God to feed them? Do you expect him just to throw the food?
Well, you tell me, is he all powerful or not? If he's some kind of weak-ass middle manager, like a sort of celestial bureaucrat who just has to enforce rules occasionally and issue commandments for genocide, but is useless for anything else, then I agree with you. There would be nothing he can do. But I heard a rumor that he was the sovereign creator of the entire universe, capable of instantiating any state of reality he wants, turning loaves into many, multiplying food, doing miracles. Can he not do that?
So do you think there's enough food in the world to feed everybody and stop starvation?
I think there probably is, if it's handled correctly. But even if there, because people are limited in the people are limited beings that aren't all powerful. But God could not worry about that. God could just click his fingers and fill all the bellies of those starving children with manna right now, and not have to worry about the fact that there are people in the world who don't get it together to distribute food to all of them.
Remember what you just said now, and you actually made a very valid point that God is all powerful and humans are not. Let's look at the incident of COVID. The whole world was affected at one time. The vaccines were taken throughout the world at one time. So you tell me that we are not capable of feeding the whole world.
This is a distraction. This argument is a distraction. Let's imagine that we are capable of stopping starvation, but humans are not organized and together enough and have got too much selfish motivation to do it. So God sits by and looks at the human fat cats sitting in offices in the first world, not mobilizing to feed all the starving, and goes, because they're doing that, I'm going to let these children die. That strikes you as morally sensible, does it?
So you tell me no one in their right mind knows that people are starving.
Lots of people do, but the reason this is a silly argument is we can cut this argument off at the knees by simply moving to a different type of suffering, which has got nothing to do with human free will. Let's look at cancer. Let's look at cancer. No, let's look at cancer. Does God have it in his ability to stop children having cancer? Because now we don't have to worry about the fat people in their offices not being willing to share the food. Now we can look at something different, which has nothing to do with human hardened hearts, right? Children are dying of cancer today. God could intervene, chooses not to. Why?
Okay, let's say, hypothetically speaking, let's say God doesn't exist now. There's no God on the earth now, right? There's no God on the earth. There's no God in heaven, hypothetically speaking. Now there's cancer, now there's diseases, now there's suffering. So who's responsible for it?
No one. Cancer is a natural phenomenon. It's like saying who's responsible for the fact that there are hydrogen reactions in the sun.
Okay, so natural. So cancer is something natural. So it
Yes.
wasn't given.
Correct. But in your
Then why
worldview,
blame
in
God?
your worldview, there's a celestial dictator who invigilates all of this, presumably created the cancer, or could have stopped it happening, but chose not to, and sits by as it wrecks lives. Could intervene. Occasionally does.
I don't think God created cancer.
You don't
I think man created cancer. Like
well, that's obvious bullshit. That's obvious bullshit.
Dinosaurs get cancer.
Yeah, cancer was around in the world. Cancer was around in the world hundreds of millions of years before mankind even existed. That's complete bullshit. That man created cancer. Total nonsense.
I'm not sure which scientists found that out.
We have fossils of dinosaurs with obvious signs of bone cancer.
Okay.
This is not controversial.
Okay, but do you think that man is capable of creating diseases for this world?
That's irrelevant.
Hold on.
That is completely irrelevant.
You kind of moved on because you said mankind created cancer, but cancer was around millions and millions of years before mankind. Hold on, before mankind even existed. So do you acknowledge that what you said isn't true?
Unless there's evidence to support that.
Oh, sure. Yeah. There is.
Of course, there is.
Hang on. I'll pull it up and drop it in the chat.
Yeah, I mean, this is an uncontroversial claim that we have dinosaur fossils that show signs of bone cancer is uncontroversial. And again, even if that were not the case, it's still the fact that there are things in the world that cause enormous amounts of suffering that an all-powerful God could stop with a click of his fingers before his morning coffee and chooses not to. And the only recourse you have is pointing at men and going, well, look at all these bad things that men do, as if that's got anything to do with it, or saying, could men create diseases, as if that's got anything to do with it? It's all pointless. You have to address the argument.
You don't believe in justice then?
It's got nothing to do with justice. It's got nothing to do with justice. It's got to do with a God that invigilates the suffering of billions of conscious creatures, could intervene and chooses not to. Justice has got absolutely nothing to do with babies born with brain tumours. Nothing to do with justice.
Just waiting on that evidence for the cancer. You said it was. I don't believe dinosaurs roam the earth. I believe large animals, but I don't believe dinosaurs.
Okay, so you're a scientifically illiterate person who doesn't believe in dinosaurs. That kind of ends the discussion on science. You might as well be a flat earther. Are you a flat earther?
No.
Okay, but those two comments are equally ill-informed. So if you're going to say dinosaurs never existed, you might as well go all the way in and just be a flat earther and chuck Santa and the Easter Bunny in as well. That's just.
I believe large animals existed.
Yeah, they were called dinosaurs.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what they were, and we have an abundance of riches in the fossil record of such creatures. And it's a ludicrous position to you lose an enormous amount of credibility when you say I don't believe dinosaurs existed. Let me give you some advice. Don't ever say that in a debate again. Don't do it. You shoot yourself in the face. So I'm going to pretend you didn't say that. Let's just rewind the tape and go back to before you said that. So there are some dinosaurs that showed signs of bone cancer. That's interesting, isn't it? Yes, it is. I'd be interested in seeing that sometime. Cool. Okay, now we move on. We can still say that there's lots of ill in the world. There's lots of harm in the world. It could be weather events. You know, every time you try to come up with an argument, we can just change the subject to another source of suffering that causes, enormous amounts of pain and anguish that God could intervene to change, but chooses not to. 300,000 children a year die of malaria. Do you believe in mosquitoes? Do you believe in mosquitoes?
Do you believe that man has the resources to cure cancer?
To cure cancer?
Right now, no, but possibly in the future, we can certainly treat and mitigate.
Are you serious that there's some pharmaceutical company that's sitting with the cure right now for cancer?
Oh, please.
They would rather give us.
Look, we don't need your anti-scientific conspiracy theory bullshit. There is not a single thing called cancer. There are many cancers. Now, I wonder if Dr. Dig is in the chat. We actually have a computational oncologist in our community whose full-time job is working on cures for cancer. Is Dig still in, or has she left? I'm just looking to see. It looks like she might not be here. Oh, she is. I'm just going to send a request because I think it might be quite helpful for your nonsense to meet someone up front who will refute it. So we have. Let me hang on a second. Hang on. I've just realised he's not on TikTok. He's not going to hear you, Dr. Dig. Oh, I'm so sorry. I really need to sort this out.
I know. I was. Well, hey, I could say something and you could repeat it to him.
Hang on a second. Hang on a second. What we can do is I could send you the video link and you could join on video. Do you want to try that?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put the video link in the TikTok chat and then come up on that. Okay.
Hang on. He's bringing in an oncologist since the topic is cancer. While he's bringing her in, I just have a quick question for you. If scientists have a cure for cancer and we're withholding it, would that be immoral?
Yes, 100%.
Okay.
All right. That's
cool.
the point I'm trying to say.
Yeah. I got you. If God could cure cancer and chose not to, would that be immoral?
He already gave us. He told us to go and heal cancer. He gave us information. No, he gave us the information, and he does heal cancer supernaturally.
Oh, please.
He does it.
How about amputees? Does that ever happen? Does he heal amputees?
Well, I've seen it.
Come on. Pull the other one. It's got bells on.
People's limbs grow back?
I've seen the dead being raised.
Oh, come on.
Yeah. So all right. So we're going. I want to take it back. You agreed that if
my own son.
You agreed that
my own son was healed.
You agreed that if scientists have a cure for cancer and we're withholding it, declining to cure the disease, that would be immoral. But if God has the capability, he's all powerful, to cure the disease and was withholding it, that would not be immoral. How does that track?
God did give it to humans. God did give the ideas to humans to use it.
Okay, but he did so knowing humans wouldn't do it, right?
Let's just check, because I've just brought Dr. Dig into the video chat. Can you hear us, Dr. Dig?
Yes, I'm here.
Excellent. Okay, so I would like to introduce you. I'd like to introduce you, Jodash, to our friend Dr. Dig, who is one of the scientists you're talking about, who's sitting on the cure for cancer, not releasing it to the public to keep them sick and keep that money machine rolling.
Now, why are you making false accusations? Because I never said that doctor is keeping the cure.
Okay,
so say that.
So you said pharmaceutical companies have the ability to cure all cancers.
But doesn't include her. If she's the one not keeping the cure, doesn't include her. The ones that are keeping the cure.
But don't you think she might be well informed? And I'm going to stop talking so she can. But I'm just going to set her up to explain. I think that she's going to be better informed than you and I about the state of pharmaceutical companies and the state of research with respect to
a doctor that is saving lives. I'm not sure to fight with a doctor that is saving lives.
But she can give you a better informed opinion about whether your idea about pharmaceutical companies sitting on the cure for cancer and not releasing it. Never mind the fact that there are many different types of cancer. It's not one thing. But I'm going to be quiet and let Dr. Dig speak.
Yeah, so you might not be here to fight with me, but to say that is incredibly offensive. Number one, cancer is not a single disease. Cancer is thousands of diseases that share some commonalities and one name. But this amorphous cure for cancer that you're talking about, how would this one cure cure leukemia, but also cure like triple negative breast cancer?
You're asking me a question.
Yes. If we have one cure for cancer, how would it work to cure both leukemia and melanoma and triple negative breast cancer?
Okay, so I know nothing about science. I know nothing about medical. But
fantastic. Then don't say.
What I do know.
Then don't.
What I do know. Can I say what I know? Because my mom passed away of breast cancer, so I know exactly how cancer works. I know how it spreads into the brain, into the lung. I know everything.
You know how your mother's breast cancer worked.
So I believe, this is me, that there are people out there that have the full ingredients, the full medicine to cure cancer, but they are too evil enough to release it. They would rather make money of other medications than actually give the cure. Because how come some people get healed through radiation? How come some people get healed through chemo? How can we explain that?
Because chemo and radiation are designed to hurt you, because we are using a broad spectrum that's going to harm all of your cells. Our hope is that it kills more cancer cells more quickly than it does your normal cells. That's very easy to understand.
Okay, but it does cure in some instances.
Sometimes.
Kills or cures?
Cure. Sometimes.
It does cure in some instances.
Sometimes. These treatments sometimes work.
Yes.
Sometimes they don't work. Some types of cancers are more amenable to some types of treatments. It depends on your histology. It depends on the cell type. There's lots of factors that determine whether a given treatment is going to help you, right? The idea that there is a magic cure that the companies are sitting on that could be an effective treatment for all cancers is as much of a fantasy as that dinosaurs didn't exist. Both of those claims exist on the same level of credibility, which is 0.
So you think man doesn't have the capabilities of finding the cancer?
So here's my question. Here's how I can answer you, but it's in the form of a question. So if there is a cure for cancer, do you think then that like these scientific teams all over the world are working towards it, or do you think we're doing like something else?
No, there are genuine people. There are genuine people like yourself, ma'am.
Okay,
who are generally finding the cure for cancer.
Okay, then my follow-up question is, if this cancer cure is solvable, then my first question is, why haven't any of the millions of researchers around the world through history ever been able to find it?
Because it's been held back.
And someone's sitting on it and going, I won't take the Nobel. I won't take the unlimited amounts of funding that all of our projects forever would get. I won't take the becoming world famous. I won't take the opening absolutely every career door any of us could ever want for the rest of our lives. No, we're just going to sit on it and be quiet about it and pretend it hasn't happened. That's ridiculous. Come on.
Do you know what happened to people who created cars that run on water?
Yeah, they get swiped by the U.S. government. But
they were killed. They were killed.
My question, I said that. My question then is, is it either that you believe that there are scientists in good faith looking for answers, but are either inept or whatever you want to call it, or is your belief that the people that find that cure for cancer just disappear?
Okay, so this is what I believe. I believe there are genuine people out there that are genuinely doing the research, the science, to find a better cure, to find a stronger cure that is able to wipe cancer out of the face of the earth forever. There are genuine people out there.
Nope, stop. That's not what you said. That's not what you said.
But then,
you've changed
there are other people. No.
Stop.
There are other people who did find the cure, but were held back from releasing it. There are other people who did find the cure, but have been held from releasing it. That's the point I'm trying to make here. Is that somebody did find the cure?
Okay. Let's let Dr. Dick speak for a moment.
Stop. You changed what you said. You said you believe there are scientists and doctors out there looking for a better cure, a stronger cure. So
the good ones.
We just stop it. So did we just bypass whatever cure? We're like, oh yeah, our research got to the, Novartis checkpoint. Guys, we gotta ignore that. Novartis has that. They're keeping it locked in a vault. We've got to go to the next checkpoint for the better, stronger, fancier cure.
You see, you are putting in your words, but it came out from your own mouth that chemo and radiation is bad for us. So I think that there are people, there are scientists that are looking.
Thought that it was good. Who the fuck ever thought, you know what? We don't think that it's a good thing. We think that it is a necessary thing. Nobody is pitching or has been pitched the idea that chemo and radiation it's going to be sunshine and rainbows. You're going to get a lollipop every day. We're going to give you a puppy. You're going to feel fantastic, and poof, your cancer's going to be gone. No, chemo and radiation are horrible on the body and hard on the body.
And in your expert opinion,
it is necessary.
In your expert opinion, do you feel that there are scientists that are looking for cures that excludes radiation and excludes chemo?
Yes, I work on some of those. Yes.
Well done.
And guess what? Guess what? Those exist. We have I work at a hospital that uses gene therapies to target some forms of lung cancer. But you know what else? Those people also get other treatments in combination. And we can't give you gene therapy for certain things.
Yeah. Anyway,
because there is no one single cure for cancer, because cancer is not one single disease.
Exactly. And what's going to happen? What's going to happen is there won't be one breakthrough that's like now cancer's not a thing. There'll be an incremental change in the percentage of cases of certain types of cancers that are successfully treated, and it will eventually get to a point where most of them are, if we're lucky. That's what will happen. It won't be an overnight thing. There isn't a big conspiracy here, but I think that we've gone way off track here. I just wanted to bring Dr. Dig in because you made a claim about the pharmaceutical industry and the state of research of cancer, which was basically a conspiracy theory, and I don't think it stands up. And I wanted to bring Dr. Dig in as someone who works in that field, in that research, in that area, who knows better than any of us about what the state of play there is, and I thought it was important to get her voice there. So thank you so much for coming up, Dr. Dig. We always appreciate you.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Doctor. We appreciate what you do.
I just want to say one final thing. To say that there is a cure for cancer does two things. Number one, it completely misunderstands and misrepresents what cancer is. It shows your ass to the world that you have no idea what you're talking about. Number two.
I know what cancer does to the body. I know. I've seen it.
I didn't ask you to talk during my closing statements. Number two, what it does also is it takes a giant shit on everybody like me that is currently working, everyone that has worked, and everyone that will continue to work on these horrible set of diseases. I do not thank you for that. It is my job and my duty and my oath to care for you and people that you love that got cancer. But just let me tell you that none of us that are caring for you or understand it will thank you for that. So you should stop doing it. That's
I would say to you, Doctor, is to try more to find the cure.
Shut up.
You see how rude you are for the doctor.
Okay. All right. Well, we're going to thank you, Dr. D. I really appreciate that, and I think that's a really. No, come on. You should just take the lose there, and she made a valid point.
No.
She made a valid point. What she said was very gracious. What she said
something about some stems something about some STEM things.
What she said is that she would be willing and would want to look after you and help you, but that the argument you make actually doesn't respect the people like her and the thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands like her working diligently every day in this field, and makes it like there's all some big conspiracy theory to actually impede progress. And I don't think that's a good argument. So she was literally just saying, wait before you make an argument like that. Again, was what she was saying.
No,
so
I stand by my argument that there is a cancer and someone is withholding it from us.
Okay. Well, there we go. You are also a person who doesn't think dinosaurs existed, so we know how much credibility to take that with.
So can I ask you a question?
Yes.
If someone that is suffering from cancer, and we feel so heartbroken, and it pains us, why must that person pay for treatment?
Okay, this is completely irrelevant. This is completely irrelevant. This is completely irrelevant. I live in the UK. I have been treated for cancer, and I didn't pay a penny. Okay, so I have been treated for cancer. I have been treated for cancer, and I didn't pay a penny. So the argument you're making pertains to certain places in the world that don't have universal healthcare. That's a discussion about politics, nothing to do with what we're talking about here. So I'd like to get this. I'd like to get this.
Problem.
It actually is a politician's problem, because it's politicians who decide on policy, funnily enough. So let me first of all say, Dr. Digg, thank you so much for coming up. I'm going to steer the conversation back onto the track we came off now. So I really appreciate you coming up. Thank you very, very much indeed. We all appreciate you all the time. Okay, now we're going to reclaim some focus here. We're not going to talk about how bad men are or how bad people are for not distributing food better. We agree it should be done better. We're not going to talk about how bad some governments are for not implementing universal healthcare. We agree it would be better if they did. Or some of us agree, some of us might have a different view. I personally am a fan of universal healthcare. That's completely nothing to do with what we're talking about. The reason we started talking about cancer, and we could have been speaking about weather events too. We could just as easily have been talking about floods and tsunamis that kill hundreds of thousands of people, or tens of thousands at a minimum per year. We could have been talking about mosquitoes that carry malaria that kill 300,000 children a year. We could have been talking about anything like this. We could have been talking about earthquakes. I suppose earthquakes are also the fault of governments and rich corporations and people not willing to share the cure for earthquakes. Do you see how asinine this line of reasoning is? When we're pointing at natural phenomena that occur in the world.
I take one point and you apply to everything.
Yes, because if there is an all-powerful God invigilating all of this, then all of this is on him. He's watching this and going, earthquakes, no problem. Tsunamis, no problem. Starvation, no problem. Mosquitoes, no problem. Children dying in childbirth, no problem. All of this is no problem to the God of the Bible, who watches all of this, could intervene and doesn't.
If a driver, right, is driving a shared vehicle, drives and kills 5 people on the road, will you blame Chev for it?
Chev isn't an all-powerful... The manufacturer of the car isn't an all-powerful being who created the road, created the people, knew 1 trillion years ago exactly what the trajectory of the car was going to be, and the life stories of all the people that the car ploughed into. This is an absolutely pathetic analogy. Doesn't hold water. Come on, you don't do better. Do better.
So want your free will.
You just have to decide whether you want an all-powerful God or not. And by the way, God intervening in these things wouldn't abrogate anybody's free will. God could intervene in earthquakes and stop them happening. God could stop tsunamis happening. God could stop children getting cancer without interfering with anybody's free will. So notice, when the car analogy wasn't working, you scrambled to, then God's supposed to make everyone a robot. Doesn't work. No, these arguments don't work.
You never answer me. Who do you blame? Do you blame the manufacturer, or you blame the person that was driving?
I've already explained to you. In that instance, we would blame the person who's driving. But if the manufacturer of the car was also an all-powerful being that made the driver and knew 1 billion years ago exactly what the driver was going to do, then I would blame the manufacturer of the car.
You know, I'm trying to make you understand here.
Do you not think? Do you not think we've encountered? Do you not think we've encountered? Do you not think we've encountered amateur theodicies before? I was having this argument with people 25 years ago. It was a shit argument then. It's still a shit argument now.
This earth, and now you're going to say, "Oh, God created natural disasters when we are the ones destroying the earth."
It's disanalogous, anyways, because human beings did not cause cancer.
Let's talk about tsunamis. Let's talk about natural disasters. Do you
agree it's disanalogous? You're just pivoting on to the next thing. It's like playing whack-a-mole.
It is.
You made it analogous to somebody who gets into a car accident. That's disanalogous to a baby getting bone cancer. The baby didn't do an act that caused it to get cancer, and cancer existed for millions and millions of years before human beings existed. So do you agree that was
listen, God decided, okay, I feel grumpy. Is that what goes through your mind?
What?
Like God sits in heaven and say, today let me play a game. Today I feel like giving children cancer. Is that what goes through your mind?
Is that a yes or no to my question?
No. But do you think God gave the baby cancer?
I think if God is all powerful and all knowing, then everything that takes place in the world, God chose to configure the world in such a way that he knew that those things would happen. So yes, God created everything, including bone cancer in children.
So God gave that child cancer.
Burrowing and parasites burrowing through eyeballs. God created everything. So the answer to your question is yes. What's your next question?
God told a little child, I'm going to give you cancer.
So
is that what you're saying to me?
Apparently so.
So God decided to give a little child cancer.
It does appear that way, doesn't it?
Yep.
What an absolute douche bucket. Now, listen, the thing is, we have been on this call for a while. There are quite a few people in the queue waiting to come on. And I feel like we're going round in the same circle that we've been going round in a while.
I'm telling you, our natural disasters
I think you just kept on speaking. So I'm just going to clarify what's happening here. I get the feeling that this call may be reaching its zenith, because I think that we're basically having the same conversation over and over again, which is we point out something in the world that God could intervene to stop and doesn't, and then you pivot to something else, or make a silly apologetic about why it's actually our fault that weather events happen or crops fail or something like that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just put a vote to the room to say, do we want to keep on going round and round this merry-go-round? Oh, in fact, the vote is not needed. We have had an intervention. An intervention has been staged. I'm afraid, Jodash, that I was going to put a vote to the whole room, but the inner circle have voted, and I suspect I know what the way the room would have voted anyway. So we have been on it for a while. We do appreciate you coming in. He's still going. He just keeps on talking. I love it. Is God responsible for the Middle East? Quickly, let me find something I can blame people for and forget about all the cancer and starvation and tsunamis. It's not going to happen. We're not going to have that conversation. So I'm going to say to you, I'm going to unmute you for a moment so that we can have a civilized ending to the discussion. And I'm going to hope that you're not still just going on your script. So here we go. Unmuting now. Amazing. Okay, thank you for coming into
the conversation, but I will be coming back another day.
You're very welcome to. No, we would love that. We would absolutely love that. Please do. I hope you feel that you've been at least treated fairly. We've tried to have a respectful conversation with you.
I haven't been treated fairly because I wasn't given a chance to speak.
Well, you were given a chance to speak, and we're now revoking the chance to speak. But we're going to say thank you for coming in. We really appreciate the dialogue, and if you come back another day, we will absolutely get you in, and you'll get another chance to speak. And we would love to respond to your arguments again another day, but maybe come back with some better ones would be my suggestion. But anyway, in the meantime, thank you very much. Okay, people, voting. We have about 20 seconds to vote on that caller. While we get Reckless Religion in, going to get Reckless Religion in, and then we have a few waiting. So I'm aware that we do have a few waiting. We have we've got someone on the YouTube side that's got a camera open and is in front of a microphone, but we can't actually see what your name is. So maybe add your name if you can, so we can see who you are and announce you. But we'll get Reckless Religion in. Have we finished our voting? I hope we have. Let's see if we have. We're going to lock in the vote for Jodash right now, and that vote is now locked in. Oh, that was pretty harsh. That was 17. That's pretty brutal. That's going to sting. Okay, well, that is what it is. The people have spoken. How many votes? That was 16 votes there. Gave a combined score of 17. But let us get our next guest in. Over on the TikTok side, we're going to bring in Reckless Religion.
God damn, my two favorite people. I love you too.
How are you?
How are you, Jon and Sean?
Very, very well indeed.
Good.
Nice to see you again.
God,
love
I have
the
to
energy.
say, huh?
I love the energy.
Oh, I'm telling you, I
just came in, pepping everything up. All right.
Fucking
Good
right.
stuff.
God damn. Well, you guys are my nighttime show. Okay, before I go to bed, because I don't catch you live sometimes, so I have to catch you on the YouTube side.
Right.
And so, before I have to wind down for the night and take dog way out and all that, that is my night show. You are my night show, and it's just like, it is awesome because I take notes, and I'm just like, this is what I learned today from the Jon and Sean show.
That's very kind. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
But that last guest, let me tell you, when I was I've been in 4 churches when I was a believer. I was in Baptist, Pentecostal, and a couple non-denominationals, and then that was it for me. But in the Pentecostal, they always talk about, oh, God can heal, God can do this. It's really disgusting when they use somebody's sickness or mental health for profit. And at the Pentecostal church, they called me up to the altar, and people had to have known that it was performative because they laid their hands on me and they said, if you want to witness a miracle right now, you will bring any donation up to the front of the altar. They brought around $500 and nothing happened when I left. It was so fucked up.
That's horrible. Yeah.
And every time I bring that discussion up to people, they're like, but you don't have enough faith.
Yeah.
It doesn't, you can have all the faith in the world, but when you go up to these supposed, altars and some powerful being is supposed to shoot you down with healing power, and it doesn't happen, and the church just made $500 off of your mental health, what does that say?
It's a racket. It's a racket. Obviously, it's just a racket. Yeah, disgusting. Horrible stuff. And it's also, it's really, the worst thing about that is the victim blaming. You didn't have enough faith you're still sick. It's your fault. You didn't believe hard enough. You didn't have enough faith. It's your fault that this healing wasn't delivered. I think that's pretty disgusting. Well, look, thank you so much for coming back in. Was there anything else you wanted to add before we move on? Because we have a few waiting.
That you guys are absolutely nailing it. I mean, you're doing a great job, and I really appreciate you because you speak out and you point out the harm in this religion. So keep doing you.
Thank you. We really appreciate that. Thanks, Reckless.
Good to see you, my friend.
You too.
Take care.
Always.
Take care.
Okay, right, you too.
Thanks. All the best. Okay, well, finalize your votes for Reckless Religion. That was quite a change of energy, wasn't it, from where we were before? Yeah. That was pretty awesome. Okay, I think we'll probably close off the voting there. I don't think there's too much to discuss. That was very nice. There we go. And I need to read out a couple of messages, and then we're going to get in our friend over on YouTube who just doesn't have a name labeled but is in front of a microphone. So if that's you, hold where you are for a moment. And then we've got Duke White and Christy's also waiting to come up. We'll get Christy in as well, ASAP. Let me just read out a few messages and then we'll move things along. So we have Resistance. The Babble is fiction. Deal with it, Chrissy's. True, life is hard. Sorry. Soz, not soz. And then also Niddy, great to see you, Niddy. If certain things happen to my children, I don't think I'd look them in the face and say, had to be this way. If I did do that, I deserve hell. Exactly. This notion of God is this, just has to play by the rules, has to do it this way, has to impose these punishments and sanctions and tortures and suffering and all of that. Absolutely no choice. And apparently he loves us. This is how he displays it. But he's all powerful as well. Make that make sense. that's completely craziness. And Base to Shara back again said they never think of women. We are tools to be used. I can only imagine which conversation that was part of. And I know I need to check the bingo, by the way. We'll do that in a second too. It's so hard work running a live stream. There's so many things to think about. Am I on with the bingo? Who's the next guest? What are the messages? What needs to be done? Who's coming in next? Lots of stuff happening here.
You created a lot of this tech, just so you know.
I know.
It made a great show, I think, but
it's my fault.
Yeah, but now you're doing this juggling act between.
I am.
Yeah,
I am cognitively
bingo,
exhausted.
The super chats, the regular, the what do you call it? Member question.
The Q&A form. I've got comments to read as well now as another thing. At the end of it live, I'm just exhausted, and never mind like the actual debating, the actual like needing to have your arguments together. It is tiring, but I love it. I love it. Okay, one more message and then or two more, and then we'll get on with things. Tracy, lovely for the little cute kitty. Thank you, I appreciate that. Thanks for sending that in. And for anyone who doesn't know, Tracy is the architect of our Discord, and you're very, very welcome on the Discord. If you're not a member, come and find us. I'm going to hope that someone's going to put the link to the Discord in the chat, because I don't have it on to hand right now and I can't paste it in. But if there are any mods that have the Discord link, that would be great. If you could stick it in both chats, that'd be amazing. Be really super grateful. But big thanks to Tracy again for building the Discord.
And then admin note on the Discord, by the way, if you have an iPhone and you're signing up for it, due to the over 18 settings, it won't let you in initially. You have to sign up on a desktop. And then what I found out also is you have to go, I haven't done this part yet, go in and there's some kind of setting to where allow the over 18 whatever to work on your phone. And then you can start accessing it from your phone. So that's just an important admin note on the Discord side.
That's exactly right. That caught me too, because I wasn't able to get in, then I went onto the desktop and then it worked. So thanks for that, Sean. And massive thank you to Bacon and Bush for sending out 10 unconvinced gift memberships. That's amazing. They will have been distributed already. That's absolutely huge, friend. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate that. And then the final one for now, from Alguverich. My God, I can't speak today. You are killing it, John. Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. You are too. Thank you very, very much indeed. Okay, we are going to go over to the YouTube side and get in. Well, it says add a label, but I'm going to take it that's not your name. But you are now in. How are you? Hopefully. No, you don't know you're in. You are in. If you're in front of a microphone with a camera in front of you, there you go.
Is it me now active?
Yep, that's you.
Yes. Okay, so again here, I'm happy to give the turn to the gentleman here, because I don't think my thing would be kind of short and somewhat boring. I'm pretty sure the other gentleman has something more.
All right. Well, thanks for that. I'll keep you around. That's very kind of you. So I'll keep you around, and maybe we'll bring you in later. But yeah, that's great. I appreciate that. We'll keep it moving on for now. Then, thank you for that. Okay. So in that case, we are going to get in back on the TikTok side. We're going to get in Duke White, and then we're going to speak to Christy after that, and then we also have over on YouTube Gino. So. Lots of stuff going on today. I'm very happy about this. Sometimes these things are very quiet, but today we've got some action, which is wonderful. So bringing in Duke White right now. Duke, how are you?
What's going on, guys? Good
how
to
you
talk
doing?
to you again. How you doing?
And you. I think it was early April when we spoke last. But how are you?
Yeah. Doing good. Just want to remind, because I got a lot of trouble the last time I was up here. People saying that I'm a pastor that talks like an atheist. And that made me really happy, to be totally honest with you. So I just wanted to remind everybody that I don't care what they think. But the last conversation, I was fascinated, because I think that one of the things that we're doing, this is not excluded to just religion, but the people's ideology about God, they tend to not include the reality that and this is one thing that's really sucks about religion, is how they take advantage of the minds of not just people with mental ill issues, but also people who just don't have knowledge. And it's like the sad part about that is it makes religion feel like this is the place where people with mental illness and people who avoid knowledge can go and get some type of answer to fulfill their desire to need to know things. Does that make sense, what I'm saying?
It kind of does. But why don't you flesh that out a little bit more? Because I don't want to preempt what you're actually kind of saying.
So again, not excluding just religion, but I noticed that the conspiracy theory that he came up with, right? The conspiracy, I hear that amongst religion, that there's probably some cure, this and that. But I also noticed that places where there are high corruption in government places, it becomes things that the people in poverty can kind of conspirize, like can come up with themselves to justify why these things happen, because they see the outside world or those with power kind of in the same context that they see God, in the sense. They see him in the same context as they see God. Well, if they can do this, then this must be it. And so their simple answer, because they don't have knowledge, is let's use our imagination to create so the same idea that they come up with God is the same idea they come up with these conspiracies to justify why things don't happen. And I just noticed the constant conversation going back to what about man? What about man? Not saying that there isn't some validity to that according to scripture, that the scripture talks about people not believing. The interesting thing is that when you would say things were nonsense and foolish, that's actually biblically accurate. And so to deny when things sound nonsense and foolish, like I could tell that he's unaware that according to scripture, it says, hey, people are going to say the stuff that we're saying is nonsense and foolishness, which it's just true. It's just true. First of all, the Bible's even confirming that, hey, you're going to say a lot of crazy. We're already talking about Jesus walking on water, defying logic. It encourages that.
To be fair, that's a prediction which is fairly easy to make if what you're saying on the face of it is kind of crazy, right?
Absolutely.
So it's not surprising that particular prophecy would have been fulfilled.
But the reason why is because that's true about anything that goes against the norm, of whatever society is. Most people think, like you said, the flat earther thing and all this other stuff, all you have to do is make things sound like it makes sense. And then all of a sudden, you're going to have a group of people that didn't do enough study, didn't do enough work to believe it, because that's what people believe. They believe charisma. That's how people get sucked into all types of religion. And, the interesting thing about science, though, is that it's regardless of your emotion, regardless of charisma, regardless, you can say in an exciting way that 1 + 1 is 2, and it's true. And then you can say in a boring way that 1 + 1 is 2, and it's still true. So I love the approach that science takes, because it has nothing to do with emotions or feelings or how you rationalize it. The truth speaks for itself. So with that aside, I also noticed in the conversation the thing with the dinosaur thing, and all that stuff. I think that when these are the issues that really cause people to run away from the idea of God, and I'm saying all this because of this one thing that I'm about to say that's going to piss off a lot of people, especially a lot of Christians, is that everything you're saying about God in a cynical way is actually just true. According to the Bible, this all-powerful God absolutely could heal every single person of cancer, of this and that, and he doesn't. And according to the Bible, that's why people have to know what they believe, and they don't. They come up with these ideas. It's like the scripture is clearly saying that God can do anything, anytime he wants to. And for whatever reason he chooses, he doesn't. And if you're not okay with believing that, if you need to make up a form of God, then guess what? You just created your own version of God that works for you. But according to scripture, this God absolutely can do everything you talk about. He can do everything, and he just doesn't.
Duke, so you're a God believer yourself, I thought I heard you say. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm a pastor.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. You're a pastor. Okay, so you seem to grasp the logic of what we're saying and the problems that we're identifying. But how do you, as a pastor yourself, reconcile those things?
Yeah. So some certain things are unreconcilable. Either you believe, like you either believe in this God that can do everything and anything and only does things when he wants to according to his will. If you can't accept that, if you can't accept that reality as a believer, and you start creating your own version of God, you might as well be an atheist.
Well,
and
right,
that's fine.
Do you consider the God you believe in to be all good?
I believe he's sovereign, but not all good. He's sovereign, which means absolutely he's controlled, narcissistic, whatever name you want to throw out. It doesn't make sense for humans to be narcissistic because we depend too much on each other and depend too much on it. But you're talking about a God that doesn't need anybody, doesn't need anything. So if anyone has a right to have an ego or pride, it would be this God. So to say he's all loving is not true. To say he's his version, you would have to reapply every definition of any type of person we think with ultimate sovereignty. How would that change that psychology? So if God's saying, hey, I don't have to respond to everybody because I'm God, he's the one that's going to win at the end. He doesn't need any of us.
But hang on a sec. So what we're basically doing is we've now just abandoned the idea of being able to evaluate God's goodness, and we're just recognizing that he's very powerful, according to so the story goes, right? The book tells us he's very powerful, he's got the power, but are we not still entitled to have a look at someone with all that power using it so badly? Because if I had all of that power, I would not stand by and watch children raped. I would not stand by and allow babies to be born with brain tumors and live a few weeks and then die. Like, I wouldn't do that, right? I know I wouldn't, and I suspect you wouldn't, and I suspect anyone who isn't a monster wouldn't do it. And yet, if we are to assume that this God exists, of course, we don't, but if such a God does exist, then we are able to look at the world around us and go, well, what inferences can we make from this? Here's a being that could alleviate suffering and chooses not to. Here's a being that could, reduce harm. It doesn't have to be down to zero, but there's so much just random horror and harm and suffering in the world. Chooses not to, and then we get back to these ideas. Well, he must have a reason for doing it, and then we bring out the seesaw again, and we go, okay, well then let's put him on the seesaw with his reasons, and as his reasons lift him up, his power goes down because it follows that he wouldn't be able to achieve his plan without that suffering. Whereas if I invented a God, my God would be able to achieve his plan without any suffering. He would just click his fingers, and because he's all powerful, he would make his plan happen.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is that if you take God out of the picture and say you're just dealing with reality, then reality is it's the same still suffering would still happen. If you take God out of it, same absolute suffering still happens, and there's still certain cures that work, certain cures that don't work. Certain people get healed, so the reality wouldn't change even if you take God out of the picture, because it would be reality. Now, if there are cures that haven't been discovered yet, just give it time. We're going to figure those things out. We'll discover those cures. However, to me, the suffering has if God decided that now, of course, the deal is this, according to the scripture, that God is going to heal all suffering. There is going to come a day, and he's going to do that when he's ready and he feels like it. So that's the claim that the scripture makes, that when he's done proving the point that he is in charge and that he exists, and everybody starts to accept the fact that he exists, when that happens, he's going to do things.
But that argument doesn't work, Duke, because right now people are suffering. Right now, parents are grieving their lost children. Right now, animals are dying under fallen trees. Right now, God could stop it happening and still get to that wonderful time at the end where everything is made right. He could do that without the suffering. So that means he's choosing the suffering. He wants the suffering.
Yeah, that's part of it. That's exactly right. That's what I mean. Is that suffering? From when you look at how diabolical humanity is, and God says, you know what they need? They're going to have to. I'm going to use suffering as a tool.
Don't worry about humanity for a moment. Don't even forget about humanity for a moment, because we've got like free will and stuff, right? Think about. Have you heard my deer analogy?
No, I haven't.
Okay, so a tree falls on a deer, and it doesn't kill the deer straight away. It takes 5 days to die. And it lies there in agony, right? Both legs broken, starving to death, terrified, in pain, in agony. And God watches this deer die. Now, God could have avoided this happening in the first place. God could have made the tree fall 2 inches to the left, and it wouldn't have trapped the deer. But God saw this coming. God knew that this tree was going to fall on the deer 1 billion years ago. So God had planned this, because if God had wanted it to not be this way, it wouldn't be this way. So the tree falling on the deer is something that God requires for some reason, presumably as part of his greater plan. Is God powerful enough to have allowed the deer to have died 1 second earlier and still achieve his desired plan?
He is.
He
but
is.
If he doesn't,
So that means he wants the suffering. He wants the deer to have that extra second of suffering. What does that tell us about God's character?
It also means he might not care.
Right.
Like God has a right to. Yeah, but he might be like, I don't care. That's the thing.
But you don't worship a God like that, do you?
No, I do. I worship.
But why?
That's what I'm saying is that.
But you shouldn't.
So the reason why is because I'm all like, you call me, if it was patriotic, you'd be like, I'm a treasonist. Like, I'm always going to be on the side of God because he wins.
But you're selling yourself short. I mean, that's a terrible thing to say about yourself. You're just saying, I want to be on the winning team, even if it's the Schmartzies, right? Whoever's going to win, count me in with that.
Right.
Count me in with that.
When it comes to humanity. No, I'm talking about when it comes to eternity, when it comes to things of God.
Not humanity. But this God is evil. Dude, this God is choosing suffering for the sake of suffering. It pleases him.
When you go to Genesis 3, right, and they eat the fruit and everything, and it says, man has become like one of us, knowing both good and evil. So this means that he was already dealing with things that we consider as good and evil, or that he considers good and evil. He's like, oh, well, man has now entered into this reality of this of what good and evil is.
But that's irrelevant.
Already. What I'm making is that God never said, like, there's scripture where he says, I, God, do both good and evil.
This is all making it worse, not better. I'm just saying, like,
exactly. That's what I'm trying to do.
But I'm saying to you, you shouldn't worship this. This is not worship. If it's one thing, if you said to me, I'm convinced there's a God, I think he's very powerful, and because of my own self-interest, I'm going to pretend to love him, and I'm going to hope he doesn't notice that I'm bullshitting him. Then I'd be like, well, I would say that's not going to work, because the rumor has it he's very smart too. So he's going to see through your plan, and he's going to know that you're just trying to game him, is what I'd say to you. But I would almost have more respect for that position than if you say, actually, I think he's really wonderful, and I'm going to, worship entails like love and admiration and fondness for this monster who is creating suffering and wants suffering. I couldn't bring myself to do that.
So here's the thing: is that when you, like, with me being in the military, right, and I go to, and I know I'm following orders because of this nation, and I have to follow my orders, right? And I'm going to do what my country tells me to do, and I got to do what's best for the American country to protect, the country, right? And so if people start doing things like sending children out strapped with weapons and things like that, and they're like, take the shot, it doesn't matter, then I've got to make these hard decisions because I'm following orders, even though normally I'd be like, well, I'm just going to, I can't allow this person who's went so low to send a child with something strapped to them to hurt my fellow soldiers. So we have to take the child out. Those are the types of hard decisions that have to be made. And we are dealing with humanity in its entirety. So God is managing humanity. He's just governing all of this stuff.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but that's disanalogous, because we're not talking here about having to make hard decisions. And when you're in the military, you have to do what you're told. That's what you signed up for, and you just have to do it. But what you don't have to do is love the people giving you the orders, or worship them, or claim that they're good. And if someone's giving you bad orders, then it's in your code of conduct to not obey an illegal order, right? So that's where the analogy here breaks down, because you've got a God who tells people to kill children. And why? Not because they're not because they're a threat, but because he's angry about something that happened a few hundred years ago, when none of these children were even alive. None of these children's great grandparents were even alive. It happened 400 years before. The Amalekites attacked the Israelites as they were coming out of Egypt, apparently, even though we know that was a myth and never happened. But get that aside. And then 400 years later, he in conversations with Saul, go and kill the Amalekites and kill their children. If that was the military, people would go, I'm not obeying an illegal order like that to go and kill children, and they would be right to do it. And if they did do the order, then they could say, well, I did it for my own self-preservation, but I don't love it. But here we're talking about devotion to this monster that does all of this stuff, commands all of this stuff, and invigilates a world full of suffering. You should say, I don't want a part of that.
Well, so that's the thing, is that I understand his nature. You know what I mean? And that's the reason. So just to make it clear, I'm not saying that I worship him and regard, like, there's things in the Bible that I don't agree with. But in that same way, as like a soldier, in that same way, I do understand why he operates the way he does, because of humanity, what humanity is and how humanity is. So he's operating on so many different levels that we don't even understand. But I understand that his nature, like when he does say this is all going to end, he's going to end the suffering. He's going to do these things. He could do it now. But when I look at his agenda to make us like him, that's his agenda, to make us more like him. So he would be proud of the stance that you take. So this is where religion doesn't work, because God didn't do all this stuff to set up a religion. He's getting man to a place of maturity to be like him. He already said, man has become like us, knowing both good and evil. Now I have to show man how to operate in these realms of good and evil and what I accept. So God's not interested in our social constructs, our morality, or any of that. He's interested in developing humanity to become like him, to understand his thought process, because once we take this last breath, that determines how we function with him in cohesiveness in eternity. So if you don't believe in that, then it's like, be the best human that you can possibly be, and then God can still honor you. This is where, again, where religion doesn't work, because God is still going to, like, God tells us to pursue truth. And that's why I love your platform, is because you're actually provoking people to think even about what they believe. I want to see Christians say, you know what, they made a lot of good points about the Bible. I don't believe in that. And it's like, good. Then go and either do more research, understand the nature of God, or walk away and be free and not have to live, just to be a part of the club. But if you truly understand his nature, then I don't condemn God, but I don't agree with everything. But I agree. I don't agree with everything. I don't like everything. I would like to see God take all the suffering away,
All right.
But my job is to be the best human that I can be.
All right, Duke, thank you for that. Thank you for giving us your perspective. You do have an interesting and nuanced and fairly alternative view, and I enjoy you sharing it. So thank you for coming up.
Let me just tell you real quick, man. Dude, you're doing such a phenomenal job for both sides. You're causing people to ask themselves what they really believe, and you're helping people at the same time be okay with not believing. And that's a good thing. They don't have to feel guilty, and so I just appreciate you on every level.
Thank you, Duke. Appreciate that. Thank you for coming up. Keep well, my friend. Take it easy. Okay, that was Duke. Get your votes in. If you want to do that. I think we've had a few. Duke's a nice guy. He's got an interesting theology. It's different, but different is good, right? We have a marketplace of ideas. I think he's coming from a good place. And for me, anyone who identifies as a Christian but is genuinely saying that non-belief is okay and non-belief doesn't lead to hell, we need more people like that in those communities saying that stuff. So he has my support for that reason. Okay, we're going to lock that vote right there. Whoops, not like that, like this. There we go. That is locked. Oh, that was unfair. Did he get a troll? That was unfair. I don't think he was a troll at all. Duke is not a troll. Okay, we lost Christy. Let me see if I can reach out and pull Christy up, and then after that we are going to get Gino in after Christy. There we are. Let's get Christy up, and let's do that. There we go. Christy, how are you?
Hey, I've been having technical issues.
Uh-oh.
So hopefully it'll be okay, but yeah, otherwise I'm good.
Good. Well, thanks for the live last night. We had fun, didn't we?
Yeah, we did. I'm trying to figure out how to post it. I'm not technical enough, but I've got a couple highlights in the Discord server.
Good.
I was going to talk about hell being ridiculous.
Yeah.
And not just that, but because that's part of why I was I had just a bad day the other day. It was all sort of related. Hi, Godwin. Right. It was all kind of related to that, and not so like I don't believe in it anymore.
Mm-hmm.
But I think part of it sticks with you for a long time.
Mm.
And it's not so much fear of hell as it is just this the decades that I spent creating a personality and a behavior model around that threat.
Mm.
And not only the threat of hell, but I mean, with women in a lot of churches, you're raised to pretty much everything you do could chase away a man. And everything you do is supposed to be geared towards getting a man and then being a perfect wife. And
yeah,
it's gross.
Yeah, pretty gross.
And then, like, in my situation, I was assaulted, and that made it so much harder because according to that whole worldview, my personal worth was gone. They do a lot of those analogies where they pass around like yogurt or something and have everybody stick their finger in it, and then they're like, now who wants to eat the yogurt? Like, just gross things like that.
Oh gosh, is that a thing?
Like,
that's
no,
horrific.
Ew. And that's supposed to be what they're saying. That's what you are if you just give it out. But what if you didn't? What if it was taken? That's what happened to me. But they never addressed that.
Yeah.
They never differentiate that. So, I mean, that fear and control from all of those really negative teachings, it still permeates a lot of me. And I'm trying to undo it. And I'm starting to see a lot of it. But I think there's still, it's like an onion, like layers just keep coming off and I keep finding new triggers. And
yeah,
but it's all based on this. I feel like the fear of hell is kind of what started a lot of those horrible teachings. And so I don't know that it's like people think fear of hell and they just think damnation and burning and suffering. I think it's bigger than that.
Yeah.
I think it's the fear of hell created an entire system with a whole bunch of rules that make no sense, that really victimize people and that cause a lot of
completely
long lasting trauma and just societal.
Yeah. Some people would say that the fear of hell actually creates hell as a real place here, because that's what people are going through, right? And kids are traumatized and people are terrified, and it is so cruel. It's such a horrible thing. Even the concept of thinking up this idea, I know, let's come up with an everlasting punishment and let's make it for the contents of your mind. And it's so grim and horrible. And we just need to move on. This is why I'm so dismissive of this stuff. This is just nonsense. This is just superstitious babble BS. And we just need to laugh at it, point at it and laugh and move on. There's some quite interesting stuff in the psychology literature about how laughing at traumatic ideas is quite effective at making them less traumatic for people. That we're recontextualizing things which have been very triggering and traumatizing for people in a funny way can, for some, be quite helpful. Which is why, I mean, quite a lot of my my content on TikTok has been a bit sort of I'm not trying to be a comedian, but I'm trying to be a little bit like, we need to laugh at this stuff. It's ridiculous. Here's the one about the talking donkey, and here's like, just laugh at it because it is ludicrous. The fruit related crime incident, it is absolutely ludicrous. And when you start being able to laugh at it, you notice it stops being so frightening. And Sean said yesterday, oh no, it wasn't Sean actually. It was Pastor Fairy. Forgive me. Pastor Fairy said yesterday that these things have a power when we give them power. And okay, very often the power is taken, not given, right? In the case of children and indoctrination. But it's still the case that when we start taking some of that power back by like laughing at them, they're not quite so, not quite so scary and traumatizing anymore. But of course, the triggers are old and there are lots of layers to the onion, but just keep on shedding those layers. And there's good onion under there. There's a good supply of good onion to be found.
There is. Yeah, I think we need to be getting away from, and you're right. Like I was thinking, you're overriding neural pathways, because I think that's important to remember too, is the actual physical part of your brain that's affected by things like religion, because it's like you're constantly using the same neural pathways to fear and reward. So it's like if you're walking through the woods in the same path 100 billion times, it's going to be a super clear concrete path that you cut through. So you need to start cutting different ones.
That's a great analogy.
Hard. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard work. You have to cut away all of the brush. You're probably going to get hurt a lot, but it's worth it. And after you keep going for a while, then the other path gets overgrown and goes away. So that's been my goal. But it sucks. I mean, I fell down a big hill the other day and I spent like the whole day crying. It was and nothing even happened specifically. It was just,
but the overall trajectory is going in the right direction. It's like when you look at those the graphs, and the trend line is upwards. It's got little blips down and little blips up again, but overall in the right direction, and you're in the right place. So
well, when I first found you guys, I was like terrified of everything, and trolls would just send me spinning with basically nothing. And now I look for them and troll punch all the time. So.
That's it.
But it's a journey, and it is important to push back on what's so terrifying when you're in it.
Well, good for you. Keep on keeping on. You're heading in the right direction.
I got a good purpose now that I hooked up with you guys.
Exactly. Yeah, well, good to speak, and we'll speak soon.
I'd like to see us do some more of those sort of inner circle, not his inner circle, but our community on TikTok, so those internal lives more often, maybe once a month or something like that.
It's good, wasn't it? Yeah, it was really good.
I'm planning to do one once a month, or the same sort of topic. Like just healing. Community.
It's good. And it's not about debate, and it's not about all of that. We had a couple of people come in last night ready to debate. No, you're in the wrong place. This isn't what this is about.
Nobody tried to buy me this time, though.
Always good.
You'll have to tell me about that one later.
Yeah, some guy came on and said he had deep pockets for the right women, and
Oh, Jesus.
Tyler was sitting right beside me.
Goodness me.
I think I posted that highlight, actually.
Goodness me.
But you didn't hear what he said, just me responding.
Goodness me. All right. Well, I think we'll move it on because we have a few waiting in the queue still. But thanks for coming up, Christy, and good for you. Just keep on going. Just keep. We speak about this stuff, don't we? But you're doing well. You're on the right path, and the hopefully the bad days, the bad layers of the onion become less frequently found, and things continue to get better with distance.
Yep.
All right. Good stuff. We'll speak soon.
Bye.
Take care.
Bye, Christy.
Okay. There we go. Right. Let's, as promised, let us head over to YouTube side, and we're going to get Gino in. Hopefully this all works nicely. There we go. Gino, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you just fine. Can you hear me?
Perfectly. If you don't mind, I'm not going to run the camera because I'm being stingy with bandwidth because I've got a crappy internet connection at the moment.
That's absolutely fine, but I can hear you just fine.
Wonderful, wonderful. All right, excellent. Well, welcome along.
Yeah, so it's a pleasure to be on. Pleasure to speak to both of you. I wanted to chat about belief, the nature of belief. And I thought it would be interesting to talk about it from a slightly different perspective. I'm an atheist.
Yeah.
And so I kind of wanted to offer up a sort of atheist's perspective, potential counterpoint to the idea that we can never choose our beliefs.
Ah, I love this. Okay.
So I don't know, I was just thinking about it as a concept, and a little kind of thought experiment, a scenario popped into my head of like, let's say a married couple, right? A husband and wife, who argue as couples often do. And the husband in this scenario realizes that maybe when his wife brings up some issue to him, that he gets defensive, right? Sort of lashes out in an argument. And the reason for this is because perhaps when some like minor gripe or something gets brought up, he interprets that as an attack on him personally. That he believes that when that thing is brought up, he believes in that moment that he is being attacked.
Yeah.
Right? And I think this functions in the way that you've often described belief, right? That we have some set of stimuli and some mixture of our brain chemistry and our lived experiences and whatever combine into a belief, in this case that he's being attacked.
Yeah.
And so realizing that this is the case, and still in the situation where if that happens, he will believe that, decides to kind of put in the sort of the work on himself, you might say, to change that.
Yeah.
Right? To change the way in which he responds to those stimuli.
Yeah.
Now that in my books would be a kind of a conscious decision to change one's own beliefs.
I'll tell you why it's not. Because
okay, I'm interested.
Because if he really thought he was being attacked, he wouldn't be able to do that. That only works if he's already convinced he's not being attacked, and then he's aware of a behavior pattern in himself where he's introspective enough to go, when the conversation goes this way, I feel myself reacting defensively, but it's an unjustified reaction, and so I'm going to be mindful about mitigating that reaction by reminding myself, my wife loves me, she's not actually attacking me. Would he still be able to do that if he really thought he was being attacked?
I would argue that is still possible. And the reason that I say that is this, that I think in that situation, it would be possible to recognize that the response is unhealthy without resorting to any position on whether or not he is actually being attacked. Right? In my scenario, I intentionally avoided describing whether or not he is actually being personally attacked.
But then you're just talking about him exercising self-restraint in the face of damaging, behavior, which might not be in everyone's interest. That's not choosing belief. That's choosing action. And I would never make the claim that we don't choose our actions. I mean, I might if we were talking about free will. But
I think maybe the kind of position that I'm taking is that in this scenario, what he's saying is, I believe that this is the case. It would be healthier if I did not believe that this was the case.
Yeah.
And therefore, I'm going to put in the work in order to essentially, rewire my own brain chemistry so that when this happens again, I no longer believe this is the case because it's healthier.
So
regardless of whether or not of the truth claim of it.
I hear you. I do hear you. And it's an elegant and subtle example that you're providing, but it still doesn't work because the husband in your scenario is either going to be successful in that attempt to change his beliefs or he's not. Now, wanting to believe a different thing is a noble cause. Like when people go into therapy, quite often, they go in with, say, very low self-esteem. And so they say, I want to believe that I'm worth more. I want to believe that I'm not unworthy, right? And they will work with the therapist together, collaboratively, on changing those beliefs. And they may succeed and they may not succeed. The determining factor as to whether they are successful or not isn't what they decided to do at the top. It's whether they are capable, through the work they do together, of actually changing what they think is true about themselves. So changing what they find convincing, the story they tell themselves about themselves in the course of the therapy, changing that story such that when they see themselves getting into the old behavior patterns again and they recognize them, so much of therapy is about recognizing behavior patterns, they go, oh, hang on, I've been here before. And when I was here before last time, I got into a real cycle of like, I'm not worthy and, self-denigration and not allowing myself to have a voice or whatever it might be. I'm not going to do that now because actually I know I am worth more. And so they've successfully modulated their behavior. But that's not going to work unless the course of the work of the therapy and the work they've done together and their own introspection allows them to actually be convinced that they are worth more, that they are worthy. And so their desire to believe differently is only of consequence if they are able to talk themselves into the fact that it is a different thing. And it's the same with your husband in your analogy.
That's an interesting counterpoint with the kind of therapy example. I think maybe this is kind of at the heart of our disagreement here, is that I think my argument is that doing that work, I mean, self-esteem is maybe even a better example here, right? Like if you go into it with low self-esteem, you kind of initially have that first set of belief. It's not like if you go in wanting to believe something different there, you kind of are already believing something different before you go in. And I think my argument is that process of choosing to take action that leads to with intentionality leads to the change in beliefs is, in my opinion, choosing to change your beliefs in the same way that, if I choose to move my arm, I'm not kind of actively doing that. I'm choosing to engage certain muscles that then lead to me moving my arm.
The problem is the process that you're speaking about, it doesn't necessarily lead to a change in beliefs. It potentially does. So we're all in agreement that you can choose your information diet. You can choose to look at things from a fresh perspective, try to remove bias. These things may end up changing your beliefs about things, but they won't necessarily. In other words, you cannot choose the consequence of doing those things. So, for example, I can have a strong desire. I'm going to go back to leprechauns again because I'm part Irish. I have a strong desire to believe leprechauns actually exist. I'm going to choose to open my mind to it. I'm going to try to remove bias, preconceived notions, talk to people who believe in leprechauns, hear their arguments with an open mind. No matter how badly I want to, it's probably not going to change my belief that leprechauns don't exist. And so you can choose the process because all of those things are actions. You can't just decide what the outcome is going to be of doing those things. You're still at the end of the rainbow, stuck with doxastic involuntarism, to where either the new information convinced you and you had no choice in the matter, you just became convinced, or was unable to convince you. That's still going to be the net result. You're taking the doxastic involuntarism and just putting it further down the road, but you always end up at that moment where you cannot choose the outcome. You're either going to be convinced or you're not.
I see. So the argument then is that that we can choose to take action to try and change our beliefs,
right?
But that the actual change of belief is not something that we can guarantee at the point of choosing to try.
Correct.
I see. That's a very interesting argument. Yeah, and I think I see why that applies in the example of religion, for instance, where the theist argument is that we can choose to believe in God, or that you choose not to believe in God, rather.
Right.
And therefore, even if we choose to try and believe in God, that because we can't kind of guarantee ahead of time that that's actually going to lead to us believing in God.
And we could sort of do a compare and contrast. So if I walk to the refrigerator and I have chocolate milk and white milk in there, I can choose which I'm going to which one I'm going to decide to drink, just without fail. Like I have that choice. It's there. Milk on a whim. I can do that anytime I want. If I go on a venture to hear out a certain side and possibly change my mind, at the end of it, I am either going to be forced to change my mind, meaning the information I got was so convincing, I have no choice but to believe, or I'll be unable to change my mind. So that's the compare and contrast. You still end up with you either belief is inevitable or it's impossible, versus a physical action. As long as you accept free will, you at least have the illusion of choice that you can just, whichever milk, there's nothing stopping you. You will be able to drink one or the other.
Yes. And I think then it's kind of, with maybe the therapy example, right? Like if you, that you can choose to try and believe, you can choose to sort of maximize your chances of believing something.
Yes.
Yeah.
But you can't choose the actual belief itself. Yeah,
that's exactly it.
I like that, and I think I don't disagree in that case. I think.
Thank you, Gino.
Consider me convinced.
Well, I appreciate that.
This was not a particularly. I just wanted to come to you with this counterexample and see what you kind of came up with in response. And
it's a really good one.
I'm really interested to hear it, and I think I have come fully around to the idea that that makes sense.
Thank you. And another framing for you. Another framing for you is you can't choose your beliefs, but you can influence the likelihood of them arising. So in my book, I've got this concept which is called the edges of control, which is like all the things you can do to bring to change the likelihood of a belief up until the point where you don't have control anymore, and that's the bit where the belief just makes contact with your mind, and it's just for your own brain to decide whether it's going to give you a feeling of, yep, I'm persuaded by this, or this is probably true, or nah, or I don't buy it, or definitely not. And that's an experience you have rather than a thing you do.
And I suppose the kind of critical point here is that the religious perspective is that it's actually that little moment, that bit where the attempt to believe transitions into the actual belief, that is the part that supposedly a God would care about, right?
Yeah.
And that in effect is almost the only bit that actually isn't within our own control.
Yep.
Exactly right. And that's such a strange place to park your moral test. That's such a strange place for God to decide the moral test of a person's character lives, is in the one part of the process that you actually can't control. All the rest of it you can. Imagine if John 3:18 had rather said something like, somebody who doesn't even bother to listen is condemned, but someone who listens with an open mind, even if they don't agree, you can get salvation. Like, I would have so much more respect for that, because then that's actually speaking about something that is to do with how human reasoning actually works. You can decide to be open-minded. You can decide to listen. You can decide to pay attention, but you can't decide to make yourself convinced of something. That's the one part of the process you can't do, and they just got it so catastrophically wrong.
I do wonder, in a sense, why the biblical authors kind of chose to make that the test, the sort of test of their God, because in a sense, it's. Had they gone about things with a sort of if you are trying to listen, if you are keeping your mind open, then you're going to be welcomed into heaven, etc. I mean, is it just because that kind of effectively isn't as conducive to religious growth?
It is.
Yeah, exactly. It's a thought stopper. Even though you can't choose your beliefs, we're all agreeing that you can sort of choose the process of things that may change your beliefs. I can do for years and years as a Christian. I kept having nagging doubts creep in, but I was too afraid to explore them. So, let me push that out of my head. I don't want to go to hell. Don't let me contemplate this. It was only until I finally had the courage and allowed myself to actually explore this that I ended up losing my belief.
I suppose it's also a thing of, it's the company you keep as well. That if you are told that the people who have tried but don't believe simply didn't believe hard enough or didn't believe at all.
Oh, yeah.
then it's one of those things that will help keep people from exploring others who are in similar situations or who have had doubts and gone in a different direction.
Exactly. And the othering of non-believers doesn't work so much if the test is, did you look with an open heart? It has to be, are you with us? If you're not with us, you're against us. And the signifier for being with us is, I believe, I'm in, I'm all in for Jesus. Then you're that signifies a higher level of commitment that grants you entry into the in group, and then you're one of the good people and you're not one of the bad people who deserve to be punished. So yeah, it's understandable in a way why they had to paint such a thick white line, but it's a silly one. It's not realistic and it's not reasonable.
Well, it's been a pleasure. I think that's really all I wanted to come on and chat about.
Thank you, Gino.
But yeah, it's been very, very enlightening, very interesting to talk about it all.
Thank you.
And yeah, thank you very much.
Thanks for coming up. Nice to speak to you. All the best.
Great talking to you.
Don't be a stranger.
You too.
Take
Bye
care.
now.
Thanks. Bye-bye. Okay, that was Gino. Very, very nice person indeed. If you would like to vote on that caller, I'll keep that open for another few seconds until we close that one off. And then we've got Hasty Jane. We'll get Jane in next. And then after that, over on the YouTube side, we have PWG, it looks like. And then we also have Moonlight Studio as well on the TikTok side. Okay, so closing off the voting on Gino. There you go. And bringing in Jane right now. Jane, how are you?
Hey, doing good. How are you?
Very well indeed. Welcome in. Lovely to see you as always.
Yeah, for sure. I was wanting to ask you guys, I've been thinking a little bit about, and we kind of touched on it on these last couple of guests, I think why people feel so drawn to these stories and why it's so compelling and everything. And we talked a little bit about, the guilt thing, right? And, people feeling like, the shame and guilt spiral that religion puts you in and, how that keeps people in. And I feel like as the deconstruction community is growing and, we're trying to sort of make this movement work, I think that we need to be really cognizant of the fact that there is no mechanism for forgiveness or sort of regaining your good status in a community within the secular communities, right? I have a friend who is very, very evangelical, very intensely, but this is a person that lives with a tremendous amount of guilt about some of the actions that they took earlier in their lives. And and I'm sitting here and I'm trying to put myself in this person's shoes. And through the church, through AA and then the church and all this stuff, this person has a way to be respected. They had an absolute right in front of them path back to something that would, fill their ego or their confidence or whatever, rather than strip it daily. And there just isn't anything comparable in secular sort of liberal progressive that framework of life. There's nothing. No. And I think that we're really failing in that respect. I think we're seeing it with the MAGA crowd, the people that are ex-MAGA right now in America. They don't have anywhere to turn, and when they get here, everybody's going to be harsh with them. And I don't disagree. I'm livid, pissed at them. But it's what are these people going to do? This person that I know, we'll call him Jim. What is Jim going to do if he wanted to leave the faith? He goes back to being an ex-alcoholic still an alcoholic, really, with a ton of DUIs and struggles to get jobs and has a felony and all of these things. And there's nothing Jim can do to get back to being respected in life. And he was able to do it in a couple of years through the church. Sure. So what do we do here?
It's the eponymous question. I mean, the one thing that religions just do so much better is form communities. and form real world communities. They get together, it's built into the routine. Everyone gathers in a particular building on a Sunday or whenever it is, and it forms that kind of cohesion and that togetherness and sense of purpose and belonging and shared purpose and shared vision. And the closest we can come is building online communities. I mean, you can obviously build communities around other things, but there's just something about building a community around explicitly shared values, which is very unifying and very, pulls people together and is very, very powerful. And I honestly don't know what to say to that. Like, it's you don't want to build a club based on what you don't believe in, right? Let's all get together and talk about what we don't believe in. It's not a winning formula. And so I think we have to find other things to get together around. And then it's like, okay, well, how do you find that thing which is going to be broad value? Because I could say, okay, well, let's get together around sports. Well, not everyone likes sports. Or let's get together around walking in beautiful places. Well, not everyone likes walking in beautiful places. Or let's get together and get together about talking and discussing and ideas and book clubs. Well, not everyone likes those things. And so I don't know. The honest answer is I honestly don't know if it's possible to compete on a level playing field with the superpower that religions have, which is to bring people together, offer them a sense of identity and shared purpose and moral alignment with each other. It's very, very hard to know how we find that outside of a religious framework.
So what if we narrowed the scope on this question and said, like, what could we do in this community to make people feel like it's, you don't, I don't think anybody here thinks you have to have been perfect to be here or anything. Like, I don't think we put off that vibe at all and never have. But because like if we looked at a microcosm, like at a micro example, like what would it even look like on the scale of this community to say, like, no, this is a place where a person who has said all these horrible things and put people in these positions with their religion and other things that they've done or whatever, there's a visible path back to being a respected member of the community again. Because I mean we're social creatures. People need that. That is more toxic or more intoxicating than almost anything for a lot of people. I don't know.
I was
Sean,
muted.
It's something to think about.
Yeah. I was muted. I didn't realize. I feel like we're actually pretty good at that. If you're talking about just from a theological standpoint, people who are in the faith, we've had some in our community have expressed regret over being one of the ones telling people about hell or what have you, and I think that we're very forgiving and understanding of that. Where there's a little less of it, it gets into to the political side when certain red hats realize that bad policies are affecting them personally, and now they're regretful of their vote, but they didn't give a crap about how, it wasn't the motivating factor that other people are being hurt. It's only when they affected them. It's a case-by-case basis, but I actually think our community is very welcoming, and inviting, even of people, so like on the religious side, terms and conditions apply. You're going to have to believe what we believe. Where with us, and I know John feels the same way, and most everyone else feels the same way. There are members of our community that have expressed still holding on to some sort of supernatural belief, still wrestling with their belief states, and we don't pressure them. You must become atheist. We're like, hey, that's great. Explore that. I just want you to explore it without the fear of hell. And we're very pluralistic when it comes to those types of beliefs as well.
For sure.
I agree. I didn't want to make it sound like I thought we didn't do that well in this community, because I actually think we do. I was kind of more wanting to say, like, let's articulate what that looks like so that it can be replicated in other places. But I agree, Sean. I think you guys particularly do a really good job of that.
It's hard. It's an asymmetric, battle that we're in here, because the religions have had millennia to work this stuff out, and societies have traditionally been built around them, and it's difficult to try and compete with that. But I think these are the kinds of conversations we have to have. Even conversations like this, where we're thinking about it, arguably helps to just bear it in mind and think about community building and bring it into people's minds as a value to think about.
There are tons of smaller scale things like you talked about, John. So like I used to be a D&D nerd. That's a community in itself. If you are a fan of a sports team, there's clubs, there's all kinds of online camaraderie around a certain sports team, car clubs, but nothing on the grand scale of like an entire religion. The only thing I could think that would be maybe a unifying voice is if there was like a church for humanism, but to me it seems weird to like go, I just care about other people. Like I don't need to go to a church to have that constantly like validated or talked about. You know what I mean? So it seems like from my standpoint that would be a little strange.
Yeah, and the community building issue is a really, obviously like a really big deal. But I'm specifically thinking of people who are turning to these theistic communities for forgiveness for some bigger things. Because I think we all know that like everybody in life makes mistakes, and some make some pretty big ones. But most of the mistakes that you have in life don't end your life or end your tenure in society. And so we have all of these people who have done something that gets them, I don't want to use the term canceled because that's got so many different connotations on it. And I think people are whatever stupid about that anyway, that some people need to be canceled, and but there is really very few ways back from that, and there's certainly no visible way. And so we're literally like feeding these people like lambs to the slaughter to these religions, because there's just no way for them to come back from any of the, let's say Jim had gotten into drugs and had stolen a bunch of stuff from people at some point. Like there's just really no way other than the people who go, well, God's telling me to forgive him, for Jim to get back to a point that he can function again. Yeah. And I don't think it's necessarily a community thing. I think we have to put a forgiveness mechanism into progressive thinking, and we don't have it.
I completely agree with that.
I think I don't think people don't get into the, like I think people in it. Sorry.
Oh no, sorry. Didn't mean to cut you off.
Sorry, go ahead, John.
No, I was clearing my throat.
Christians have
I've been yakking.
The easy fix as far as, well, you've invited Jesus into your heart. Every awful thing you've ever done in your life is now forgiven. Where the reality-based thinking is the people that you harmed, that they need to be made whole, or maybe seek their forgiveness. Like, I don't care if God or John or someone else forgives me for, if I feel bad about harm I've done to other people, their forgiveness means nothing to me. The forgiveness of the people I hurt, that's meaningful. And that's the hardest thing to get. That's the hardest thing to deal with. And making amends, or maybe fixing the wrongs if it's possible to do so, those are the things that matter. And that takes a lot more work versus, yes, I accept Jesus Christ as Lord and Savior, and every awful thing I've ever done to any person my entire life, if you take the worst things you've ever done in your life and they nag at you, well, guess what, you're forgiven now. So we don't have that magic pill. We have reality. And, reality is hard sometimes.
Absolutely.
Takes more work.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I agree that, I certainly don't think that like everything should be forgiven, and I don't like the free pass. It's one of my biggest beefs with religion, but I can also see that like from a pragmatic standpoint where this is causing a problem with the whole movement that we're trying to do here.
Yeah. Stuff to think about.
Yeah. Anyway. I'm taking up a lot of you guys this time.
Well, thanks for coming up.
I'll let you get on.
All right. Always good to
thanks.
speak, Jane.
Bye,
Thank
guys.
you so much.
Bye.
Thanks. Okay. Jane is always awesome. Always amazing to speak to Jane. I love having Jane around. Brilliant stuff. Okay. Well, we can rate that. I'm certainly hoping that you do. Jane always has intelligent, smart things to say. So I'll close that in just a second, and then we'll get some messages done, and then we'll get on with stuff. So let's close that off like that. And we have Garbage Man says, topic suggestion. God can only make robots. He is all-knowing, so they can never do anything unexpected. He is all-knowing, so they can... Yeah, well, that's kind of what it would be if God was all-knowing. That would be exactly the case. Yeah. And this God, which is anthropomorphized on a part-time basis, is just laughable. God has human characteristics when we need him to, and then he's super powerful when we need him to not have them. It's so silly. And Resistance says, Theist, is God responsible for X in your worldview? Every sane person. Fictional characters are not responsible for anything. Justin owned Joe Dash. Oh, I didn't realize that Justin owned him, but it doesn't surprise me because his arguments were very, very poor. Very, very poor indeed.
I don't even know who Joe Dash is.
Joe Dash was the guy who was going from topic to topic, from cancer to this, to that, to the other thing.
Oh, the whack-a-mole.
The whack-a-mole, yeah, exactly. Tim, great to see you. Tim said, Victor and I ruin everything. That's why you get all the Tim blaming. Boom, boom.
Oh,
straight out the gate, firing on all cylinders. Thank you, Tim. Appreciate that, of course. And at Goat said, you two are the worst people ever. Joking. Love your content and your patience. Keep up the good work. All hail Mommy Shub. Thank you very much. We very much appreciate that. Glad to have you here. Thank you so much for that. And then Tim Cooney. Great to see you, Tim. Sent out 10 memberships. That's amazing, Tim. Thank you so much. It's great to see your name pop up here. Always great to have you around. Tim is an awesome person, brilliant musician, and an all-round fantastic person. Thank you, Tim. That's super kind. I'm sure those have been distributed already, so that's really, really great. Thank you. And just a couple more, and then we'll get on. The Knights Who Say Ni. Such a funny moment in the Monty Python, the Holy Grail. We are the Knights Who Say Ni, and they all go Ni. Brilliant. So cool to see Chump the bigot getting what's coming to him. Gonna have to lose the moustache. I'm sure inmates don't want a girl with facial hair. I don't know what that's about. Am I missing something?
What that's referencing, there's a guy, his name was Chud the Builder, I think was his name. He was a bigot baiter. He would go around and bait African Americans to try to get them to engage in physical aggression toward him because he has a concealed carry permit, and he was like going to use, like, basically create the aggression and then use it as self-defense.
Oh my God.
He did that and attempted got charged with, I think it's attempted unalivement. He got hit with multiple charges, is facing like up to like 60 years in prison. His bail is like over $1 million. And there's like photos of him crying in court now, which
wow.
I love this for him.
Well, I'm sure he'll make a beautiful prison bride.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Wow. That sounds absolutely horrific. Well, thanks for that, Knight.
I think that, if I'm way off, then hey, but I think that's what he's referring to.
That sounds awful. Absolutely awful. And then final message. This is based to Shara again. Great to see you. Thank you again for sending so many messages. Really appreciate this. This is for Christy. Christy, I remember being there. If you need a community of people, we would love to have you at the Deconstruction Junction Discord. Well, mine is not the only Discord. Mine is the new baby one in town with just a small number of members. But the Deconstruction Junction Discord is where it's at. That's a happening place. So absolutely worth checking that out as well. And thanks for reaching out to Christy. Yeah, life is hard when you're getting over this stuff. And it's not a smooth ride. Like so many of the people I talk to have good days, not so good days, days when it really gets to you. And my advice there would just be like, be be super kind to yourself about that. There isn't like a right way to do deconstructing away from religious identities that have shaped your whole life. It's hard. It's a big deal. Not easy to do, and it's going to be bumpy at times with all the leftover emotions and stuff. And just, sorry, a final one that's just come in from Babs. Making amends is an important part, an essential part of addiction recovery. Yeah, and that's making amends to the people that you actually hurt, not to imaginary beings, further to Sean's point. Base to Shira, you need to come and join our Discord because it's a very, very lovely place. It's fledgling at the moment, but it's really nice and fun and warm and cool, and we would love to have you in there too. I don't have the link. The link kind of changes. Do I have the permanent link? I'll see if I can find it. If I don't have it, I'm sure that one of the mods will post it.
Thought I saw it on your profile on YouTube.
Oh, it is. It's yeah, there is one. Yeah. It's on my YouTube profile, so you can find it there. And we'd absolutely love to welcome you in as well. So that'd be awesome. So thank you, but thank you for reaching out to Christy so generously and kindly as well. That's absolutely awesome. Okay, let's see. We have to get in Pee Wee G, who's been waiting absolutely ages. Pee Wee G, are you there? Hopefully. All that waiting and then not there. Come on, you can do it. Pee Wee G, are you there?
Hey, I'm here.
Excellent.
I'm just a 30-second lag from the.
Of course.
The YouTube video. Can you hear me all right? Or...
Yeah, it's a little bit quiet. I can turn you up a little bit, but there we go. That should be better now.
Just I know what it is. This is the ceiling fan. Just give me a second. There we go.
That's much better.
How about now?
Good.
All right. How are you guys?
Yeah, we're good, thanks. We're good. We are good.
John, nice to see you. Hope you had a good time off, work and travel.
All good.
So yeah, I'm not sure how I'm going to do this today. I want to play some devil's advocate, but I'm careful because I don't want to come off as antagonizing you guys.
No. Totally fine. We've had other callers that like to do that, and what do you have? It's not antagonistic.
So anyway, Sean, do you know that I saw this in London? There's this new Lebanese restaurant or takeaway place that came up, and the guy there is now giving out really high quality full course, multi-course meals for £4 and £5 and even £8, and the same thing would cost you about £20 or more in Nando's, or even more in other restaurants. So I was just looking at it, and he always, has this branding like, "Fuck, they're rich." It's for people, the community, and people who are in need and struggling around that area in London. And I see, in the shots, and I see the comments, and people are just quick to say, "Oh my God, God bless you." And I think he might come off as Muslim. So there's always comments like, "May Allah give you everything you need." And sometimes when as a psychology academic, I see that, and I see good people commenting that. And this kind of brings me to the conversation that John was having with another person about 2 days ago. And I think he was an atheist, but he was talking about his friend. And he mentioned that how in reality, really bad people, psychopaths, get away with anything with really, the most atrocious of acts. And then John said, "Yeah, that's how it's going to be. That's reality. And sometimes good people suffer, and bad people get rewarded. And it's not like there's no karma. It sucks, That's something we have to negotiate with as we grow up." And I totally agree. But I feel like that's kind of when we kind of mention the reality of nature or even the reality of human society to people, and I make them understand that there is no arbiter of justice, aka God, trying to, because if any, all the mythologies point towards the God being himself or herself being a sociopath or a psychopath. And even if there was an omnibenevolent God judging our acts and our good and bad deeds, it kind of, that's not needed for human beings to do, good. So, but when we atheists, I think when we say that that's how reality is, we have to deal with it. It sucks, but we have to deal with it. I think that kind of brings in. I don't. By the way, I don't think of it that way, but I think that the kind of arms the theistic side to conclude that.
Yeah, the way to deal with that, I get where you're going with that, is that there's two questions here. One is, what is reality? The other is, what has utility value or is more appealing? And so the way to counter that is to correctly point out to the opposition, or give the opposing view, that what we offer is reality. The universe doesn't care about you. There's no such thing as karma. So, but it's important to be able to recognize that as a part of reality, because what it does is it lets us know that it's our actions that matter. It's a call to action, that it is up to us to look out for each other, to better mankind, to find cures for diseases, to feed the homeless, to help each other, to help ourselves, because there is no man in the sky that's going to just on a prayer do these things for us. There's no divine plan. We have to plan ourselves and work with each other. And so, and that's a very empowering message. So while the other side is offering hopes and dreams, we're offering a true perception of reality that will allow us to make the right decisions, to help actually better the world, instead of just assuming, yep, all this cancer, it's all part of God's plans. We're saying, fuck that. We need more funding for science and for cancer research, because it's not part of some plan. It's just an awful aspect of reality. So we need to take action to help improve that problem, or mitigate that problem rather, instead of just praying.
Oh, I totally agree. I think we have to put in the work, even as atheists. We have to get out there and put in the work to make the world a better place around us. And I think that's something that I felt should be discussed more with these skeptical theists that come and say that because we are saying that reality has no inherent morality in it, and there's no God up there that's going to punish all the psychopaths in the world, because he himself might probably be a psychopath if he existed. So it kind of makes them think that we are okay with psychopathic people in the world doing whatever they want. And then they say that we are the ones who are immoral. And I think we have an ethical responsibility to actively oppose those things, rather than just say, that's how the reality is, we just have to deal with it. And I'm not saying, John, please don't take it in the wrong way. I did not consider you endorsing that. I'm just saying that, we just kind of, sometimes we have to put in the work and actively campaign for a better world where we coexist in a very in a harmonious manner and not kill each other.
And the right answer isn't, well, the universe doesn't care about us, that's just it. No, the right answer is, what causes people to become psychopathic or engage in these behaviors, or people who are out there doing bad things, is just shoving them in a dangerous prison for decades and then just releasing them out on the street with probation terms. Is that actually rehabilitating these guys, or is it just making the problem worse? Maybe we should have a more proactive and rehabilitative system instead of just throwing people in a cage and treating them like animals for decades, only to be released out on the streets and hang out with the same people they were hanging out with before. And then we have a crazy high recidivism rate. So it's always framed with, this is the reality we live in. How do we fix it? Because it's not going to get fixed unless we actually do something about it. And it's not going to get prayed away in any sense of the word.
Absolutely.
I couldn't have said it better.
Listening to this, and sorry, John, please go ahead.
No, I was literally just agreeing with Sean. I couldn't have said it better. It's perfect. Exactly that.
Yeah, I hope they're listening, those theists. I think there was an Indian guy who called 2 days ago, and he was talking on behalf of his friend who said that we need God to punish the psychopaths or something. So yeah, thank you guys, and I'm really happy. And
good stuff.
Anyway, thank you for having me, and take care. And
thanks for your help with the timestamps as well, PVG. You're an absolute hero. Really appreciate that.
All thanks goes to Espresso because he's in the chat. So huge shout to him. I'm just doing the kind of the other side of the work, but it was his plugin, and it made the job so much quicker. So all credit goes to Espresso. Wow. Espresso, hats off to you. This one is for you.
Amazing. Appreciate you both. Thanks, friend. Take it easy, mate. Guys. Thanks, buddy. Cheers. Thanks. Okay, that was PVG. I appreciate that very much. And let's see what we've got now. A couple more messages to read, and then we've got Brian. TikTok has suspended gifting and live visibility because due to repeated or prolonged actions that lack sustained engagement, such as remaining off screen or non-interactive. Again, because I'm not dancing around the room, TikTok penalizes us. Absolutely bizarre. Totally bizarre. Like, they're literally architecting their platform to not have space for people who just want to have conversations. If you're not juggling...
At least I got confirmation, because I'm up here too. I'm every bit as boring as you are, John. So that's, at least we have that confirmation now.
It's absolutely wild. They literally penalize you for not, I don't know, juggling while you do the live or something. Complete craziness. Okay, just a couple of very, very quick messages to show. So, Sean, you absolutely nailed it. Knights Husseini said, yeah, you absolutely nailed it about Chump the Bigot. You completely nailed that. So thank you for that. And yeah, I need to brush up on my news, apparently. And then Matt Bainton, great to see you, Matt. Always appreciate your input. Says, John, I think forgiveness is more straightforward in atheism. Have to actually apologize and attempt to restore. No cheat codes or social manipulation. I completely agree with this. Like, again, ties in again to what Sean was saying before. If I've wronged someone, then the forgiveness I need is the forgiveness from that person. And they express, regret. And if I feel that they're actually being honest about that, then I feel a certain kind of way. And maybe they go out of their way to try and make something better. If they broke something of mine, maybe they fix it or they replace it or something. Then I forgive them, and that's the real forgiveness. But the kind of forgiveness you get in these religions, it's like you've wronged the god because you never could possibly have met a standard which is impossible for anyone to reach. So from the beginning, you're losing from the beginning, and then all of this weird stuff about the forgiveness requires blood and a sacrifice, and someone else is going to take the punishment instead of you, and it's so complicated. Real forgiveness is actually really simple. You've done something, you've hurt someone, you say sorry, and they go, okay. It's not complicated. So yeah, there we are. Issa's saying, I have to dance. Well, I'm saving that for later in the year. The dancing. Maybe we'll start doing some of the streams where we express our thoughts in interpretive dance rather than speech, and that will please our TikTok overlords. Don't hold me to that, please. Okay, we are going to bring in Brian, and then I've got some comments to share with you. This is my new little jam. As I go through the comments and pick out some juicy ones to share, because some of them are quite amusing. So I'll share some of those with you once we've spoken to Brian.
Hello.
Brian. Hey, Brian. What's up?
How are you doing?
Very well indeed. Welcome in.
Waiting for that book, man.
Not long to wait now. We're in the 6-month window. We are in the 6-month window now. Yeah. Yeah.
I think I got yours on Amazon. I can't remember. It seemed like it was the only way to get it for me, anyway.
Right. Yeah, it is everywhere. I mean, it's Barnes and Noble, and there's a very big Canadian bookseller that now are selling it. It's kind of everywhere because the distributors are Simon and Schuster, and they do all the distribution everywhere for everyone. So it will be widely available. But thank you. I appreciate you mentioning.
So I heard the mention of robots, and it hit me real quick. I got to talk. Had an interesting discussion with someone that we're sitting in the getting tires changed. We're sitting at the tire change place, getting new tires put on, and of course, I see someone that was in the large and where I was an elder and preached. He used to go there, and I'm like, oh shit, here we go. So he started talking to me like I was still a Christian.
Huh.
And I had to politely say, dude, I don't do and I worded it this way. I wish I had said it a little kinder. I said, I don't do the Jesus thing anymore. That's the way I worded it. And he was like, I thought I was going to have to do CPR. I mean, I live in a small town. Everybody knows everybody. There's more churches here than there are stores.
Yeah.
Now, granted, there are churches that might have 8 people in them. I don't know if you've ever been in the South. There are churches on every corner. Problem is some of them are so tiny that, they're just basically dying. But anyway, so we started getting this discussion, and I'm like, God, please tell me my car's ready. But we got into the thing about, I started talking about this. This is why I feel the way I do, and the way God set this up, it makes no sense. And he actually said, God doesn't want robots. God wants someone that loves them because they love him. They made a choice. And I said, well, wait a minute. The final ending to all this is God having nothing but robots. So you do understand when you get to heaven. And I made him this I knew what to do. I made him answer the questions that I was going to tell him. I said, when you get to heaven, are you going to be able to sin? Well, of course not. We're changed. Okay, are you going to cry or miss someone that didn't make it?
Right.
Well, no, there's not a tear in heaven.
Yeah.
I said, so you're a robot.
Robots.
Can you finally say, I don't like this. This is not what I wanted. And he said, no, you're not going to want to. Exactly. I've been changed in your theology. So the end point of everything is a robot. I mean, I had grandmothers in the church that literally believed that they would be kneeling at Jesus' feet for eternity, giving him praise.
Yeah.
I don't know about you. That's a large crowd. I mean, when Jesus moves, what happens? I don't know. I'm thinking of all the stupid shit in my head what that means, that I would never tell a grandma, and I didn't. Even as a Christian, I thought that was stupid.
Yeah.
But and I'm not trying to pick on grandmas. I'm just saying some of the things. I remember my aunt saying, well, God had to have us. God needed something to love him. He's an object of love. He needed something to love him. Yeah. And I didn't want to tell her, if your God needs something, he's not God. But anyway, back to what I said. So this thing about robots, no. The whole end of this is nothing but a robot that gives you praise for eternity. I didn't want that as a Christian. That just didn't sound right.
Yeah.
I thought the initial step, if Adam and Eve had not sinned, what would we have right now?
Yeah, I wonder. A lot less childhood cancer, apparently.
Yeah. And here's what's interesting. Why is what he initially set up and meant to stay different than what we're going to get now?
Yeah.
We're going to have streets of gold. They didn't have that in the Garden of Eden.
Yeah.
Streets of gold, a mansion, all this stuff. The Garden of Eden that he initially set up doesn't even match what we're eventually going to get. More things that just don't make sense. So anyway, I'm rambling. But yeah, the ultimate stage of Christian theology is robots in heaven that have been changed.
Yeah. They've had their memories and empathy and compassion wiped, so they can't grieve for all their friends who God's currently torturing downstairs. It's delightful, so aspirational, isn't it? It's so horrific. The whole thing is so horrible.
So what if you can't get married? There's no marriage in heaven. What the hell are we doing for it? At least the Mormons, when I was LDS, at least the Mormons, at least their plan, it had some kind of intelligence to it. You had 3 heavens based on what you did, and you would kill if you saw the lowest heaven, you'd kill yourself to be there.
Right.
Being a servant of a God. So anyway, at least they made sense where, they're still getting married. They're having sex in heaven, making spirit babies, and don't even go to that stuff. But yes, I used to believe that. Yes. I used to believe, and when you go through the temple, I learned my wife's secret name, but she can't have mine. I'm the only one that needs it because I bring her through the veil.
Right. Is that how it works?
So women can't be saved unless a man's pulling them through. So I don't know how I got on that. I'm sorry. But yeah, robots. The ultimate goal in their theology is robots.
Amazing. Well, you said it. You said it. Yeah. Thanks for coming up, Brian. Always great to see you, friend.
And y'all might have made that point before. I don't know. But I always thought that as a Christian, I was thinking, you know what? I guess I should be glad I'm going to heaven, but I have no clear idea what the hell it's going to be and what you're going to do. It's just supposed to be great. So I guess I'll take it at that. So anyway, thank you, sir.
All right. Great to see you as always, Brian. Take care, friend.
Bye.
Take care. Thanks. Okay, that was Brian. Speaking of Mormonism, we are going to be having at some point a discussion specifically about Mormonism on here. We'll do a live where we have it either as a kind of, I don't necessarily need to be the theme of the entire live, but certainly a segment. And we're going to speak to Nerd Unleashed, who did such a brilliant job of coming in after we'd been subject to an hour of Mormon propaganda that I wasn't. I don't think I was really equipped to respond to that. And she came in like a salve, like a breath of fresh air. So we're going to have her in, and also Fro, our friend Fro, who was for a time a Mormon also, and it was his suggestion that we actually do a little show, or a section of a show addressing some of this Mormon stuff, so we can all together learn a bit more about that particular world of crazy. So I contacted her at his suggestion, and we're going to pull it together and get them both in as a thing that we can talk about, because I think that could be really fun. Okay, so we're going to head over to the YouTube side, and we have Jonathan waiting there. We're going to get Jonathan in on the YouTube side. Jonathan, you asked forgive me if you can hear me. I'm going to not bring in the camera because, again, I'm being stingy with bandwidth at the moment to try and protect the quality of the sound. But hopefully, Jonathan, are you there?
Yes.
Hey, that works. Yes, always happy when it works. Yes, forgive me for not jumping on the camera right now. But hopefully we can still have a good conversation. How are you doing?
It is a little difficult to hear you, but I'm going to try to go ahead with this anyways, if that's okay.
Sure. Yeah, you should be able to hear me okay, but hopefully this is a little better now. I've turned myself up for you.
Yeah, I think it's just my headphones.
Okay.
I just wanted to give a little bit of background before I get started with the one question that I have. I've been an atheist for probably a couple decades. I mean, it started in the Hitchens era, kind of glommed onto his whole articulation of the arguments that we were looking for.
Yeah.
It gave me a kind of a voice to kind of push back against the Christianity that I was trying to get out of.
Yeah.
And then I came along with Matt Dillahunty, and I thought his logical arguments were good, but I found him to be rather abrasive.
Yeah.
So I kind of fell away from him, and then I moved on to Anthony Magnabosco.
Yeah, he's great.
And I fell in love with him.
Yeah.
He's a very gentle style and very
he's wonderful.
convincing.
Yeah, his street epistemology.
Right.
Yeah.
And then I kind of came upon you, and I was like, wow, this guy's really good too. So I kind of brought my wife into this, Adawana.
Are you Adawana's husband? Okay. Now it starts to come together. Well, she is one of my favorite callers ever. and we all have an infinitely deep well of love and affection for her and for her bravery. And now it's wonderful to speak to you now, knowing that that's the connection. I didn't put that together.
And she's kind of part of the reason that I'm calling in. I mean, when we first got together, she was kind of doing her deconstruction, and I had done it alone for so long that I kind of figured that she was going to go the same route that I did. And that really didn't work. So the next step I kind of went through was I said, you need to talk to somebody besides me because I can't seem to help you with this. So I put her onto some kind of therapy, but that also did not work. And then I stumbled upon you, and I introduced her to your kind of channel. And I saw that for some healing, it takes a community to heal somebody sometimes, especially when a community has harmed somebody.
Yeah.
So I kind of appreciate you guys doing this. I mean, I really appreciate you guys being here.
Of course.
But I want to kind of build or kind of go along with what Jane was saying, and that I don't want to believe that this community, which has been doing a lot of good, is just a little happy accident, and that there's something that we can do to kind of recreate this, not only locally, but in a more broad sense. And I was just wondering if you, at the middle of this, have any kind of insight on how to, kind of recreate this.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a cultural creation rather than an organizational creation, which is required, because it's really hard to sort of scale communities across, continents, and you can try and start up clubs and have charters and members in places and stuff. It's really, really difficult. Someone's got to coordinate it, and it's hard work. And I think what I'm pushing for and hoping for is changing the type of conversation that happens in the culture, and then it starts to spread, and people start having types of conversations. And even something as specific as the idea that belief isn't a choice. It's such a devastatingly powerful idea, and I want people having that conversation. I want people going off and explaining it to people and showing it, demonstrating it, and pointing it out, helping believers to think about belief differently, helping non-believers to be able to better defend their own stance of non-belief better. And so that's one aspect. And just like the values of kindness and acceptance and stuff that I'd like to think we model here, and that we try to live up to here, hopefully it catches on. There's a very particular style of engagement with apologetics where people like Matt and Ian, and they are amazing. I mean, I like watching them. I love Matt Dillahunty, even though he's a bit coarse for some. Look, the guy's been doing it for decades. No wonder he's a bit irritated with them now. He's like, there's no argument he's not heard 1,000 times. And I get a kind of a little thrill of pleasure sometimes watching him tear someone into strips for making terrible arguments. But it's not my personal style, right? This is a different thing. I'm trying to be a bit more like Anthony Magnabosco, more kind of gentle and Socratic and leading, and try to get people to see things differently. And if they don't, then at least I know, well, okay, 20,000 people are going to see this conversation on YouTube. Some of them will, and hear a different way of engaging, and that we can be respectful to people, even whilst we're not being respectful to the crappy ideas they hold. And so I think for me, it's more just about trying to spread a way of engaging with these ideas rather than actively, organize on the ground, get groups together. That's really, really hard to do. I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, or if Sean, if you do.
I think what you're doing is amazing. I don't know if Sean's speaking at this point. I can't really hear him. But I think that you are onto something, the same way Anthony was. There needs to be some kind of gentle way to move forward. I think it's more effective than being confrontational. So I really do appreciate you guys.
No, thank you, Jonathan. I think it kind of, in a way, it depends what you're trying to achieve, right? So if what you're trying to achieve is create super entertaining content that people can tune into because they like to see someone torn into shreds. Okay, there's a seam of people doing that, and they do it really, really well. And occasionally I'll do it too. But if the intention is to kind of model how to try and build bridges to people with massively different views, how to try and come out of the exchange feeling like you behaved well even when they didn't, for example, that's a value that I like to try to hold to. And if you're sort of led by what you're trying to make true, what I'm trying to make true is be an effective communicator and maybe even reach the person I'm speaking to. It doesn't happen often, but it doesn't happen never. It happens sometimes. And sometimes people come back and they say, I was thinking about what you said, and their views shift. And so that's what we're trying to do here. And yeah, I mean, thank you for your kind words. It's certainly going to be my focus now for the rest of my life, is doing this. I feel like I've found my niche. You know, all of this stuff for me was always online before, on like Twitter and written debates and stuff like that. And now I've discovered that I really love doing this. So I'm going to do this now for the rest of my life. And I really appreciate your support and kind words. It says Sean is muted. Why is Sean muted?
No, I think she's saying I'm muted on TikTok.
Right.
So
yeah. All good. Sean is muted on TikTok, so he doesn't come through the TikTok and the video as well. But yeah, Jonathan, thank you so much for coming up, and please send Adwana our love. She'll always hold a very special place for me in my heart, because her call in just moved me so much. I get a bit teary when I think about it. It just moved me so much that she will always be welcome here, an absolute legend in my world. So please send her love from all of us.
I will absolutely do that. And thank you to both you and the community for being supportive of her.
Sure, of course.
Of course. Thank you.
Have a good day.
Good stuff. Take care. Thanks. Take care. Okay. There we go. Jonathan, what a fine fellow. Absolutely fine fellow. If you're going to vote well for him, please. He's an excellent man. And she's an amazing person. So there we go. Right. We've got Suzuka Caretaker, who we have spoken to before as well. And then we also have Edvard M on the YouTube side. But let's go over to TikTok and speak to Suzuka, who we have spoken to before. Welcome back.
Hey, John.
How are you?
Not well.
Oh dear. What's going on?
I'm not well because I hear more situations about my religion again and Islam, and this time it's basically global. Like, have you heard the news of what's happening on Japan and Europe, like where Islam is spreading so much, like it's kind of unnatural.
So you're saying that you're not happy because Islam is spreading too much?
Yes, because Islam is supposed to teach by rule and it's supposed to teach us by respect, and then respecting other religion, and then yet somehow there's plenty of them. Like, can you imagine, like 10% of them are now like Islam, like they just converted immediately or something.
Yeah.
And this is the one that really bothered me the most, like in the past few weeks. I heard the news that they're in Japan, where they're building a mosque near one of their Shinto shrines. That violates that violates the one I believe in Islam. Like, we were supposed to respect other religion, even if it's pagan to them. And now look at us. We're building a freaking mosque near a freaking Shinto shrine. Just imagine how disrespectful that is.
Yeah, I mean, you won't get disagreement from me about not necessarily enjoying the spread of any religions, Islam or otherwise. I don't think it's great when religions spread. I think we need to be working the other way. I know that there are some interesting trend lines happening. So in America at the moment, the fastest growing group is the none, as in no religious affiliation. So in America right now, people are leaving Christianity in droves, and which is a good thing in my view. And the non-religiously affiliated are increasing. But globally, I think we are on track for Islam to be the majority religion in the world. I think it might be by 2050. I might have that wrong, but it's something of that order. Because people in Islamic cultures are having lots of children, and there's lots of indoctrination, and in many places the conditions are not right for people to be leaving religion. It can be very dangerous to leave religion. So whether even if people aren't necessarily believing, they can't express their non-belief freely, because that could be, very, very dangerous to their well-being or their lives. So I think it's worrying. It's worrying.
Other than it's been worrying, the reason why I'm against, as a Muslim, I'm against the idea of building our freaking mosque near a freaking Shinto shrine is because, like I said, that it disrespects other religion and violates the rule that Islam says that we must not flex on our superior belief.
But I'm not sure if Islam really does say that. I mean, like in Islam, you've got the notion of the jizya, haven't you? Which is a tax that people of the book, meaning Jews and Christians, have to pay to Muslims in societies where they've been subjugated by the Muslims, and they're allowed to still remain there and still remain Jews and Christians, but they have to pay this jizya, which is like a tax of humiliation to signify that they are of a lower, a lower status in the society, almost like protection money. I think that's pretty disrespectful of other religions, and that's built into the faith, isn't it?
True. And there's also another thing that also bothered me is that why are they praying in the middle of the street? Like, can you imagine they're praying in the middle of the road? Like, I mean, in my house full of Muslims, like my Islamic family, we don't do that. Like, we don't pray in the roads or on the streets. We just pray on the mosque or in our homes. And
well, as I understand it, there's there's a call to prayer 5 times per day, and I've seen Muslims on the side of the road. I've seen Muslims at the airport, fully knelt over praying. If you're going to do it 5 times per day and you're traveling about, it seems like it would be difficult to restrict that to just your home or inside the mosque.
Yeah,
true.
Yeah.
I mean, as a Muslim, I don't even pray like 5 times. I'm just like a normal person. Like, I only pray like 3 times or perhaps 2 times, but never to the point where I have to pray in the freaking airport or in the streets.
If you keep on going, but you're going in the right direction, right? 3 times, 2 times, 1 time. The next one is none times. If you want to really enjoy your life, get to a point where you don't have to pray at all. You can eat anything you want. Do whatever you like, according to your own moral sense, and be guided by compassion and empathy and not hurting people, but don't worry about any silly rules and stuff like that. Life is liberating, man. You sound to me often when we speak, you sound like you identify as Muslim, but you seem to me to be like almost, if you don't mind me saying, a Muslim in name only. It's like you've realized that you don't have to live like this. And there's some part of you still holding on to that identity and still holding on to this, but it's like you're almost there. It feels to me like you're almost there.
I mean, you did remember. I mean, you remembered like in the last few months where I said that if ever in the future that if I ever get a child and a woman in my life as a wife, I mean, if as a future husband, I'm not forcing my future wife to join Islam just because I demand so.
I remember that.
I just want her to stay true to religion. Let it be she's Jewish, Buddhist, or
nothing,
Catholicism or Christian. I don't care where she came from.
Or nothing, right?
I want her to be herself. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's a funny one because there's a lot to object to in all religions. Not all, forgive me. In many religions, there's a lot to object to in many religions, and I get accused of unfairly picking on Christianity because I talk about it the most. That's because I just happen to know more about Christianity than I know about other religions. If I'd spent more time studying the Quran and studying Islam, then I would probably spend more time speaking about it. But there's a lot to object to in Islam as well, even for an ignorant person like me who it doesn't know it that well. A lot of the values there are tricky and problematic, and we won't get into them now, but I know if I offered them to you, you'd say, I disagree with that. I don't like that. I disagree with that. And it just seems to me like you're nearly there. Why are you still identifying as a Muslim?
Why am I still in the Muslim? Why am I still a Muslim? Is that it?
Yeah, unless it's a question of like personal safety and well-being, in which case, of course, don't do anything that's going to put yourself ever in danger. But every time we speak, I'm thinking, like, does this guy really believe a word of this stuff?
Well, let's say I do believe in it, and sometimes I don't believe in it. It's like in between.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest with myself for once. The reason why I believe in my own religion, Islam, is because it's the religion I was raised in, born with, and I chose to be in this religion ever since the day I was born. It taught me compassion,
You didn't
values.
choose on the day you were born. You were indoctrinated as a child, and by the time you could even understand what making a choice meant, your parents, who your brain is trained to believe, had told you that a load of stuff was true. So you were deprived of that choice as a child.
True, but my parents were not evil. But I don't.
of course not.
No, I'm not suggesting they're evil for one moment. Just parents often love their children, and they can be fantastic parents. But in the process of doing that, it's very normal for parents to pass their beliefs and values onto their children. I wouldn't for a moment suggest your parents are evil or wrong. This is just what happens. I pass my values onto my kids too, you know. But it just means that you weren't given the chance to really think about it and think, okay, is this something I believe? You know, like if I told you today that I flew to the moon on a horse, you'd just think I'd lost my mind. But because it says that in the Quran that you know Muhammad did something like that, then suddenly it's a claim to be taken seriously. And you wouldn't take it seriously if it was new, but you might take it seriously if you'd been told it as a 3 or 4-year-old by people who love you and looked after you and cared for you.
True. And then the other reason, like why I don't really believe in my religion, Islam, very much compared to my older brother, who is basically a devout from the beginning, is because that I keep questioning. Like, other than questioning, no. It's like when I discovered the world outside of Islam, like as in outside of religion, I just realized that the world is way, way bigger and way more complicated than what Islam says. Even if we implied our law or Islamic law to that, it's not a one-way street. It's a freaking intersection with another intersection.
Yeah.
Well, you will.
Sounds like you're deconstructing.
It does, and we understand. And you have to do it carefully. You do it carefully and slowly and in your own way and at your own pace. And there's no pressure to reach any milestones or satisfy any requirements. Just keep thinking freely. You know, you have a brain, you have a mind. You can use it, and nothing bad is going to happen to you because you think about things honestly.
True. And as of right now, I'm already a deeply spiritual person, and what that means is that I don't really need Islam in the future if I'm ever going to be this spiritual and yet respectful and intelligent at the same time. Like, I can still choose my fate and still be a good person.
You can,
without enforcing the laws.
Absolutely.
Of the God or something.
Absolutely right. And you can also get to a point in the future where you don't consider yourself to be a spiritual person, because I don't think that really means anything to me. But I still try to be a good person. I still try to have a positive impact on the lives of people around me. If people say to me, well, how do you define good? What does that mean? To me, it's really pretty simple. We all impact the lives of people around us, right? If you walk down the street and someone walks past you, you look at them and you smile, you've impacted that person's life in a very small way. You've made a small change to that person's life. So we are all impacting the lives of people around us all the time. And my intention is to try and make it so that the impact I have on people in the world that I come across, that they would say it's a good one. That's what guides me. And if you're guided by that, then you don't need to be spiritual. You don't need to think about, look, if it helps you to think about it in those terms, that's also fine. But I'm just saying you don't even need to. Don't think that if you are not a spiritual person, you can't be ethically minded, you can't be, orient your entire life towards making a difference for good to other people.
Faith and conviction is what tied to my faith, actually. At first it started as like Islamic stuff, like I must follow the will of Allah and everything, and then I must submit to him. And now look at me, I'm a different kind of spiritual person where I don't truly follow his submission, but instead I just follow what I believe is right, regardless of what they think.
Very good.
On the right track. You're on the right track, dude. Come back and let us know how you're doing and how you're getting on with stuff, because I think you're going to be one of us soon enough. You're going to realize you don't need to keep on carrying baggage around with you. You do whatever you need to do to affiliate sensibly where you are and in the communities you move in, and with your family and your brother and all of that stuff. You do whatever you need to do. But this is a place where you can speak honestly and openly. Like if you came in here one day and you said, you know what, I just don't believe this stuff anymore, none of us would pounce on you and go, aha, now sign here and do that. It wouldn't be like that. It would be like, cool, okay, well, that's fine. You just live with your thoughts, be with your thoughts, and let your mind take you wherever it does, and keep on asking questions and not accepting stupid answers.
It's not really easy for me as a Muslim, like living in the Philippines, where the country is predominated by Christians and Catholics, and Muslims like the tiny minority here, like 1.3%, I guess.
I thought there was more than that in the Philippines, especially in the southern islands.
There were more, but I live here in Luzon, which is basically full of Christians.
I know Luzon. Yeah. No, that's true.
Yeah.
I mean, there are some Muslims here, but they're kind of tiny. I mean, you will see a lot of Muslims in Mindanao, but the place I'm living in, it's kind of tiny. It's like finding a netherite in Minecraft, except there are no netherite.
Cool. All right, well, dude, we're going to move it along. We've got a couple of others waiting, so we want to move along. But thanks for coming in to update us, and don't be downhearted about the world and behavior of Muslims in the world annoying you. Just you worry about your corner of the world that you can impact, and your own mind and the stuff around you.
Peace soon. That's all I wanted. Peace.
Yeah, that's all most sensible people want. And when you look at the world and it feels traumatic and horrible, and we see wars and we see scary stuff happening, what I do myself is, when I start feeling upset by all of that, I refocus on the people around me. I refocus on my friends. I refocus on the things I can actually change. That was what made me write a book. Actually, it was what helped me to actually get my book written. Was a realization that I was spending too much time with my head in politics and global affairs and this and that, and I was obsessed. I was spending too much time doom scrolling online and worrying about everything, and I was like, okay, this is not good for me. I'm going to refocus myself on stuff I can actually make a difference to and about, and focus on friends, family, people I love, things I can actually do or make or create, whatever. And life gets better when you do that. So don't let it get you down, and come back and tell us how you're doing.
Yeah, and you can sign me off now. The others are probably impatient.
I got you. Take it easy. Thanks, friend. Okay, I think deconstruction incoming over there is my view. I think Annabella called it too. That's how it seems to me. And he deserves it. We've spoken to him a few times before. He's a really sweet guy, and it's hard. It's hard when you're wrestling with a sense of your own identity and what you think is true, and all of that kind of stuff. So that was Suzuki Caretaker. Votes locked in. Just a few little votes there. All right. Let's get Moonlight Studio in on TikTok. And hopefully the platform will work. It seems like it is. Moonlight Studio. Or is it working? Hang on, it's thinking about it. Yes, it is working.
There we go.
Hey, how are you? Hello.
Hello.
How you doing?
How you doing?
Hello.
Yeah.
I'm good. How are you doing?
Yeah, we are good. It sounds pretty noisy where you are. Any chance you could get somewhere quieter or somewhere away from the noise? That'd be good.
Okay.
If possible. It's just there's a bit of background noise.
Okay.
But yeah, let's work with what we have. How are you doing?
Okay. I'm good. How are you doing?
Yeah, we're great, thanks. Welcome up. Floor is yours.
I feel like the guy who just spoke he's kind of scared about deconstructing from his beliefs, because like the Christian aspect, the Islam part is quite let's say violence when it comes to their religion and some other stuff. So maybe instead of he getting hurt or something. And
Yes.
I just saw your channel today.
Yeah.
And I just saw the channel today, and actually, I'm quite happy that I'm able to speak today on your channel because I also deconstructed a while ago, and I'm really glad that there are more of us out there, and it's not only just me.
It's great that you did. Unfortunately, there's still quite a lot of background noise. I'm so sorry, but something about the microphone is picking up more background noise than your voice, so it's actually quite hard to hear you. If there's any way you can actually get to somewhere quieter, we'll be able to hear you better.
Okay. So let me get something better, then I'll get back on.
Sure. Yeah, if you can get somewhere quieter and then call back where we can hear you, because it's we can't quite make you out. All we're hearing is like hammering
Sounds
and
like construction
in the background. Yeah, and I know how these phone mics work. They can be super sensitive to background noise, but we're just getting too much of it right now. So if you can get somewhere quieter, then come back and we'll get you back up.
Okay.
All right, friend. Take it easy. Speak soon. Thanks. Okay. Yeah. I mean, we could glean from that recently deconstructed, and I would have liked to have heard a little bit more about that and what was going on with him, but it's hard when you just can't make out what's being said. Okay, we are going to go to the YouTube side, and we have Edvard M over there. Just double check that is absolutely right. Yeah, Edvard M.
All righty.
Hey, Edvard, how are you?
Hope my audio is now better.
Yeah, that sounds much better.
Accent, that's way harder to fix.
That's okay. We'll work with that. But welcome back. It's nice to speak to you again.
Yeah. What was it? Yeah. So I was before with the camera, but thought to keep it off because of reasons you mentioned.
Sure. Thank you.
Jon and Sean, you have become literally two of my favorite people in the internet. Like, asking sincerely, how are you doing?
Doing well, thank you.
All good, thank you.
All right, so maybe a few small things. Please do interrupt me and correct if you feel I'm either off or disagree.
Sure.
And actually, it was good to kind of stay longer here because there were some interesting other things that I couldn't have picked up. Was it not only now a bit later on? So one thing I've been thinking that because I'm mostly interested in epistemology and knowing what is true we kind of don't have answers, but at least we know that some methods are very likely more reliable than others. And I often think that how people believe in supernatural or things that we call silly. I mean, to be honest, I was there way over 30 years, almost 40, because I grew up as a Christian, even a fundamentalist one for very long. And I know this is over a simplification, but hear me out. So I guess one of the most influential things for me to learn was to become aware of various cognitive biases. And I genuinely believe that the confirmation bias explains almost all of the silly ideas, at least that I have heard of. So learning about those, it definitely played a key role. And when I noticed that, okay, I have many of these, and started to apply more kind of rigorous methodological even ways to kind of calibrate my thoughts about reality in many respects, what I kind of thought would happen, and also not just, count hits, but also misses.
Yeah.
Like they say, and it rapidly became to me deconstructing. Of course, I still have those biases. I'm not done, and I think it's really hard to get rid of those. But sorry, I realized that I'm for some reason quite anxious, but I kind of try to.
No, you're good.
With it.
You're good. And we all have them, right? We all have cognitive biases. We all suffer from confirmation bias. It's a funny thing. Once you can identify it like a logical fallacy or a way of erroneous thinking, that doesn't inoculate you from doing it. It's possible to understand these ways that our own thinking can misfire and lead you to false conclusions. You still have to stay vigilant on it. I catch myself doing it. I catch myself not thinking about things clearly and properly and go, hang on a minute, no. And I have to take a step back and go, no, think about it better. But naming it and understanding it is the first step. And I think you're right to focus on confirmation bias because it does explain so much of how people get so much wrong.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but I feel that it's probably one of the most common ones, the most influential. And the funny joke, I guess this is even in the Kahneman's book, Thinking Fast and Slow, which I really, really recommend to anyone having not read that. Even though I know that some of the ideas there, Kahneman himself nowadays retracts in a way, and there's the second book that I should read too, because I'm not, to be honest, aware of those that were kind of corrected later or even debunked in a way, but what was the idea? I mean, there was this funny joke that it's very, very easy for all of us, I guess, or most of us at least, to detect those in other people. Like first I read that, I see these in almost of my close friends who are also Christians. But lucky me, I realized that, okay, if they have it, it's quite likely that I have, and oh man, did I find many of those. But so that was the one thing I wanted to throw to people, like genuinely trying to help those. I'm not thinking Christians are even evil, even though I'm nowadays what I often call as a militant atheist even. Mm-hmm. But because I was one for a long time, I know that many of them are Christians rather because they are actually pretty kind people, not the other way around. And just to, as an aside, I think the Christian culture is a bit different here in Finland than especially what it is in US. I don't know what it is in UK, but maybe we come back to that shortly in kind of latter part of the session I'm enjoying with you guys. So
sure.
Of course, I'd like to throw in also some mathematics, especially about combinatorics, probability statistics, because there are also some really unintuitive things. And I really appreciate how I don't remember which of you, was it or both, when you discussed with this one person today, there was this kind of fine-tuning argument and the probabilities thrown in that how unlikely it is. And in my view, it is exactly the other way. It's, given the size of the universe, inevitable that someone ended up in situation that you ponder, how is this possible?
Yeah.
And that life could have been very, very different from what we have here. And those would be the thinking. But I'm not going there because you explained it much better than I ever could. So that was really well done from you. So
Thank you.
But yeah, maybe that was that. There's some other thing, but any other? Do you have something to coin in or more ideas about the? Because I'm still thinking that am I kind of focusing too much on this one thing? Like reality is much more complex, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's really good to. It is really good to. I mean, for me, learning about critical thinking and learning about how our thinking goes wrong was such an important part of my kind of development and continues to be. And there are a couple of books that I've mentioned before. There's the Inevitable Illusions, How Mistakes of Reason Rule Our Minds. If you haven't read that, Edvard, I think you'd really, really enjoy it. It's called Inevitable Illusions, How Mistakes of Reason Rule Our Minds. And he talks, it's by Massimo Piatelli Palmarini. He's an Italian cognitive psychologist, but it's translated into English and probably
I think
probably
you
other
mentioned
languages.
it before, but
Yeah.
I'm glad that you mentioned it again. Yeah.
I have mentioned it before. It's an absolutely brilliant book. I mean, I think everyone should read it. It's brilliant. He has a concept of cognitive tunnels. He calls them tunnels, and they're kind of predictable ways that our reasoning goes wrong. I think you'll really like it. If you like Kahneman, you'll love this. And he categorizes them. It's like how we misunderstand probabilities, or how we misconstrue certain things, or how our instincts and intuitions predictably and reliably lead us in the wrong way. That was a really important book for me in terms of shaping my understanding of thinking and understanding of like why people think so badly. Another one was Michael Shermer, Why People Believe Strange Things. I always forget if it's strange things or weird things. I always forget the title. But anything by Michael Shermer is good, and that's a particularly good one. And then there's another one by Thomas Gilovich called How We Know What Isn't So. And it's a small book, because you'll read it in a day or two. Are also really, really brilliant, just about how we think wrong. And for me, that's a really good one as well. And for me, like, understanding that, it equipped me to better spot faults in my own reasoning, and it really equipped me to spot faults in other people's reasoning, where I would see someone making an argument, and whereas before I found I wasn't really convinced by it, but I couldn't quite explain why. Then reading books like this made me go, okay, I see what's happening here, and I'd be able to immediately articulate it and immediately see into the problem and what the issue was, and I think that's really, really helpful and a really big part of it. So I think you're right to be focusing on this stuff and to be thinking about confirmation bias and faulty reasoning and thinking, if you want to be in this space of engaging with these beliefs that people hold.
I truly appreciate the tips. The only kind of sad thought, in a sense, that comes to my mind, that I fear that people who kind of really should, if I'm allowed to say that, don't necessarily read these, and we who are already sort of convinced that, hey, yeah, this is the way how it goes and how our mind works and has all kinds of flaws. Like, I'm not saying mind is amazing, but it's far from perfect, like akin to these optical illusions. Like you discussed those or mentioned those books. I guess that there are many similar ones in kind of reasoning that are very close in the kind of how they work. Maybe quickly, I'd want to, this is another kind of random aside, but again, back to the epistemology or means to find out what is good. And again, trying to say this mostly to people who believe in supernatural things in a kind way. I don't mean to be condescending or anything like that.
No, of course. It's not condescending.
Yeah. So there's one, I mean, there are many really good ideas in scientific methods, it's a set of methods, but still, it's one of the key things in scientific method is not just to consider the new idea you have, like hypothesis, but compare it against null hypothesis. And something that I see as a major problem with pretty much all the apologetic explanations I've heard of. Even when I was a Christian, I was kind of cringing and grinding my teeth that please don't do this, because the same argument would be equally applicable to my toothbrush. I pray something that God, would you please, like I genuinely ask God, like, as I used to, that please do this. This is not even something for me. This is for someone that I think that would deserve this much more than I do, for example. And if it succeeds, of course you praise the God. If it fails, well, God has its ways and so on. You could apply exactly the same argument for your toothbrush. If I pray for the toothbrush, it goes well, then praise the toothbrush. Or if it doesn't, I would just say that, okay, we can't simply understand immeasurable wisdom of the toothbrush. But I mean, of course, any normal Christian would argue that this is silly, to kind of use the verbiage that we use.
Yeah.
But I really beg them to consider if the argument you're posing when you discuss these kind of things. And I'm really glad to see so many like good intentioned Christians here. And I think it's, again, sorry you guys will get bored about this, but I again want to comment you like how this is much due to you, I think, because you're so kind, compassionate. And I mean, I can't understand your patience, like many say that's you're off the charts both.
Thanks, Edward. Appreciate it.
So where was I? So I'd really want them to kind of consider that if they think that they have a good argument, would it work for this toothbrush example or invisible massless
I'm sure that they would come up with a reason why their argument applies to their God but not your toothbrush, and maybe it would be a good argument, and maybe it wouldn't, but very often there's an equivocation that takes place. Sometimes a theist will argue for generic theism, and then they'll switch, having sort of apparently established that. They'll say some mind must have created everything. They'll then behave as if they've now created a justification for it's a switch and bait. They've now proved Jesus. Like, well, you didn't prove Jesus. You didn't necessarily prove anything. But you one moment you're arguing for generic theism, the next minute you're arguing for a specific God, and there's been no conversation has taken place about that.
Fallacy.
Exactly. Yeah, happens a lot. But hey, we keep on keeping on, and we'll meet the arguments as they come in, and hopefully we do a reasonable job of demonstrating how rubbish they are, and we keep on going.
Although there's just one thing I'd want to kind of, and I like that you do this a lot too. Like, I really like the idea of steelmanning, that I feel that you genuinely want to, even in some kind of abrasive discussions, you really, at least from my point of view, try to steelman the other one. So, damn, again, lost my train of thought. This kind of equivocation thing, I believe that it happens at times unconsciously, that they are not aware, because this was kind of particular sort of argumentation error that I became more interested in at some point. And I noticed that there are some cases where it's really, really easy to detect, like somebody says that, unfortunately this is common, that the theist says that there's a law, like in physics we have laws, so there's a lawgiver, so somebody created these laws.
Yeah, descriptive and prescriptive laws.
Exactly. That should be really easy to pick up.
Yeah.
But there are cases where I fear that I've done the same argumentation error without noticing it myself. I want to give same benefit of doubt to Christians, even those that I kind of find insufferable, because I mean, like you say, they are all also convinced without making a choice.
Absolutely. Well, friend, we'll move it along. But thank you for coming in. As always, nice to talk to you. We both appreciate your kind words and support. And keep on doing this stuff. I just find I'm still a work in progress too. So we're just learning all the time. We learn to get better at it. I learn from people in the community here. I learn from you guys. I learn from watching Justin. I learn from watching Ian. I learn from watching old Carl Sagan videos from the 1980s. We all keep on learning all the time, and that's what we should do. That's what we keep on doing.
Sounds fair. And I also got through the both points I wanted to kind of toss out. So
great stuff.
So much.
Thanks, friend.
Thank you.
Cheers, Adam. Thanks, buddy. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Cheers.
Okay. W. Edward, as they say. I think we will do that. And okay, couple of messages. Miko says, John, this is the community pub compared to the owning debates elsewhere. I'd like to think so. And I like to think we do our fair amount of owning too when we need to, but it's not all about that. And that's never the aim. The aim isn't to own people. The aim is to push back against bad ideas. Really, really vociferously and with great commitment and vigor. And occasionally during that process, owning can happen, but that's not what we're setting out to do. For me, this has never been about winning. I don't have anything to prove. Sean doesn't have anything to prove. It's not about that. It's about just creating conversations about legitimizing non-belief. So that's what we try to do. And Laura H, great to see you, says a dog park is a great place for a spiritual recharge. Yeah, you don't need to get all up in the sky and crazy esoteric mumbo jumbo. Go and have a walk somewhere nice. Go and have a walk next to green spaces or water, or combinations of green spaces and water. Don't know if you know this, there's actually been research done on the health benefits of walking in particular types of places, and there's a hierarchy, and it's like green spaces is one, water is one, green spaces and water I think is the top of the list. So yep, that is a thing. And Herbie Shine, good to see you, says just started watching at the beginning at 2 times speed. Does that mean if I speak really slowly it might be normal speed? That could be fun. I started the day with the Bible guy, then the line and DZ all from last night, now here. Wow, you are on a diet of the good stuff. Those are the things I like watching too. So nice to see you, Herbie Shine. Really appreciate seeing you around. You're awesome. And then finally, Flippity Giblets sends for Edvard. I'm one of those. Yeah, Edvard is on the journey and doing very well by the sounds of it as well. And the point he made is not to be missed, by the way. Confirmation bias does account for an absolutely enormous amount of faulty reasoning in people. You just see it all the time. Just people noticing the things that confirm the beliefs they already have and tuning out the things that don't as being irrelevant, not counting, not being sufficiently convincing. It's a real problem with human beings. Okay, over to the YouTube side. It seems like we have Jesse. So we're going to bring Jesse in. Camera's not going to be on, but hopefully. Jesse, are you there? I'm hoping. Hey, Jesse. We can just about hear you. It's not great. I'm seeing red bars on your signal. Any chance you can get to a better connection?
Let me see here. Is this any better?
Yeah, that does sound better. Thank you so much. Well, come in.
Sure. Can you hear me okay now?
Yeah, great.
I just moved outside.
Perfect. Welcome in and welcome along.
Yeah, I called in last week. I don't know if you remember me calling you.
We spoke on the 12th of May.
We're talking about original sin as a scam. Sorry, every time I call you, I get nervous for some reason. I'm
worry.
Not nervous at all when I'm connecting, and then all of a sudden.
It's all good. Don't worry at all. I'm going to see if I can stop the audio is doing weird things. It's the echo cancellation. So I'm going to see if I switch this off. Sometimes it makes it better, and sometimes it makes it much worse. So let's try it now. Don't worry about feeling nervous. You'll forget to feel nervous in a minute, and we'll just be in the conversation. You'll be good. So how is that? Give us a little hello, and we'll see how the sound is.
Yeah, does it sound better now?
It does. It's working. The sound is fantastic now. So now we can just chill and have a conversation. So yeah, you can talk about anything you want. We can pick up from the conversation about original sin if you want, or we can talk about one of our topics here, or anything else you like.
I just want to talk about from last week when I was talking to you and I listened back on our conversation. It came to a point where you had really thanked Sean and some other atheists that had the bravery to come out and talk about their atheism and
yeah.
For me, I'm kind of in that spot now where I want to come out to family and friends, but I have trouble doing that because I'm afraid of the consequences of that. Sean, could you give me any advice or how hard it was for you to come out, or give any advice for people that want to come out to their family and friends?
Yeah, sure. So I'll be honest. For me, that was less of, as far as the familial repercussions, because at one point I did live in a harshly religious environment, but that was only from around ages 9 to 11, with my great grandmother and great aunt who were Seventh Day Adventists. That's sort of when I was converted. But much later in life, most of my family was sort of culturally Christian, or maybe goes to church here and there, but weren't. It wasn't like a super oppressive like religious environment. So when I deconverted, it only really affected my own outlook. Like, okay, now I have to come to terms with my mortality, and things of that nature. But the best advice I would give, as far as dealing with family, friends, the sort of the backlash potentially, is that you don't owe it to others your personal belief systems, or what you believe theologically. Like, your thoughts are your own, and um, if you're going to come out to your family, it needs to be a personal decision. And if you decide to not come out, just to go along with it, because in some countries, coming out as an atheist is literally a danger to your life. You absolutely should, hey, keep that close to your chest in those cases. But even in less, um, harsh environments where it's an extreme disruption to your family, you might get disowned by your parents. Who knows? If you feel the backlash is too much, you don't have to come out to everybody. However, what you should do is just weigh, how is this going to affect me having to like hide or fake it, or lie to people, or what, however, how is this going to affect me? If I do come out, how is this going to affect things? Who do I come out to? It just really needs to be a personal decision at that point. If you do decide to come out, I think at some point, you just have to kind of see how they react and then adjust accordingly. But I've had a lot of other people who deconstructed that, had direct talks with their families. Like, it was too much of a problem, always brought up, always in their face, like, hey, mom, dad, whoever you're addressing, um, I love you. I would like for us to have a relationship, but it has to be like, you can't keep hammering me on this religious stuff. I'll come over, we can talk about the economy, the movie I saw last weekend. We could talk about all these other things, but like, can we just have a relationship where I'm just your son, or I'm just your whatever it happens to be, and let's just have a relationship. And but keep religion. We'll just won't talk about religion, and please leave religion out of it. I hope you can respect that. Those type of direct communications might be helpful and might be successful. It's hard for me to give any one advice, because family dynamics are always different and complex. So are the nature of relationships and everything involved. But it's really a personal decision that needs to be carefully considered by the person who has deconstructed.
Well, yeah, that's great. I appreciate that. My family parents are very strict with religion, and if to come out to them, they would pretty much think that you were of the devil if you said you didn't believe anymore, and that's what makes it so difficult. But
Yeah.
It's
Yeah, I'm
it's
sorry
it's
to hear
hard to
that.
be inauthentic, isn't it? It's hard to be inauthentic and feel that you can't be honestly yourself. But what would the impact be on your relationship if you just didn't tell them? And not just on your relationship, sorry, on you. Like, how would it feel for you? Because it might mean you might need to go through some motions, right? Go through the motions a bit, or go. How would it impact your life to tell them or to not tell them?
Yeah. The main thing would just be not wanting to feel like you're, a disappointment to them is the biggest thing, but then you don't feel like not being yourself, and there'll be times where you'll have dinner and they'll you kind of take turns saying the blessing, and they'll ask you to say it. It's just hard to keep up that ruse, but then
it's
also
exhausting.
you don't want to.
Yeah, it's a really hard place you're in, because you've got inauthenticity on the one side, and then the worry about damaging important relationships to you on the other side. And as Sean said, there isn't a one size fits all solution here, which is like, do this. Every situation is different, and it's for you to figure out which is more of a burden for you to bear. I think my advice would be move slowly and with care and caution. And the cost of being inauthentic is that it wears you down, and you feel like you're not being honest, and you feel like you're not kind of being able to just be yourself and relax. And that is harsh, but it can be the case that maybe you find a way in your own mind to resolve that, and to just say, well, look, it's going to hurt their feelings if they know this is how I feel. So when I'm with them, I'm just going to role play being a believer. I know it's not really authentic, but hurting them isn't worth it, and upsetting them and causing tension. So I'm going to just go along with it, and just think about it as like role playing for them, as an act of kindness. But if it starts to feel unbearable for you, and it starts to feel unmanageable, and some people say that like they only seem like they have that much, like a certain amount of energy to keep up the pretense, it's exhausting to do that, then at that point there needs to come a time when maybe you do say something, and it's framed in like, I love you, I'm still the person you love, I've just had a change of view about how I think about this stuff, and as Sean said, I hope you can still realize that I'm still the son who loves you, I'm still the child you raised, I'm still the person who loves you and who you love. I've just come to think about things differently. And you can say, I'm open-minded. You can say, I will always be open-minded, but this is just where my mind is at right now. And it may not be as bad as you fear. I'm always cautious to say that, because I don't want to say to someone, it's going to be fine, and then it's not. But I've had times in my life where I've been terrified about telling someone something, because I thought it was going to really hurt them, and they wouldn't handle it, and they wouldn't be able to manage hearing it. And I've kind of girded my loins and just been honest and spoken to them about it. And actually they took it better than I thought they would, and it hasn't been too bad. And yeah, maybe they're a bit disappointed or a bit hurt, but it didn't all come kind of crashing down. But only you know the parameters of your own situation, and how to mitigate those risks against each other, and where it's worth keeping on pretending for the sake of peace and keeping things all right, and where it's worth going, okay, I'm actually going to be authentic now. It's a tricky one. You could definitely do worse than speaking to recovering from religion would be a really good source for you as well. You'll be able to get free, confidential support there. If you just Google recoveringfromreligion.org, you'll find it. And they have people who are literally trained to help in situations like this, that may be able to give you insights and advice beyond what we can say to you. But please know that you are welcome here. Like, you really, really are, Jesse. You're welcome here. You can, if you want to jump on the Discord with us, you can come into that community, or just hear whatever you like. And lots of people know where you've been. Lots of people have been where you are right now, and understand how hard it is. And it's such an awkward and difficult thing for you to balance and bear up. But you will get through it. You're going to plot a path through this one way or the other, and just keep on going, and you will be okay.
Yeah, yes, I just dropped a link to recoveringfromreligion.org in the video chat.
Oh, nice, Sean. Thank you for that.
Okay, it's very easy to Google.
Okay, yes, sir. I'll look into that. And I just want to thank you guys, because you're really a inspiration for a lot of us out here that can't find our voice yet. And you guys just, I don't know, you have a really good knack of saying what most of us are thinking, and some of us can't put into words correctly. But I just really appreciate it. So
of course, that's what we're here for. And just come back anytime you need it. If you need a top up of like sanity check and just know that you're doing all right and whatever, just come back. I'd love to see you in the Discord if you can find your way in. That would be incredible. Can we get a link?
Yes, sir, I will.
A link for the Discord for Jesse. Let's see. I should know it, but it changes. Oh no, it's in my YouTube. Yeah, if you just look on my YouTube profile, there should be a permanent link to the Discord. And if you feel like it, if you want to do something like that, I know we'd definitely love to welcome you in and just be able to give you a bit of moral support if you need it. Oh, the link on YouTube has expired apparently. Apparently that one has expired. Okay, so we need to get a. Issa, do you have the permanent Discord link or a permanent Discord link that we can give Jesse? That would be awesome if you have one to hand. Otherwise, Jesse, are you in a position to? You can always just drop me an email if you need anything as well. So I'm super easy to email. It's just Jon, which is Jon without an H, and then it's at unconvincedbook.com. So it's really, really easy to get hold of me.
Oh, great.
Just drop me an email if you want to. No pressure. Just drop me an email and I'll make sure that you. Oh, here we go. Issa's dropped the Discord. So if you have a look on the YouTube chat, and when you come off, whatever the timestamp is, we won't get it now, will we? We can approximate it. Hang on, let me see if I can find the time of this. Oh, I can't see where it is on the timeline. It's in the chat now. Issa's just put it in the chat. Okay. Yeah, there's a link there. And we'll love to have you around. Otherwise, drop me an email, jon@unconvincedbook.com, and I'll make sure you're linked up with whatever you need as well.
Great. Yes, sir. I will do that. Thank you.
All right, buddy. Good to speak to you again. Don't be a stranger, Jesse. Thank you. Take care, pal. Thanks. Bye.
Bye.
Take care, friend. Yeah, well, I think we can all hear what's going on there, and I know that so many people here will be able to identify with what Jesse's going through and what it feels like to have that kind of tension between being authentic and not wanting to disappoint your parents or hurt your family. What a rock and a hard place to be between. Thanks, Issa. 6:58. That's the time of day. Yeah, I was looking for the actual YouTube timeline, but I'm sure that Jesse will find it, and if not, he can email me and I'll link it up. So I have to fix the link to the Discord in my YouTube because that's stale. I don't know why they make it so difficult. Is it that your Discord has to be up and established for a certain number of or a certain amount of time, or have a certain number of boosts or something before you get a proper, reliably working permanent link? It's strange to me that they would make it so difficult to just have a URL that you can give people that's going to bring people to the platform. It's really weird. It feels a little bit strange. But anyway, thanks, Sean, for your brilliant words to Jesse as well. That was super articulate and well said. So,
wish I had easier answers for him.
Yeah, I mean there aren't any easy answers.
It's
to
like
this.
both do or don't. It's going to suck just in different ways. It's just a tough decision you got to make.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, it was 5:58 into the show. Flippity Giblets nailed it. So yeah, Jesse, if you're watching or listening, 5 hours 58 into the show is where the link to the Discord appears in the chat. If you want to get it from there. Otherwise, drop me an email. Otherwise, I'm sure you'll be able to find us. And I really hope
it's still on your profile, right?
Yeah, but the one on my profile apparently doesn't work because it's one of these weird, just like expired. Well, I don't know why they do that. So
that's
strange.
Weird.
I know, right? Very, very weird. And Annabella rightly says he has to do what's right for him. That is absolutely true. Okay. And Nerd Unleashed has very helpfully just said, I was going to request, because I live with my religious parents, but Sean covered what I would have said. Nerd, I'm not sure if you were in earlier, but I've been trailing our Mormonism discussion Just need to coordinate a little bit with Fro and figure out when we're going to do that. And it doesn't need to be a big deal. It's more just a little section that we can do in one of the shows where we get you both up, and I think we can all learn a little bit more about it, and people might have questions. I certainly will have some. And I think it would be a fantastic opportunity for two ex-Mormons to be able to talk to us and educate us all about that rather strange religion, because it is pretty weird. Some of the claims they make are wild. Okay, a couple of super chats, and then we'll take stock and see where we're at. Queues are currently empty right now. We have Tim Davidson said, you may not have something to prove, but I do. I'm the funniest one of the I'm a funny person. Sometimes I have a good joke. At least I'm here. Fair enough. That's the progression. And then we have some clarification from Liberty Giblets, who had previously sent this one, the gasping face for Edvard, who now clarifies, and I should have picked up on it, because actually it is quite clever. What Liberty actually meant was the joke was too subtle. Edvard Munch painted the scream, hence the face. I see. I'm too uncultured to have picked up on the Edvard connection, because it does look exactly like the scream, that little emoticon, but I'm not as well cultured as I should be, so I
thought that
failed.
was Van Gogh that did the scream painting.
No,
I'm way off. Okay,
no, it was Munch.
Ignorance on my part.
It was Munch, yeah, and it's such a crazy painting. I've seen it. It's like the original. It's pretty mad. But yeah, there we go. Apparently we can't call them Mormons anymore. We have to call them LDS, I guess. Not looking to offend anyone. I wonder why that is. That's interesting. And Flippity Giblet said, that painting is my spirit animal. Fair enough. Okay, so I want to share some YouTube comments. So in case you missed it at the last stream, this is just a little fun thing that I like to do, is to just go through and pick out a couple of the more interesting and amusing comments under the videos, because they do get loads. Some of them get hundreds and hundreds of comments. So it's a rich stream of interesting things. TikTok is now complaining again because for whatever reason it's upset it now.
Boring?
Probably we're just all too boring. We're all boring. What an absolute piece of junk.
Oh, Jason sent me a message. The last warning we got suggested you twerk. So,
right.
Yeah.
I'm going to twerk. That's the thing. That's the remedy that we need here is John Cohen twerking on TikTok. That's
put a one in the chat if you want to see John twerk right now.
No one would ever recover. It would be legions of traumatized people, me amongst them. Look, everyone do that. It ain't gonna happen, people. Ever.
Here come the ones.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, that's not going to be a thing. Ever. In fact, you were unlikely to ever see me move from this chair, let alone dance in a provocative way. That's not going to happen. But I appreciate the vote that it might be something that some of you might want to see. Sadly, ain't going to happen. And Tim has just said, horse walks into a bar and the bartender said, "Is this a joke?" The horse doesn't say anything because it can't talk and poops on the floor. I like that. Very, very good. Okay, I was going to read you some comments, but we've got Nerd Unleashed waiting to come in, and I don't like to keep Nerd waiting, so I'll read you some comments afterwards. And Macy says, "Shake it, John." Yeah, that's not going to happen today. We'll have words later, Jason and Sean. Right, let's get Nerd in. Hey, Nerd, how are you?
Hello, I'm doing well. No, I just was going to explain very briefly why the LDS Church no longer wants to be called the Mormons. It's just a branding thing. I'm sure that there is a faithful explanation for why they're doing it. But when I was a teenager, President Hinckley, who is the prophet of the church, he spent millions of dollars on the I'm a Mormon campaign. It was this whole marketing thing to try to like help Mormonism become more mainstream and to make the brand of the church much more recognizable, so that when the missionaries come knocking at your door, people would be a little bit more receptive, or at least like willing to hear them out. But for some reason, President Nelson was super against that whole thing. So as soon as he became prophet of the church, he started putting out messaging that calling us the Mormons was a win for Satan. And that it's not really an accurate way to refer to members of the church, because we don't worship Mormon. He's just a prophet in the Book of Mormon. So it's more a branding thing than anything else. It was something that really bothered Nelson when Hinckley did that. And so now that, I mean, he's passed on, and so now it's President Oaks. But Nelson really didn't like the church being called the Mormons, and so he changed it when it was his time to be prophet.
Fair enough. Well, we definitely wouldn't want to irritate any members of that particular organization, would we? So
yeah, they have a habit of suing over things. Like they're suing John DeLynn over the name of his podcast, the Mormon Stories podcast.
Wow.
So yeah,
that sounds pretty frivolous.
Yeah,
it is pretty frivolous. They also were mad that he was using the quote unquote Mormon blue, even though the icons that they use have changed color over the years. Like at one point it was purple, it's been green, yellow, red. But they were mad that he was using a particular shade of blue. So he changed it to orange, and guess what color the icon is for the church now? It's the same shade of orange.
Right. Huh.
So
okay,
it's pretty silly.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Have you nerd? Have you seen those 1980s Latter-day Saints commercials?
Yes. In fact, I grew up on those, and
you look very young.
Were promoting
I did as
family
well.
dinners and. Yeah, no, I'm almost 40, so
okay.
I have aged quite nicely, I think. So.
Yeah, I remember waking up to Saturday morning cartoons, running downstairs, watching cartoons. There's a Latter-day Saint commercial that would come up over and over ad nauseum. There's these kids, and they're playing baseball, and the ball went and broke someone's window, and then this big guy comes out, and it's an opera. Who broke my window? And then the kids are like, telling the truth isn't going to be easy. And it's this whole lesson about taking responsibility. We broke your window. Like, so they have this back and forth singing opera where the kids are confessing. And then it was like brought to you by the something of Latter-day Saints. Like it was.
Yeah, brought to you by the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
That's the one. That's the one.
That's the one. Yeah. Gosh.
Yeah. Well, they also had a campaign where they were like, family, it's about time. And it was like promoting having family dinners, but it was also kind of like also have family home evening, which was like a Mormon thing. Like every Monday night you were supposed to get the family together for like a little mini church lesson with an activity. And that was supposed to promote family togetherness as well as, further indoctrinating your children.
Goodness me. Well, we will do more about this. Definitely interesting.
Yes, of course.
It's definitely an area where I have a lot to learn, definitely. And so I think it would be a great thing to get you up here again, bring Fro in as well, because it was his idea, and I'm not sure how long he was a Mormon, but he was a member of the LDS community for a while, and he thought it would be a good idea, and I completely agree with him. So we'll definitely do that soon.
Yeah.
We'll be in touch to organize a suitable date that works.
And just very, very briefly, if anybody has specific questions that they would like to have answered, feel free to message either John or myself. Sorry, I'm voluntolding you to do this.
No, totally.
Just so that,
It makes complete sense. We can line some up as points to discuss. I think it's a brilliant idea.
Yeah, just because there are some topics that, because I spend more time in the atheist spaces, that I may be a little bit rusty on. So just to make sure that I'm prepared with good and accurate information, I want to have an opportunity to look things up, so I'm not caught out on a live. Yeah,
that's perfect. And of course, I don't know. I'll get back to you on that. Is always an acceptable answer. Of course, you're not expected to, perform or anything. But that's absolutely brilliant. So thanks, Nerd. Always great to see you. Thanks for being around.
Yeah, thanks for having me up.
All right, take it easy. Speak soon. Take care. Okay, that was Nerd. We do have on the YouTube side, funnily enough, an LDS member. So let's see if that is a thing. We might need to get Nerd back. Of course, if that's going to happen, we would need to get Nerd back up on VDO, because still can't get audio over between the two. Let's see. An LDS member, welcome along.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Hear me?
Yeah, how are you?
I'm fantastic. I was just chilling here. I will let you know that I have class in maybe 20 minutes.
Okay.
But you guys were just talking about something that I thought was interesting, so I thought I would hop in.
Well, if you actually are an LDS member, I would love to get Nerd Unleashed in with us, but I don't have an audio connection.
You can invite them. You can invite them in.
I don't have an audio connection between TikTok and the YouTube callers, so Nerd, are you okay to come up using VDO? If I give you the link.
John, the guests on VDO are pretty quiet for me. I don't know if you're able to turn them up a little.
For you, that's interesting. I don't think I could possibly do this to turn them a little bit globally.
If you can't, I can just lean into it. My speakers aren't very good on my laptop.
No, that's fine. I will turn that up a little bit. Should be hopefully a little bit better. We can do that as well. And let's see if we can send Nerd the video link as well. Yeah, I think this might be worth doing. So let's see. Quiet for me too. Okay. So that all needs to be turned up. That's interesting. It's reasonably loud. I'll see if I can push up the level a bit.
How long are you going to be streaming for?
Not massively long, actually. Maybe another 45 minutes max.
Okay, then never mind.
Because we've been on it for 6 hours, over 6 hours already.
Yeah, that makes sense. I was going to say that maybe I could also come after.
Yeah, I mean, or another day. We're back again on Thursday evening.
Mm-hmm.
So you can do that.
Thursday evening.
Let me just see if Nerd Unleashed is up.
Another person.
Yeah, we've got Nerd in. So that is superb. Okay, so Nerd, just to double check, can you hear us? Okay.
It's harder to hear you now. It's harder to hear you now.
Oh, yikes. So Nerd, it sounds like you've got the audio on a loudspeaker.
Headphones set up.
Yeah, if you can get headphones, that'd be awesome. That'd be good. And then hopefully everyone can hear everyone, and then everyone gets to hear everyone hearing everyone, which would be a good thing. That would be good.
I can hear you now. So
excellent. Yeah, I've turned myself up a little bit, turned Sean up a little bit, and hopefully Nerd will get some headphones on, and then why don't we get going while Nerd sorts out headphones. So welcome in, LDS member. Appreciate you coming up to talk to us. Is there a particular thing you'd like to say or offer?
Well, I was going to just give a quick explanation on the term Mormon, because you said you didn't know why we changed it from Mormon to LDS. And then I was actually thinking about maybe talking about women and God hating women.
Sure.
But
that's more general, isn't it? That's more general and kind of biblical and stuff.
Yeah. But for the Mormon thing, just as a quick 5-second explanation.
Yeah.
You said, is your name a nerd? Is that what you're going by, nerd?
So to clarify who's who, I'm the host. I'm John, and then we have Sean as well. Sean and I are always here, and then Nerd Unleashed is our friend who is a former
ex-Mormon
LDS member. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I think that Nerd was right. She talked about what President Hinckley did and trying to make it more, I guess, accessible or more mainstream. But the real reason why we go by LDS is that was the original name of the church ever since the beginning. But the term Mormon was a term given to us by people who were persecuting members of the church. So it was kind of an offensive.
It's a pejorative term.
Like an offensive term, right? So people don't really take offense to it because we went by Mormon for so long. But that's the origin of the name. That's where it came from. And that's why President Russell M. Nelson started having us go by LDS again, because it carries a bad history with the name.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's basically what Nerd said, isn't it? Nerd, how's your headphone situation going there? Are you okay?
Yeah, I think because I can hear on my computer now. Are you guys able to hear me?
Yeah, we
yes,
got
I can hear you.
We got you.
Yeah, I got you as well.
Lovely.
Okay. So I wanted to just ask you about the God-hating women thing, but also I might be able to come back on Thursday as well.
Sure.
To talk about it more in depth, because I will have to go pretty soon.
Yeah,
but
of
just
course.
to kind of explore the waters a little bit.
Yeah.
Why do you think God hates women?
So I'm talking here about the portrayal and treatment of women in the Bible, in the Christian Bible, in the Torah and the Bible, the Old Testament, the New Testament. Both are absolutely horrific. The Old Testament basically just paints women as the chattel property of men. Women are completely objectified. They are not really treated as kind of human beings with worth and dignity beyond their usefulness to the men who own them, whether that's their fathers who can sell them into slavery or their husbands who pay the fathers to then own them. And we can see this in some of the laws that God gives in Deuteronomy, particularly. Some of the sexual morality laws are absolutely horrific. And the way that a woman's worth is basically tied up with her hymen, essentially, with her virginity. And once that's perceived to not be there, she's kind of spoiled, used goods, not wanted anymore. I just think it's really disgusting. And then in the New Testament,
just to be clear, when we're talking about like Deuteronomy, are you talking about passages like Deuteronomy 22?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I will also say, women weren't the only ones who were like where virginity was a serious thing. That was a serious thing, gender neutral in Jewish law.
Well, I don't see any virginity tests for men which result in them being stoned to death if a council of people decide that they didn't bleed in the right way on the wedding night or demonstrate their virginity. So, I don't see that.
So when you read, are you someone who's like interested in sports?
No.
Okay, well, I'll just try to give like a quick analogy because like I do have to go soon, but
okay.
I'll try to kind of make a kind of case as fast as I can before I have to go, and then let you guys ask whatever. But basically, if I were to read a cricket report and I have no clue what cricket is, I'm going to be pretty confused because I'm going to be assuming that they're talking about bugs, like the cricket as the insect, and I'm not going to understand what's going on. You see, the Bible has a lot that's not said in the Old Testament, especially because it was assumed that everyone already knew it. Because the claim of Christianity in general, including us, would be the Bible is written for us, but not to us. We are not the primary audience. There are a lot of things that don't need to be said. For example, I think we would agree that to understand the New Testament, you would read the Old Testament, right?
Well, to understand the New Testament, you have to read the Old Testament because it creates the context for which the New Testament makes sense. If you don't understand that Jesus is supposed to be the Messiah, the Messiah figure prophesied in the Old Testament, and that his coming was hailed as the fulfillment of those prophecies, which, by the way, it wasn't.
Yeah.
And you lack the understanding.
If you, sorry.
Yeah, if you don't understand the context of that, which is why I always laugh when people say, "Oh, I'm a New Testament Christian." Well, if you don't incorporate the Old Testament into your schema of the whole setup, then Jesus is irrelevant and the whole thing is pointless.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree if you just hold to the one. See, here's the thing, though. If we're talking about understanding the Old Testament, what does that mean? It means understanding the historical context of other nations by Israel,
No,
how Israel came to be, etc.
I'm going to disagree with that. Historical
Why?
context can be informative in giving you a broader understanding of the cultures that these things happened in which these things happened or purported to have happened. But if I hear God gave a law that said that under these conditions you stone a woman to death, and under these conditions you do this to a woman, and under these conditions you can take a captured woman as your wife and have sex with her whether she wants it or not, and under these conditions you kill your children, and under these conditions you subject your wife to a test involving drinking poisoned water just because you felt a bit jealous.
It's kind of hard to hear you. It's like breaking up.
Okay, well,
but I think I understand what you're saying.
What I'm saying is, when you read a load of laws that give a load of commandments about how badly you can treat women, at that point, I don't care what was going on in the culture then, because I understand we're talking about a culture thousands of years ago where women were treated really badly. I'm just saying, if God is supposedly the author of these laws, then you have two choices. Either we accept them as being moral because God is the seat of all morality, or you say God was forced to give immoral laws because he was just trying to fit in with the norms of the day, which makes God some kind of idiot, like some kind of just like didn't want to offend anyone. So I just had to pass a load of sexual immorality laws that fitted in with the norms of the day, which is why to me, the historical stuff is irrelevant. You can look at these things and go,
okay, well, give me an example of a passage in a law, and let's talk about that, because I would disagree, and I'll tell you why. But
well, I mean, I would immediately go to something like the ridiculous test in Numbers 5, the test stroke poison abortion ritual in Numbers 5, the biblical voodoo test, where a spirit of jealousy comes upon a man. And just because of that, just because he has felt jealous, he is allowed to put his wife through a horrible, painful, potentially fertility ending and humiliating ritual involving drinking dirty water and ink from curses. That's going to make her uterus drop, potentially, right? I think this is absolutely disgusting. Now, if you say to me, but everyone was doing this 3,000 or 4,000 years ago. It was all the rage back then. Then I'm going to say, yes, that might be true. People back there were morally terrible in the way that women were treated. But I would expect better from the creator of the universe, who apparently made us all and has apparently put morality on our hearts and written into our minds, a sense of objective right and wrong and all of this lovely poetic stuff. Look at this. It's a disgusting thing. Anyone should be ashamed of themselves to promote anything that says this.
Yeah, so I think that won't take much longer to respond to than time that I don't have. Maybe on Thursday we can talk about that.
Sure.
But you brought up stuff in like Deuteronomy, and I'm curious, like, what about that?
You don't want to talk about numbers because it's going to take too long? I mean, the principle is the same in all of them.
It would take long. Maybe on Thursday, like if I can come Thursday, we could talk about that, but I'm going to be leaving within like the next 5 to 10 minutes.
Sure.
So I think it would take too long, because that one is, I would agree with you, that is a tougher nut.
It's unacceptable, but it's also unacceptable to propose an idiotic virginity test for new brides which it would fail much of the time because there's no test you can do that determines whether someone is a virgin or not. That isn't a thing, never has been, certainly wasn't thousands of years ago. And the idea that a man suspecting his new bride of not being a virgin because she didn't bleed right is then, she has to undergo this sort of trial because he's accused her of not being a virgin, and her parents have to come along and show the stains on the marital sheet, and if it doesn't come out right, she gets stoned to death. How's that justifiable?
Why is that justifiable? Okay, so I think that for those texts specifically, like within Deuteronomy, we have to understand it with the other text in Deuteronomy as well, and also the culture. I believe, and you can disagree with me on this, we have two different approaches, but I believe that revelation is more progressive, that if God had tried to, for example, you go to Matthew 19:8, okay, and what Christ says is that God gave a lesser law to Moses because of the hardness of the hearts of the Israelites. These are the people that rejected God and made a golden calf the moment Moses turned around. So, understanding that it is a lesser law, we understand that revelation is progressive. An idea that comes from the LDS background, which using Doctrine and Covenants, says that the spirit of revelation is like, they give the analogy of Moses in the Red Sea.
What do you mean by lesser law?
Meaning that God works with where the people are at, because likely, and this is likely, I'm not, but if God had given, if God had decided to give a modern law, in modern century view of women, etc., to a people that were completely already resistant, but also to a people who come from very, very, very different moral ideas and backgrounds, it would have been likely rejected.
Okay, so were people committing murder back then?
Yes.
Okay. Did God make a law against murder?
Did God make a law against murder? Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Did people continue and still continue?
I think that's a false analogy.
Okay. Well, I mean, so the answer is yes, right? So you said.
I'm sorry, what was the second question? What was the second question?
Okay. So, all right. So were people committing murder? Did God make a law against murder?
Yes.
Did people continue to murder and still continue to this day? The answer to all of those is yes. So just because people were doing a thing doesn't preclude God from saying, that's disgusting, that's immoral, don't do it.
Murder would have been wrong from the beginning with Cain.
What?
Murder was already understood to be wrong.
There's no point in time I've ever thought it's okay to stone a woman to death based on a flawed virginity test.
First of all, it wasn't
your justification for it was, well, they were doing worse to women, so he softened it because that's kind of where they're at. Well, he can. Is he so weak he can't say don't stone women to death? And hey, their virginity isn't somehow this precious, like, prized monetary value, and like having no such test for men.
This is a bullshit cope. I'm so sorry. This is a bullshit cope. You cannot seriously expect anyone to take seriously the argument that the creator of the entire universe was constrained in his legislation by concerns about the fact that people might not like what he says. That's idiotic. You can't make that argument with a straight face. That their hardened hearts might have meant that they went against God's will. God could have let them all know what would have happened to them if they treated women badly. God could have passed a law. God could have made it clear to the Israelite people that if you continue to treat women like pieces of meat, I'm going to visit all sorts of horrible shit on you. And they all would have known it. And he could have done it. And he could have he could have changed their hearts, just like he did to Pharaoh, so that they weren't hard, or they were harder against whatever other things he might not have wanted them to do. You're making your God into a kind of celestial Mr. Bean, who's just incapable, haplessly flopping along, trying to figure out how to manage his people. First he tries to drown them all, then that doesn't work. Then he starts passing idiotic laws. This is not a winning argument, my friend. And I guarantee, I hope you do come back on Thursday. But your argument for Numbers 5 better be better than this one.
So I have a question for you, though. if you're making a claim about the Christian God, then you are making, like, you're using the claim for the Christian God, which means you have to argue within the Christian context, right?
Not necessarily. I can just say, here's a story about a character.
Your proof isn't that. So let me understand this. You're saying that God hates women, but your idea isn't that God hates women. It's just that the Bible depicts that.
I'm saying
God doesn't hate women. Then, if you're not,
well, I don't think God exists. I think God is a made-up story. He's a bedtime story, right?
You're making a claim about the Christian God,
the character. Yes, I'm saying that nobody should. Sorry, go ahead, nerd.
Well, but even within Mormonism, women are not treated as equals, because if I were to go to a church meeting and I was, say, the Relief Society president for the ward, but there's not a member of the bishopric there, I have no authority to conduct that meeting. If there's a 12-year-old boy who's been ordained a deacon, he has more authority in the church than I do, simply because he holds the priesthood. So it's not even just within the biblical context. If you're looking at the broader context of Mormonism, the only place that I'm allowed to use the priesthood is when I am in the temple. Any other time, I'm not able to exercise the priesthood. You know, it's kind of a joke within the Mormon church that for a woman to hold the priesthood, all she has to do is go and hug her husband. But if I can't conduct a meeting, even though I'm the oldest person with experience within a calling, I still would have to defer to the younger, less experienced individual just because they hold the priesthood.
The general handbook for the church says something different. This is a different debate. I'd be fine with talking about that, but I have 3 minutes.
So let me make a suggestion. Come back on Thursday. Come back on Thursday and research and bring your best defense for Numbers 5. Come back and present to us how a law that gives men the right to put their wives through a humiliating and painful and a horrible, humiliating, painful process purely because they feel jealous when the wives have done nothing wrong, just like these women who would have been stoned by the idiotic law in Deuteronomy had done nothing wrong. And explain to us why that's doesn't show a disdain for women when there's no equal law that works the other way. There's no law that women can bring that puts men through a thing like that. It's completely loaded. It completely frames women as just pieces of meat for the use of men. And I would love to hear an argument from you to justify this on Thursday. I will skip you up the queue if you come in
before I leave.
Sure.
And that's just this. So. And if you answer this, then I'll look into it. But the idea that if we're making a claim about a Christian God and its character, shouldn't we use the character of the God that we are claiming? Like, the idea is that God does do progressive revelation. And so if you're rejecting that, then we're kind of rejecting the idea of the Christian God, right?
I don't care about the progressive revelation. I care about what the moral content of these edicts is, right? Mm-hmm. I care about what they're talking and we're listening. Moses is talking and telling us what God wants, and I'm listening. So the idea of it's got to be progressive revelation, that to me is just a cope. That's all it is. It's just a cope. And then Jesus comes along in Matthew 5:17 and says all of those old laws still apply. I'm not here to abolish them, and you're not allowed to change one jot or tittle of them. Right? Or you're going to be considered least in the kingdom of heaven. So Jesus validates the old laws. So I don't see where the progression is.
Yeah, if the U.S. passed a law that you can beat your wife with an open hand.
Well, I'm sorry, I gotta go. Class is starting. I'm
all
sorry.
Right. See you on Thursday. We'll look out for you on Thursday.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
No problem.
You're fine.
No, come back on Thursday.
Thank you guys for having me on.
All right, come back. All right, take it easy. Okay.
And I just want to finish with the analogy, because this comes up a lot. Like, well, it was an improvement on what's before. So let's say it's legal to, like, violence toward women, toward your spouse or whatever in the U.S. was legal at some point, right? And then a lot of times men were using sticks or what have you. All right, let's say the U.S. passed a law that you can only beat your wife if you use an open hand, but you cannot use a rod. You can't use a, yes, it's less bad. That doesn't make it good. It's still an awful, awful law saying you are allowed to do this thing, to this lesser violence toward your spouse. No, F that. If it's immoral, it's immoral. Maybe is it less bad than like somebody using a weapon? Yes, but that doesn't make it good. It's still awful.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, well, and the apologetic that is always used within Mormonism is that the Lord teaches line upon line, precept upon precept. You have to have the milk before the meat. And so they use that to explain away why the church is always trailing behind all of these, social justice issues and how those things have changed over time. It's like, okay, but God has always been willing to ask his people to do hard things. He asked them to do circumcision. He asked them to endure slavery for it. With the whole Exodus situation, he asked them to risk life and limb to flee Egypt. He asked the Mormons to cross the plains to establish their settlement in the Utah Valley. He's always, especially within Mormonism, asking families to send their children to go and preach the gospel for 2 years and pay for it, despite the fact that the church has plenty of money to foot the bill for that. He's asking them to donate 10% of their income to the church, whether they can really afford to or not, claiming that they'll receive blessings as a result of this. God is always willing to ask his people to do hard things, but then when it comes to something like not oppressing the Black community, not oppressing women, don't harm children, he can't be bothered to say anything about those things.
That's a great point.
Just so confusing to me.
That's such a really good point.
Yeah, and Nerd, we've just had a request through. Hang on, just get this is TikTok is now checking up on me to make sure that we are human beings. I just do their silly test quickly. Where are you? That and that. Sorry. So we just had a little request through from Ancient Warrior, who says, "Can you ask Nerd Unlimited about his comment about where the term Mormon comes from? Isn't their holy book the Book of Mormon, written by their prophet?"
Yeah, I mean, I find the claim that they wanted to get away from using Mormon because it was previously used as a pejorative to be a little bit disingenuous. Mm-hmm. Because being called Mormon hasn't been a negative thing for quite a while, at least 100 years. Right. So like that may be the explanation being given, but it's frankly ridiculous in my opinion, because especially under Hinckley, they spent millions on the I'm a Mormon campaign.
Right.
And so nobody, the vast majority of people don't know what the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints is unless they've had exposure to people who are within that church. So it's not really even a name recognition thing. And the book that they teach out of is called the Book of Mormon. It's named after the last prophet allegedly in the North American continent who made a last record of the people of Nephi when they were destroyed by the Lamanites, and then he was the one who safeguarded the ancient record and hid it in the Hill Cumorah, where Joseph Smith would later find it in the 1830s or whatever. So it's just a little silly to me to claim that it's because it is used as a negative term.
So in your opinion, it's basically just the name Mormon. The Mormon name has a sort of a stigma to it. Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints does not. It's a rebranding. It's just marketing. Do you think that's really what it just boils down to?
Yeah, I mean, like I said earlier, it really just is a marketing thing. It's not really rooted in the doctrine or anything, and Mormonism hasn't been oppressed since the original extermination order in Missouri from Governor Lilburn Boggs. And even then, it wasn't really even a, like, you could take out a Mormon on site. It was, hey, the Mormons are kind of problematic. We want you guys gone. So, like, you guys are now considered an enemy of the state. You need to leave. And if you won't leave, then we reserve the right to use force if necessary to get you to leave.
Right. Right. Excellent. Well, I'm so glad you were here. I'm so glad you were here. I hope he comes back. I hope he comes back. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not sure if he will, but I hope he does. I mean, it's quite a cope, isn't it, to say that the best defense we have for God, the creator of the entire universe, who could make anything in reality real instantly, the best he could do was to pass laws that only iterated towards common decency slowly in case people didn't like them. That's pathetic. It's pathetic. It's remarkable to me that anyone thinks that's a solid apologetic. It's laughable.
Well, especially when you consider that in the, I can't remember if it's the Old Testament or the New Testament. It's probably the Old Testament because it was following the Mosaic law. God struck a man down for picking up sticks on the Sabbath.
He did.
So he's never been a respecter of persons. He doesn't really care what people's opinions are, just going off of what's in the text. So why would God care whether or not people thought it was a hard thing to hear, don't own people, and women are people too, and don't hurt kids? It's just, that's an incoherent argument.
Yeah, it's absolute nonsense. And as Sean said, if that really was God's modus operandi, to only issue edicts and laws that he thought would be very well received by people because they fitted in perfectly with the way they already lived, then why did he say don't kill? Because killing was widespread enough. Why say it? And as if people hadn't figured out before then that killing might not be desirable. But it's all so silly and more double standards. It's desperate special pleading. And it again falls into that same thing of any argument is apparently better than no argument. So as long as you can move your mouth and words come out, you can create the impression that you've responded cogently to something that someone said. But it isn't the case that any argument is better than no argument. Some arguments are so stupid that being silent would have been a better argument. And this is one of them. It's madness. But thanks so much for coming up. I love that you were here. And I love that you came flying in on the video side too. That's absolutely brilliant.
Yep.
Thank you. You're an absolute hero.
Yep. Happy to be here. Thank you for having me.
All right. We'll speak soon. Take it easy. Cheers. Thanks.
You too. Bye.
Bye. Okay. Well, that was that. Okay. I'm going to start moving towards shutting things down, I think, because it's been a bit of a while, and I think I'm probably expected to have to play some sort of role in my family at some point today. But I just wanted to share a couple of these comments because they are quite funny. So let's see, where's a good one? So I grouped them into like supportive and less supportive. So I want to give you a less supportive one because there are a couple of quite funny ones, or at least slightly amusing. Where's the one that I liked? Okay, here's one that I might read. This could be fun. Okay, so this is from Mark Jones, and I did actually respond to Mark Jones in the comments saying I'm going to read this out later, and if you'd like to come on the show, come along. I'd love to talk to you. So Mark says, so you compare God to Darth Vader in as much as you don't believe either exist. But you complain about God sending you to hell even though he's provided you a perfectly good way to avoid it. And I don't see you complaining about having to avoid Vader's lightsaber or worry about him blowing up your planet, let alone launching a YouTube channel about it. This is such an absolutely galactic missing of the point. I actually think that if there were Olympic Games for point missing, this would be setting records. It's absolutely incredible. You don't start a YouTube channel about it. Help this make sense. And then he was responding to someone else saying, if he's not real, what are you worried about? Why are you even writing about it? It's like worrying about Vader coming to get you. Go to the pub or something. Let your hair down and forget all about it. Don't be like Jon. This is Naheem speaking to someone else in the comments. Don't be like Jon. It clearly has him up nights. This prize bellend only ever debates people that haven't got the ability to argue back. He never debates anyone that can hold their own, and it's because he's a coward. So, of course, I responded to Mark. I sent him the link. I said, here's the link. Here's the time we're going to be on. I know that Mark's in the UK because bellend is a uniquely British slur. So I know this is someone who's in the UK. So maybe he's working to give him fair dues. Maybe he's during the day. Maybe he can't come up during the day. But I'll be going back to check to see if he responded to my invitation to come up. But Mark, if you're listening to this at any point, I invite you to come on. We will roll out the red carpet for you because we love debating people who are as intellectually adroit and dialectically skilled as you apparently are. I would very much enjoy the opportunity to be schooled on my thinking by you. So please come up at some point, and we would love, love, love to have you. Another comment we got, this is a different one. I love this one from Charles. The path to atheism is paved with Bibles. Maybe that's an oldie that you guys have heard before, but I haven't heard that before, and I loved it. Sean, have you heard that before?
No, I haven't heard it put that way. First for me.
I really like that.
The notion that reading the Bible creates a lot of atheists, very common, well understood, and well known. But yeah, I like it.
Yeah. Here's another fun one. This is from Kasparas, who's always very generous with his comments. And he said, there is a realm of arseholdom that can only be realized and displayed by those doing whatever they can to defend their indoctrinated religious beliefs. Atheist call-in shows like this one do the best job showing the world just precisely where these people go to show us this realm. I think that's absolutely superb. So thank you, Kasparas, for that brilliant comment. I really love that. And then last one for now is going to be... Oh, yeah, this one also made me chuckle. So this one is from, looks like Carolinus, who said, respectfully, it's John 3:19 in full display. A sinner certainly wouldn't want to hear the truth in hopes of circumventing judgment. They can get that out of their mind. Annihilationism, reincarnation, and purgatory are all off the table as well. So it's not the spokesman per se, it's the sinners refusing to acknowledge and repent from sin. Romans 10:9-13, respectfully. So what I would respectfully say back to you is, again, we don't need you to speculate as to why we don't want to hear your message. And there's absolutely nothing respectful about threatening people with hell and torment and torture and fire purely for not agreeing with you, for not agreeing with your religious beliefs, for self-congratulating yourself that you're one of the fantastic people that God likes, and everything's going to be great for you. But us sinners are just, worthy of eternal punishment. And then you put your little passive-aggressive respectfully at the end. It's not respectful at all. So if you want to be respectful, don't post shit like this. And if you don't want to be respectful, that's absolutely fine. But then you don't get to say respectfully at both the beginning and the end of your asinine comment. So that's my view on that one. There we are. Okay. So those are the comments. I've got a few more, but I'll save them for next time. It's wonderful now because when I'm reading through the comments, if I find one that I think might be fun to share, I just put it in the stack and I can read it. Kind of like super chats, but not in real time, and anyone can post them. So I like picking out the good ones, and I like picking out the less good ones too. So I think that's probably about it for today. I think there is one last super chat to read from Babs, who said, "It's better to be silent and be thought a fool than to speak and remove all doubt." One of my favorite sayings. I can't remember who said this.
I was going to ask you. I figured you'd remember. I've heard it before.
It's going to be someone like, it'll be Oscar Wilde or someone of that ilk. Not Oscar Wilde, but someone of that ilk. Or, it'll be easy to Google. But it's such a brilliant, brilliant thing. And this was, I guess, relating to what we were saying earlier about, like, it's not the case that any argument is better than no argument. Don't make a poor argument, because you just make yourself look silly. Whereas if you just keep your powder dry and maybe don't say anything, no one's going to think you looked silly for that. And I get it when you're up here on a live and you're being asked to account for something. I guess being silent isn't necessarily a response, but you can say, "I don't know, let me think about that, I'll get back to you." We always respect that, right, Sean? When someone gives that answer, maximum respect. If someone says, you've asked a really challenging question there, I'm going to think on that and get back to you, I'm like, good for you. I respect that massively. And I've given that answer too when people have asked me things that I didn't necessarily have the goods on right away. I'm like, I'll get back to you on that. Give me some time. I'll come back to you on that tomorrow or next time or something like that. But God had to give progressive revelation because otherwise his subjects might not like his commands and might not follow them, and then he'd get very sad and possibly cry. It's not good. You're not rehabilitating your God there. You're making him look immoral.
The creator of the universe.
Yeah. So now he's immoral and incompetent. Before he was just immoral. Now he's immoral and inept. It's pathetic. So there we are. Okay, I think that's gonna pretty much get us there. Of course, I have to share with you the members wall. These are the Inner Circle people. Jeremy Tuttle, K.R. Young, Lacadian, Moustache Boy, No One Left Behind, PVG, Rich, Jiffy Cones, Kif, Make It So, Nectu, Oceanus, Pseudo V Science, and also Riven Ash, Shadow, The Leakest Wink, Torag, Tracy, Wacky Slush, Roger, Stefan, Tim Cooney, Tom, Upshot, and Edvard, who we spoke to earlier, and Amon Ra, Cat B, Devil's Public Defender, Elizabeth B, Gordon Love Science, Hunter Girl, Issa, Big Town Brum, Cognitive Dissonance, Drew Smith, Flibbity Giblets, How to Push Back, and Indentured Cervix. So thank you for the support. I massively appreciate it. And as I say every time, if you don't support the channel, thank you for just turning up. That's enough. Don't need you to support the channel. If you do, it's incredibly helpful. If you don't, you are still precious to me. So thank you for turning up and being here and hanging out with us. And yeah, Indentured Cervix is a wild name, isn't it, nerd? Absolutely superb. Absolutely superb. I hope you've enjoyed this. We really have. The daytime streams can be a bit changeable, Sometimes they're great, sometimes they're a bit quiet. We had some good action earlier. There were points where the call queue was deep, which is great. We really love that. So thank you for the engagement. Thank you for 100,000 likes over on the TikTok machine. Thank you, mods on both sides. And we will be back at 10:30 p.m. 10:30 p.m. UK, 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time on Thursday to do it all again. So thank you very, very much, everyone. And thanks, Sean.
Great to see you all. See you Thursday.